Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear. If you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
Who's that?
Your ball. Can I come in? I have meat.
I don't really like talking about these people because they infect my mind and I start to relate shit in my real life to these freaks on the internet. I try to just save it all for one day and then I just blow it all out.
You guys to the girl? Yes. Bernie's trying to apologize to you.
Right. Unfortunately, Bernie can't apologize for what happened to me when I was 7 years old at the bar mitzvah where the magician tried to touch me. Woo!
Well, hello there. Hello. JP, how you doing, bud? Good to see you, mate. Right. Yeah, I am feeling much better than I was. Sorry about that. Right, yeah, feeling much better than I was, dude. Still not. Yeah, I'm still not right. But the fever that kept coming back, I don't know, man. I'm going to be careful. I'm not going to say... I'm not going to say too much because fucking I came, like Monday? Was it Monday? Yeah. And I come back on Monday and then I guess I streamed too long. 7 hours streaming and that just completely wiped me out. And then I went to bed with a fucking fever again. Spent all day in bed yesterday taking paracetamol. And but I ate yesterday and that made me feel better. And yeah, slept a lot, man. So I still feel wiped out, you know. I feel like I've been scooped out, emptied. Still got a load of crap on my chest. But about, 10 o'clock last night? 9:30, 10 last night? I went, I was just really hungry. I had no food in the house, in the hostel, and went for a walk down to the kebab shop. And I was streaming. I started a bloody stream, and then I forgot that I didn't have any data left or credit or anything. Oh, squirrel, dude. You got it as well now. Funny that, isn't it? Now we've all got something. Kind of makes actually it doesn't make me feel any differently about it, other than like it was still purging. Bodies have been overloaded with toxins and crap, and so we're purging shit. Oh yes, mate. Yep. I had 4 days of fever. Well, 4.5. No, 3.5, sorry. 3.5 days. Definitely a purge, man. Just got this horrible cough now. Loads of shit on my chest. Still a little bit of crap stuck in my sinuses. The worst thing about it was the congestion headache. Like, was really like a deep congestion. You 4 days climbing today? What do you mean 4 days climbing today? Oh, climbing two today. You got a spittoon. Oh, no, I didn't do that. I just fucking swallowed it. I'll swallow it and shit it out. Do you feel like coming up? Nice one. All right, dude. Yeah, so I've got no idea what's been going on. Been completely out of it, man. Completely out of it.
By Israel Regardi is brought to you by AudioEnlightenment.com. Copyright 2014. All rights reserved. These are the methods by which the dynamic nature of the subconscious can be stimulated so that the human personality
It's a shame the author's name is Israel, isn't it?
becomes transformed into a powerful magnet attracting to itself whatever it truly desires or is necessary for its welfare. Israel Regardi. Chapter 1, The Force of Life. Each one of us can begin the process of reconstruction for ourselves. Each one of us can discover the force that can bring to us true healing of our bodies and mind. Within every man and woman is a force that directs and controls the entire course of life. Properly used, it can heal every affliction and ailment we may have. Every single religion affirms this fact. All forms of mental or spiritual healing promise the same thing. Even psychoanalysis and other forms of therapy employ this healing power. The insight and understanding that effective therapy can bring releases tensions of various kinds, and through this release the healing power latent within and natural to the human system operates more freely. Each of these systems tries to teach its own specialized method of thinking or contemplation or prayer that will, according to the terms of their own philosophies.
Squirrel, that's interesting. I watched, listened to somebody having an argument with some stupid English MP, some Muslim MP, silly bitch, don't know who she is, but she was trying to defend child marriage. They were talking about a girl that some girl had been married off at 6 years old, and this Muslim skank was trying to defend it. No, they're trying to make marriage legal. What just for Muslims? Muslims can marry children in the UK. Everyone else, you got to be over 18, but if you're Muslim, you can marry a 6-year-old if you want.
Renew our bodies, and even transform our whole environment. Very few of these systems, however, actually fulfill in a complete way the high promises that they have made.
I'll tell you, this book, it's a link that Cage gave me last week, and I haven't listened to it yet. Sat there waiting to listen to, and I don't know. I guess it's just the author's name gives me pause. Because his name's fucking Israel. Israel Regardi. That doesn't sound like a real name to me. That sounds like a fake bullshit name. And I don't know. Is this just another juice trying to mislead people? I don't know. So, yeah, the panel's open. I'd love to have a chat about what you got up to at the weekend and what's going on. I've been out of it for, well, pretty much since Thursday night, Friday. And I haven't kept up with anything really. Seen the occasional video on YouTube, but I've been mostly watching Hollow Point, Complete Cyberpunk 2077 and the DLC, and The Witcher seasons 1 to 3. So I need to catch up. So... This young pup of a lad really does my head in. But we're going to listen anyway.
Rupert Lowe. This was a very, very powerful speech in the House of Commons as the independent MP launched the scathing attack on the UK government over illegal immigration. Now, again, you've seen the headlines over the last 2 days, and they have been absolutely shocking. But they join a long list of these sorts of attacks from illegal migrants that just don't need to happen inside this country. Rupert Lowe, despite being an independent MP, in recent polls, he suggested that 10% of people want him to be the next Prime Minister, and he's certainly a man of the people and speaks about the people's concerns. And as I said, he goes absolute ham on this sick multicultural experiment that is being forced onto our people. As always, guys, we will have a watch and react to this, but as always, please do hit the like button and hit the subscribe button.
Yes, please do hit the like button and the subscribe button. And share. You don't have to actually share it. You can just press copy. Press share and then copy the link, and that's all you need to do. But it would be very, very good if you could do that for me. Help the algorithm, all 6 of you.
Button for more.
The scale of illegal immigration and its
Look at
impact
that. Look at that. That says it all, right? That fucking says it all. Look how empty the house is.
Button for more.
The scale of illegal
There's no one
immigration.
there. No one's listening to him.
Button for more.
The scale of illegal immigration.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on the opposite bench. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. So there's 11 ministers in there. 11 ministers. It's not even the normal guy, the speaker. That's a woman. In fact, that looks to be like a coloured woman. Doesn't look like she was born in England, maybe. Sat there as Speaker of the House. DEI in the House of Commons, ladies and gents.
And its impact on our country is simply not understood in this Parliament, nor do most members even care. British people are genuinely scared. Women are frightened to go into their towns alone. Parents...
You can tell that he is like... He'd like to be speaking to the entire House, and he's not. He's speaking to 10 other MPs. Nobody thought it was important enough.
Parents are terrified to let their children walk to school. It's getting worse and worse and worse. The British people...
Sorry. There you go. Sorry about that. My fault.
People are not stupid. They can see their communities radically changing, and they can feel their streets.
Yeah, the woman is the House Speaker. Where's she from? Looks like she's, well, I don't know. But where's she from? Was she born here? Was she here? I'm not even there. Was she born in England? Wouldn't surprise me if she wasn't.
Streets becoming more unfamiliar, more dangerous, more menacing. All whilst the Home Office deliberately conceals the true extent of the change from our citizens. I am contacted by dozens and dozens of women who genuinely fear for their lives, and they feel ignored by this place. Ignored by those who are supposed to represent and protect them. Ignored and abandoned.
Right. So the women don't really feel any different to the fucking anybody else. Everybody feels ignored and abandoned by the House of Commons and every fucking minister in it. And rightly so, they've got an even, the ladies have got an even bigger, better, more important reason to be listened to and to be heeded. But at the end of the day, it's just the people generally. They don't even distinguish between male and female. They just, with a scum that they're ruling over, and they really don't give two shits. I mean, honestly, I don't think Rupert Lowe gives two shits. This is just a good horse. He's found himself a good horse to ride. I don't trust any MPs. Don't care what their fucking name is. Don't care where they're from. Don't care how long they've been here, how long they've been an MP. I don't care. If they're an MP, they're not to be trusted. If they're an MP, they're a compulsive pathological liar. Rupert Lowe, good or bad? No. MP, he is a liar. Otherwise he wouldn't be there. You have to be. You have to be a liar. You have to be able to lie convincingly to be able to become a member of parliament. So
thrown to the wolves in pursuit of some sick, multicultural experiment that is being forced on our people. One that has very real-world consequences. What happened just yesterday? 2 Afghan illegal migrants jailed.
I've never mentioned this before, but my dad's best friend, who died years ago. He died from peritonitis, which is what nearly killed me in 2010. Burst stomach, basically a burst intestine. He went into surgery, had surgery, and they accidentally nicked his intestine, and and they didn't catch it. They didn't realise what they'd done, or something. And he I don't know how it happened exactly, but he died of peritonitis. Guess what he did? Guess what his job was? It really is a shame he's not still alive. But his job was all of these microphones, all of the little speakers, basically the sound system in the House of Commons and in the House of Lords as well, I think, but in the House of Commons particularly. His company provided all of this, all of the microphones, and they did the sound system for the House of Commons. It's a damn shame he's not still alive. It'd be a really interesting. Actually, he wouldn't have been able to speak to me, would he? Wouldn't have been able to tell me anything, but still. My dad's best friend used to do the sound for the House of Commons.
For a schoolgirl. The footage exists. She filmed herself during the. Even the men's barrister warned it would lead to disorder if it was released, as it was so horrific.
They didn't release the footage. They didn't want the footage released because it was so horrific. And it's out there. You can see it. I've actually chosen not to watch it. I don't need to see that much detail of a young lady getting assaulted like that. I don't think anybody needs to see it. You know, it's not. Nobody actually needs to see that footage. But they definitely have to know that it exists, and they can go and be able to go and watch it if they want to. But the fact that it exists and they're saying, yeah, we can't. It's like they're just details. Oh no, we can't release the details about whatever, because if the people find out, it's gonna kick off. How many things do you think happen? How many things do you think have happened that we don't even hear a sniff of them? Not even a sniff of them, because if people heard, if people found out, then there would be hell to pay. It would be pitchforks and burning torches and pitchforks and serious consequences.
You're going to... The girl cried as she was dragged away. She screamed for help and begged not to be taken. One of the migrants with his hand. The Afghan men forced her to... She is heard screaming for help.
This is he's muted out certain words. That's why it's going quiet, because he's muted out the seriously provocative words.
She calls for her friends. She wants to go home. She's pleading for help from passers-by. None came.
I swear to God, if I'd been walking past and heard that going on, there would be somebody would be lying dead on the floor right now. It wouldn't be me. There's no way I'd be able to walk past and not respond, and I wouldn't respond in a very good way. Not very good for the individuals doing it, but I wonder how many people heard it and walked past. How many people?
Can you imagine her horror, her fear, her desperation? Think if it was your daughter. How would that make you feel? Honestly, think about that.
Would the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
He is making a very powerful introduction to his speech. He and I share profound concerns regarding the scale of illegal migrants in the UK and their ability to arrive here and disappear. The case he speaks of yesterday, the most disturbing thing for me is that we are being...
It's a shame that they all seem to be reading from fucking scripts. I do appreciate that people like to write things down so that they make sure that they say everything that they're, that they want to say. But something like this, mate, do they not kind of know it off by heart already? What they want to say? Because it's just, it's natural, it comes naturally, the responses and whatever. The fact that they're both stood there reading from their scripts, that's what it seems like. If we remember that Parliament is just a fucking theatre for the people, so that the people think that stuff's happening, people think that this fucking palaver show that's put on is actually real, and that anything's going to happen as a result of it. It would be much more powerful if they weren't needing to read from a fucking piece of paper right in front of their eyes that they can't take their eyes off of for more than a second.
gaslit by the media because these two Afghani boat arrivals were described as...
Unfortunately, Squirrel, I'm here right now. I'm here. So and I'm kind of stuck. We talked in October, back in beginning of October, 2.5 months ago. I was hoping to be back in the UK by now. Well, not really hoping, but you know, the plan was I would be back in the UK by now. And me and Rox we had plans, and then what happens? Fucking Rox gets taken out. They've taken her out. She's still alive. She's still alive. Don't worry about that. But she's not well. She's in a lot of pain and a lot of discomfort, and she's been taken out. I've not spoken to her for 3 weeks, and then when I did, I've spoken to her. In fact, I haven't even spoken to her. I've had two text exchanges in the last 2.5 months. That's how bad it is. So that's just that's a coincidence, isn't it? It's an unhappy coincidence, correlation. They obviously the two things aren't connected at all, right? It would be ludicrous to think that something that happened deliberately to just completely knock us off our game. She's not, mate. She's not. She's. I'm only it's because I still haven't spoken to her. She is so, things are so bad, and she's so. She's so traumatized by it, and by the repercussions from it, because it's affected her work, her home life, everything. It's affected her entire life, and she's retreated into a cave, and she doesn't even want to talk to me, her best friend. They've done a fucking number on her. The doctors, the surgeons, whatever, they've done a fucking number on her. But what a coincidence that just as things are, we're making plans, plans for me to come back to the UK before Christmas. And we had a lot of stuff we were going to get done. A lot of things we were going to do once I was back in the UK. There's a lot of stuff we were going to do. And Rox was Rox was my ticket, because I was going to go and stay with her. And yeah, now that's all off the table at the moment. They've put the kibosh on. Well, what's happened has put the kibosh on that. That's just a coincidence.
As being from Leamington, they're not from Leamington. Would you agree with me that women and girls are less safe in this United Kingdom now, today, than they were 5 years ago because of this race now?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I completely agree with what you're saying. The girl was then pushed to her knees.
Look at the state of that.
What you're saying. You don't remember her.
Look at the state of that. Bottom left hand corner. In fact, let's just fucking look at the state of all of them, shall we? Let's look at the state of all of them. Who was it that was saying? I think it was Casper, pointing out how these are all the same people that were around when we were growing up, when we were children. Children. These dickheads were doing what they're doing. They haven't let go. None of them can let go. Tony fucking Blair. These boomers cannot let go and pass the reins. Is that because... Why is that? Do we not have a whole... I mean, is there not a pond of young MPs chomping at the bit to get in there and start making some change? Dana, how you doing? I do have parents. I have two awesome parents, but that's not an option. Yeah, it's not an option. They live in a tiny little house. Tiny little house that they... In fact, I'm not even sure what the situation is now because as far as I understood it, they worked for this couple. Excuse me. They worked for this couple, multi-millionaires who had property, and they had a little cottage, and so Dad was the handyman, and Mum cleaned the house, and was I think she was like they worked as chefs as well, because they're both really good. They're both really good in the kitchen. So I think they used to cook for them and stuff as well. But Dad's been really ill, and like he had a bad fall, and he's busted his hip, broken his leg, busted his hip, and had to have a hip replacement and his leg and that. Squirrel, no worries, mate. Have a lay down, mate. Have a good rest. Drink lots of water. And fresh orange juice. Freshly squeezed orange juice. You know, man. But I'll tell you what. If you're still there, dude. Isn't it a coincidence as well? Because I know you'd put up that... When did you post that... prevention is better than... What was it you said? Hang on. Right. When did you start feeling bad, Squirrel? When did you start feeling bad? Was it in the last couple of days, or had you already started feeling bad, and that's why Ah, right. Okay. I mean, it just sucks, doesn't it, that we're we make claims about stuff and then get our asses kicked. That's it, is it? Oh, I've not been 8 years. I've only been sick 3 times in 8 years. Sick being having more than just a stuffy nose and a bit of a cough and a headache. Sick being proper wiped out in bed for 3 days or more with fever and all of it, the whole 9 yards. So now it's 4 times for me. 4 times. But everybody, this is what is bugging me now. Everybody has come down with something. Everybody here has come down with something in the last week. And they'll say, contagious. People think they caught it off somebody else. So I caught this off that. No, we caught it from the air. That's where we caught it from. It came down, it floated down out of the shit that's coming out of the back of those planes. It came down, and that is what, as far as I'm concerned, that's what. Because it's really easy for me here, because it doesn't rain very much. It doesn't rain very often. But every single time it does rain, I get symptoms afterwards. And sometimes, most of the time, they're just mild symptoms. But 4 times now, they've not been mild. They've been heavy, bad symptoms. Dr. E, how you doing, man? Mysterious, not really good to see you. No way. Seriously? 75? Go on. You're nearly as old as Tony Drake. I think Tony's the oldest. My oldest viewer and participant, Tony Drake, is 77. And I remember that because I was born in 77. But yeah, so he's 77. You're 75. That's the same age as my dad. That means you were born in 1950. Are you, sorry to, like, you don't have to answer, but I'm pretty sure you will. Are you male or female? I'm going to go, I'm thinking that you're a lady. But I might be very wrong. Jambro, how you doing? Good to see you. The link's pinned, and as always, waiting keenly for somebody to come and join me on the panel so we can have a good old chinwag about this stuff. $45, Jambro, 45. I'm 48. No, you're not. Don't know. I think you're around the same age as me. It wouldn't surprise me if we were actually born literally like around the same time. No, yeah, late 70s. I'm going to say you're definitely mid to late 70s, I reckon. But I might be wrong. I don't think we've ever talked about it. I've never asked you to. I don't think I've ever asked you to disclose 631 months. I like that. Days is better, man. You should put it in days or moons. How many moons are you? I'd like to go back to the old that old terminology. So we can say many moons ago. $59, 11 years on me, Dr. E. And yes, sinuses. Sinuses freaking suck. That's what caused me the most discomfort and pain, like actual pain. It felt like I had two rocks on either side of my head, inside my skull, pushing against my brain. That's what it felt like. And I could be laid down, and if I sniffed, it made it even worse, man. And then there'd be this little pop, and the pressure would release. I'd be like, what was that? And I have to sit up and like try and clear my sinuses out. Dom, how you doing, mate? I started watching that video yesterday. In fact, I might share it actually and play that in a minute. That video that you shared. I said enjoy yesterday. No, see, that's Dr. E. It did not help me to lay on my back. That made it worse. Sitting up was the only way to relieve my sinus pressure. And if I bent over, oof, felt like my head was going to explode. I think JP, we need to get hazmat suits, right, for when it rains. If we all walked around in hazmat suits, I bet we'd be a lot better. When it rained, I mean. When it rains. I've still got my right nostril, or my right sinus, is still a little bit still blocked, but there's no massive pressure build up. Right, I think it's more just the top of the nose instead of right deep into the sinus. But like on Monday, when I streamed on Monday, I came back too soon. I was feeling better, but I didn't actually feel like I was. I didn't feel like I was improving. It just felt like it was like it had backed off a little bit, but I didn't feel like it was gone. Whereas today, I feel much, much, much better. I feel, it might have something to do with the dreams I had as well. That's the other thing. The last few days, I've been dreaming loads. And that, like, I haven't remembered all of them, But if you remember or not, I've said I don't dream. I do not dream. I haven't dreamt, like, there's been a couple, right, I don't remember dreaming, basically. Since my car accident, I have a dream, if I'd be waking up, you know, whatever time, I wake up, and I know that I'd woken up from a nightmare that had just, it was an anxiety dream, because I wake up and I'd be like drenched in sweat and feeling anxious and still feeling like I was in the dream without knowing what the dream was, but I couldn't remember the dream, right? And never any good dreams. Didn't have any good dreams. If I did remember them, they were either just nothing dreams or bad, right? Horrible. Well, I only really remember that the last two dreams. It was one dream, but I woke up. I was dreaming, and I woke up. I went to the toilet, went back to sleep, and I carried on the same dream. That hasn't happened for a really long time either, right? My dreams haven't been it wasn't Armageddon. My dream was really, it's really good. Well, not really good. It was just the things that happened in it were really good. The dream itself, like the setting within the dream, was not good. It was shit. What was going on was shit, but what happened in the dream was pretty good. Oh look, we got Queen Stephanie in the back. That must be Queen Stephanie. Only Queen Stephanie would come in with a name like that. Oh, sat there desperately waiting for me to bring her up. Yeah, bye-bye, Stephanie. Bye-bye. Still waiting for you to come here, mate. It'll be really easy to find me. All you got to do is fly to Tenerife South, right, and then come to Las Americas, and let me know you're here, and we can meet up. It'll be really easy. I'm still waiting, and I shall be delighted to meet you. If you do ever have the balls to do it, dude, I shall be delighted to meet you. So please, because trust me, if I had the funds, I'd be on a plane and I'd come and visit you. If money wasn't an option, it wasn't an issue, I'd be there tomorrow, mate. Especially the mood that I've been in the last couple of months. It would be fantastic to meet you. Yeah, if anybody wants to send me enough money to be able to go and visit Queen Stephanie, Stephen, I'm not gonna dignify it any more than that. We all know who it is. Stephen. It's not actually an alt, Rock Dog, but yes. No, that's just how I refer to her. Yep.
Her intervention, I completely agree with what you're saying. The girl was then pushed to her knees before being another, one of too many.
I don't think we need to listen to any more of that, do we? JP, have you got some new earphones yet? I haven't spoke to you for ages, mate. You should jump up. I don't think Squirrel's going to make it. He's gone back to bed, hasn't he? Eat some wasabi. Do you know what, mate? Wasabi or even English mustard. A good old dose of English mustard. That should clear it out, shouldn't it? I watched an American yesterday, actually. This American guy went over to the UK and got a steak, great big dollop of English mustard on it. I don't think he realised English mustard is a lot hotter than you think it is. Oh, go on, boys. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is actually comedy yet or not. Like, if it's meant to be comedy, but they have put a bit of a laugh. You know, I'm guessing it is. Stop the Boats Media. What is this, man? Let's have a look at the comments. Freedom isn't free. That's an absolute definite. Freedom is not free. You have to fight for it. And if you don't fight for it, and you're complacent about it, and take it for granted, they'll take it away. Inch by inch. All of the comments that I see about anything nowadays are everybody's coming from the same side. Like, you get people posting things about Israel, you look in the comments and see what's said about it. And when are you going to grow up, Stephanie? The next time I speak to you will be face to face. Do you understand? The next time I speak to you will be face to face. It won't be any other way. So either you're going to get your ass over here and fucking come and see me, or I'm going to come and see you when I got the money. But you brag about how much fucking money you've got. It should be and you actually bragged about how it wouldn't be anything, no skin off your nose. Well, prove it, sunshine. I'm waiting. Its name is Stephen. So, but, you know, its testosterone levels and testicular size and even existence of a penis is all debatable. But oh God, you're hilarious, mate. You're absolutely hilarious. It keeps joining with different names. Is this how you're going to spend your time? Go on, carry on then. Carry on. I'll play with you, but that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to play around with you. You've got about as much chance of getting up on this panel as I have of winning the lottery. Like I said, mate, next time we speak, we'll be face to face. Or not at all. Or never again at all. So, the ball's in your court. You know where the island is. I've told you which airport to fly to. You come to Las Americas and let me know you're here. I'll be there in 10 minutes, mate. 10 fucking minutes. You sit there rubbing yourself. You're not getting up on this panel. You just sit there and rub yourself a little bit more. Imagine what I'd be like when you do actually stand there looking up into my face. Because that's what you'll be doing. You'll be looking up. You will have to look up at me because you're so much fucking smaller than me. Just because you're a lot fatter than me means nothing, mate. Just because you weigh over 200 pounds of fat and blubber, that means nothing, unfortunately. Unless you manage to actually like get me down on the ground and sit on me, it's the only way you're gonna ever get one over. Angry Casper, how you doing, mate? Why don't you come and join me? What? Unban all the mods from flows. What do you mean? All the mods have banned you? Oh, this is a flow raid. Haha, what's up? What's up? How you doing, people? Well, if it's a flow raid, I expect somebody to come and join me. And Stephanie, you can keep trying as much as you want. Try as hard as you can. Nobody's coming up on this panel unless they've shown me who they are on the camera, and that includes anybody that I know, because obviously I'm not stupid and you're here. So that unfortunately means that everybody's going to have to get checked before they come up. London Man, how you doing, mate? Come and join me, dude. Anybody that's not Queen Stephanie is welcome up on this panel. If you want to come up on this panel, just flick the camera on for me, dude. Just quick. Oh no, you don't do that. But he's not quick enough. He's not quick enough to get your...
Put me down. Put me down for a second. Just...
It's black. I can't... Oh no, the add to screen is in the way. I want to see your face, dude. Let me see your face, man. Come on, we've known each other long enough. All right, I see you now. What's up, buddy? I appreciate that, man.
Yo. Yeah.
I really appreciate that, dude. That's the first time I've ever seen you. Yeah.
Yeah. I have like a goatee, I think, at the moment, but shadows, I guess.
I thought it was just a mustache, but yeah.
And now I grow my shit real quick. Like my shit grows in like a day.
Serious?
Yeah. Like my beard, it's like Eastern European shit, bro. I had a beard when I was like 12. Not really, but you know. I had the gay beard, you know, the little beard shit. Really, like,
is
I had
that
the problem.
Eastern?
Yeah, bro. Serbian as fuck. Like I have chest hair and shit. Like
you know, chest hair.
Man. Yeah.
Rah. I think I've got about 12. I've got about 12 chest hairs. If they're still there, they might not be there anymore. In fact, I think they've fallen out.
Apparently, it's a sign of high testosterone or some shit. I don't give a fuck. Whatever the fuck that means. Explains my attitude, I guess. What, no one from Flores wants to come up here? We had an interesting argument about trying to define both, fuck, what was that? Because, how did Joffler put it? It wasn't nationalism, it was like patriotism. His question was, it's like, do the ICE people who are rounding up and following the law, are they the patriots or the people who are trying to keep the spirit of America, which is like anyone's welcome, free? You know what I mean? And then like Brick asked them, like, are you American or not? And Joe's like, I'm not, but I am. It was so weird. But to me, it's like, yeah, how do you define nationality? It was real, yeah. I'm not reading chat though. But what was I going to say? Here's another topic you may like when you were covering the video, because everyone's trying to work out like how to define the holy or unholy or whatever the fuck you call it. It drives my fucking brain in, right? Like having the whole this conversation over it.
I've always had an issue with that word. I've always had an issue with that word, holy.
No, I it's like, how do you define God, big G, little G? Like, I'd like, fuck that conversation. That's what I was trying to be inflammatory on purpose. I'm not sure if the coach should on your channel because you're not monetized. No, I mean, sorry, I'm going to reword that because obviously I'm tipsy. I'm getting there. What was I going to say? Wait a sec. Private chat.
Yeah, look in the private chat. Look, if can you see in the private chat? Well,
they have to come up to read private chat. Fuck them. What was I going to say?
Can you see Queen Stephanie's? Can you see Queen Stephanie's little spurge? In the
just gives a shit. Fuck drama. Fuck it.
No, just so everybody can see just how together this lad has it, because he's got it so together, man.
What
he's
triggered him?
A pillar of sanity. Hang on, right, stop screen.
Why did he get triggered?
Eh?
Why was he triggered?
Because I won't let him up.
Well, if you don't think like super simple. Well, first of all, you knew me before I ever came up here. Like we spoke before then, right? And I have a pretty unique voice. Well, do I? I don't know. Whatever. Fuck, who'd make me? Bro, I can't do Inception, dude. I can't do Inception.
Oh, that's what I was trying to do. Hang on. Let's switch the comments off there. Right, here we go. That came up with the name Die Loser Broke Bitch.
Why would you?
Ha. Where little bitch, broke ass bitch, loser, die. Like he's gonna. You gotta be careful there, Stephanie, because your blood pressure, right? You're carrying too much weight, and that sort of blood pressure, that like. You can't. You've obviously clearly from your face, because I've seen you've clearly got blood pressure issues, right? So you really need to try and chill more. You need to maybe take yourself to a nice channel that's just got some nice classical music playing and some birds and some trees and some lake and a nice waterfall or something. And you need to chill out, mate. Because you're going to give yourself a heart attack being like that.
Why was he triggered?
Oh, because basically, because as much as it would be impossible for him to actually ever admit it, he is such a jealous little bitch. He's always been the little fat kid, right, that never got in with the cool lads. Was never able to be part of the cool group. He was always made fun of, ostracized, pointed at and laughed at. That's been his life, right? So now he finds him. Now, like all sad people that had a life like that. He feels like he has some sort of power and authority now on the internet because and because he's got, or maybe he hasn't. He's actually a I heard, this might not be real, but might not be true, but I did hear that he is he's a diagnosed schizophrenic. So,
is he a regular here?
No, not a regular.
Oh
God, no. No, the first time I ever came across his channel was when Barbie contacted me. Like, she was going nuts because she'd just come off this stream. He made a whole video about me, like, ages ago. He made a hit piece on me, basically ripping into me for asking for donations, accusing me of trying to sell the truth and all of that, all those stupid tropes that come out. And I ignored him, and I ignored his video, and that drove him fucking insane.
But now you're doing the thing. It's like, we're just
I'm not doing anything, dude. I'm not doing anything. He's coming in here, and I'm having a little, kicking some sand up. But yeah, I'm not. Like, what's up, London? How you doing, mate?
What's going on, my man? How we doing? Mic check.
Yep,
I
we
have
hear you,
questions
dude.
for London, man. Like, what the hell is going on over there, dude? Like, I'm part of the whole, what do you call it? What the fuck is Australia, New Zealand, and England thing? Because we have a different thing. Anzac, I guess? But it's not Anzac. Anzac is Australia and New Zealand, but we did the whole Gallipoli thing. So it's like, I kind of care, because it's like your princes always come here and shit, right?
I've always thought that New Zealand was literally like a sister island. It's the UK. It's a different, because the weather's supposed to be similar, isn't it? The weather's similar to the UK. It's it's spectacular scenery, but like, it's very green in New Zealand.
Well, kind of. We have the whole Alps thing, but who cares? Bro, it's Mordor. Like, whatever the fuck you want, you can get. You can go skiing, and then like an hour later go what do they call it? Surfing.
Surfing, yeah.
You can actually do that sometimes.
I was thinking about moving to New Zealand instead of Australia, because it was like, I thought back then in the 90s, New Zealand seemed just like a better version of the UK.
That's a different conversation.
Oh, I don't think it's a better version of the UK now. Only location-wise, like, and it's got more, the scenery is more spectacular. And like you said, you can go skiing one day, or go skiing in the morning, and then go surfing in the evening.
Well, yeah. In a few places, you actually can do that. It's kind of crazy. But we have like, what do you call it? The bottom, because it's two tectonic plates. There's a lot of earthquakes, and there was another topic about Pangea. And it's funny enough, there is a video on YouTube. It pops up in my feed once every 10 years. Like, you can see the biggest fault movement that's lateral. So what happens is, like, you'll have a creek bed, right? And the tectonic plates would shift, and the creek bed would die out, and then the new one would start. Does it make sense? So you could actually see like how much it moved, how much the two tectonic plates shift.
Basically, it churns the earth up on top, basically.
Yeah, kind of, and it's kind of crazy, because it's like Rocky had this theory about, it's like how fast the Pangea fall apart. It's, bro, just shut the fuck up. Like, I don't mean you disagree a lot on science, but it's like, there is some scientific shit you can go and see with your own eyes. Like, here's an interesting example. Oh, yeah, sorry, go on, London. I'm in New Zealand, so I'm like, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. With the Pangea stuff, I think they're just telling us how the water divides. I don't think continents drifted. I think it's the illusion of when the water came up, and it just gives you the illusion of things are separated. But as they speak about the waters dividing, land from
Your
land,
mic's
or
fucking out, by the way.
Yeah, that's weird. That's giving some weird robotic burps while you're talking. Also, London, you sound different. You sound, yeah, different. You still sound like you, but you don't. It's a bit weird.
Different device, maybe.
now is it still robot-y?
Yeah,
no.
It's called borging, right?
Yeah, it's borging out.
Sorry, I'm at work, fellas.
Yeah. No, it's all right, mate. No worries. You're on. I think you're on a Bluetooth as well.
Here's an interesting one for you. There's these pillars, I think somewhere in South America. I can go look it up. And like it's like lava that was part of one continent, and then when it moved or eroded away, it has different fauna on top to anything else below it because it came from Africa, and it's like in the middle of South America. Yeah, like you can't dispute this shit. It's malicious ignorance. You have to be careful with that because, like, it's not just that it fits. You can literally see the mineral deposits.
I think we can dispute
carry on another.
I think we can dispute the method or cause of those movements. We can absolutely dispute that, but we can because we can't.
That's it.
The thing is, dude, that we make these claims as to what's, the makeup of the earth, the mantle and the crust, the mantle, the right down to the core, and they've made these claims, but we've never actually managed to drill any deeper than 7.5 miles. That is the deepest anybody's ever been, according to what's actually. But maybe they have gone deeper than that, right? Because they talk about these tunnels and stuff that are 30, 40 kilometers underground. But that again is that's just stories that we're hearing, isn't it? We don't.
Just stop for a second. It's not just that; it's pressure too. Like, you realize that, right? It's like the shit that went down, you had water. Water's different, obviously, okay? But it's like the pressure from the matter around the water made the thing combust, okay? So it's like if you're digging down, like even today, like when you go work under the ground, it's hot. Like you can go to a mine, go under the ground and feel this heat. Like, okay, the reason why it's a bit of a landmine for this topic. Let's not even touch it. It's because, like, being a Kiwi, we had to study tectonic processes because we literally, like, I have volcanoes I can see outside my house. Do you get what I mean? Like, we have Rangitoto, like, which is like a cone. Like, we used to have one of the world wonders was in New Zealand and got destroyed when fucking Taupo exploded. I think it was Taupo that fucked up the terraces, I'm pretty sure. Like pink and white stone, right, which was marble, and then lava just flooded on top of it. Like I went to Rupeho for a holiday, and you can smell the sulfur. And when you're there for a day, like you don't smell it anymore. But when first time you go over there, it just smells of sulfur.
So basically, what you're saying is it's easy to see why conclusions can have been jumped to. Right, because we can smell sulfur and it's really fucking hot down here. Well, that just confirms that everything's molten underneath.
Well, it's not molten. Like I wouldn't call it plasma. That's kind of weak. Like, bro, there's a whole science for this shit. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not my expertise. You know what I mean? Like, I know enough.
Okay. But we also know that from the results of that tunnel that was dug. I think it was in Russia, wasn't it?
I think Russians. I can Google it.
7.5 miles, 12 kilometers, whatever it was, right? And while they were digging down, they found that it was not made up. That the earth was not that what they dug through did not comport with what they thought it was going to be like, right? So that little experiment in itself proved that what they believed up until that point wasn't right. They went through pockets. They went through, the rock was different
12 kilometers.
to what they were expecting.
What's 12 kilometers in miles for the American retards?
7.5 miles.
12 meter to kilometer. Bro, Google AI, by the way. Mile. Yeah, 7.59.
Hey.
No, well done, sir. I was just being pedantic. I get. Well, I mean, we can bring up the Google thing for it if you really want. Koala super deep borehole, I think it's what it's called, right? Yeah. Let's ask Google if you really want to go there. Because, like, I read about this shit once, twice.
I can see everybody talking to Rocky. Rocky's not backstage, and Rocky is still hidden.
Yeah, jump
as
off,
you
Rocky.
can, as you can see, right? You can all see the comments up on the screen. Rocky's not being kept from the comments on the screen. That's not me doing that. He doesn't appear anywhere to me as 007. He doesn't appear anywhere. The only way I can see him is if he goes into the Magic Tree House, and then I can see him and he can see me. But if I write anything, he can't see any of my messages that I post. We're blocked from each other, and I've checked. I'm not blocked. I haven't blocked him. He's not on my block list.
Who gives
Queen Stephanie is.
But all the time. The whole suck. Like, if he did that, it's his fault. Then you should Google how to fix it. Record. So blah, blah, blah. So why did they stop? The drilling ended in 1995 due to lack of funding. The scientific team was transferred to the Federal State University subsidiary enterprise, whatever, downsized and given a task of studying what the fuck they found in the exposed section. The scientific team was dissolved and the equipment was transferred, whatever, they got liquidated. And then the company that bought them out got liquidated again, and the site was abandoned. It is still visited by sightseers who report the structure over the borehole has been partially destroyed or removed. The United States had a similar project, dubbed Project Moho. I'll bring that one up. Oh, bro, I'll give you the links if you want to bring them up. I'm sorry, chat. Why am I talking? This is the first one, and this is the American version. Like, let's find out what the Wikipedia quoted shit. So basically, Russians ran out of money. Let's see what the Americans did.
Right, but think about that. Deep that.
Controversy. A monk commented. Sorry, go ahead. Maybe you know more about it.
No, it's just I just think it's bullshit that they ran out of money. Really, right? You
Russians?
mean the money.
American
Putin. I've heard that Putin is actually the richest man in the world. Like his net worth is undisclosed.
It's okay.
Isn't it?
It's okay. This doesn't matter. Like, you have to have a run. Like, here's a funny argument for you. Okay, this is something I want to talk to Flo about if he's still listening, because it's like runoff. Because it's like you need X amount of money in order to do X amount of trade, right? And when there's less trade, you need less of it. Because each money, represents a unit of work or whatever, that you trade for goods and services. So it's like Putin having a shit ton of money. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all virtual. It's like, what's he going to do with it, bro? Take it to the afterlife? Like, it's bullshit. I don't mean it like that. It's like basically the amount of money you have is how much privilege you have. It's irrelevant whether you deserve it or not. Fuck. I'm gonna don't bring up the chat again because you brought it last time. Like, I had a bait for the people to come up here to see what I typed to you. Okay, so but you showed them this. Okay, not that I care, but all I'm saying is that. Okay, it's just for you. You heard me typing. Yeah. Hi.
What's that? So hang on.
See, that's all I said. Remember when you brought up?
Hang on. What am I? There's 3 links here. Which?
Sorry. The one was a copy. I want to paste it twice. So the second one is the American one. Because I would think there'd be more fucking... Like, let's find out. Because there was some controversy. Americans said the same shit. Russians just, Russians went deeper, but the Americans said their own shit, you know.
So is this just for me, or do you want me to share this?
No, bring it up, because I was, bring it up. If you want to, let's find out, like, what the fuck went wrong. Because if you're saying this is all bullshit, I want to know. Okay.
Well, no, I think the running out of money thing, right? I think that they didn't.
Russians, let's even think about it.
No, listen to me.
Okay.
I think the money was turned off. I don't think they wanted them to, because they were doing it officially. It was a scientific project. They were doing it officially as a scientific published project.
Yeah.
They don't want to release that information to the people. They realize from what was being what from the results that they got, that they were not going to, that it wasn't going to tell the story that they wanted it to tell, right? It didn't fit the narrative. The story clearly didn't fit the narrative. And if they continued, it was just going to blow the narrative further out of the water. So they turned off the taps. They said, no, well, sorry, can't do it anymore. Haven't run out of money, shut it down, right? But I think that there's definitely, it's going on in secret.
Well,
they know what's down there.
Okay. Listen, Richard, for the sake of arguing on that panel, okay, because everyone loves people fighting. Like, all I'm saying is, it's like, you gotta be careful, because people usually talk about this like landing on the moon. It's like, there are people out there who you could literally pull out of the planet, okay, send them to Mars and say, look, cunt, it's a fucking ball, and they'll still say, nah, bro, I'm just stripping it some drug. Like, at some point, you gotta be careful.
Right, listen.
Let's find out.
Listen. If it were possible, which it's not, but if it were possible for me to get on a fucking rocket, fly out to Mars, and come back again, and let everybody know what I'd seen, that's exactly what I'd do. And if it was possible to leave space and go to Mars, and I experienced that, I'm not going to lie about it. I'm going to say, yeah, absolutely, I was fucking wrong, mate. I was absolutely wrong. But
right, chicks don't get that. They change the thing. Up to you. It's like chicks don't understand that. Like, chicks wouldn't do that. I'd do it tomorrow, Bob. I'm too old for that shit. Like, Elon, if you need a guy to go to Mars,
I don't actually care what the answer is. I'm not invested in a model. I don't care what the answer is. I'm not desperate to know either. But like, I want to know enough. Like, it's important enough that whatever the answer is,
you know the whole astronomy is rewriting itself, which I'm surprised you didn't fucking see that shit. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit now. It's like a crisis in astronomy at the moment. You have to kind of believe the science. Okay, fuck you, I'm kidding.
I've been watching Sabrina. I can't remember what her name is. She's a physicist. She's been kicked out.
The short hair cunt. She has short hair. Looks Russian.
With glasses, and she's
I know she's interesting.
I've shared. Yeah, she is interesting. She's unfortunately, obviously, she says things that I sort of go, oh dear, never mind.
It's okay. Right. It's okay. But, you gotta listen to everyone, dude.
But the point is, she is absolutely willing to recognise, and she does, and this is why they hate her, because she's called it out. The fact that science isn't science anymore.
Yeah, but no, the best one to listen to, like, actually, in my humble opinion, okay, it feels to me like, is Anatoly, the Russian guy I sent you. The guy that goes, hello, wonderful person. Like, he's fucking, like, every time he sees something that's a sensationalist, like, go check him, okay? Because he's called out so much shit. Like,
drop a link.
I'll find it.
So I can...
I'll find it.
Because I do, I appreciate I appreciate real scientists, right? And just people. All I care about is the truth. And if I'm, there are people out there who are scientists who feel the same way. All they care about is the truth. The trouble is, their industry shuts them up as soon as they start trying to speak the truth. So, and as soon as it starts going against the narrative, they close it down. that's one of the things that Sabrina has recognized, is the fact that the narrative, as soon as you start poking holes in the structure of the narrative, it's that they turn.
Do you want a black pill that I never took? Because some of them I'm like, this is irrelevant to what I give a fuck about. So there's this black pill, which is like, where does the oil originate from? So this was like, there's a third set of holes that got dug, right? For them trying to work out if the creation of oil is like a self-sustaining natural process, or if it's all, organic decayed matter. If that makes sense. And half a reasoning for this is because there's this like, if the tectonic plate movement, and it is in my opinion true, there's this recycling, because the floor that exists on the underground, like eventually, okay, given infinite time, is going to get melted back down, like it's going to fall off the crust, if that makes sense. That's the Russian one. Close the Russian one, because fucking they just ran out of money. Okay, they just had a bigger thing. Who gives a fuck? They beat Americans by how much? But the other link is better. The project
Wikipedia.
That's the American one. But I don't know. It was the first shit I found. I mean, let's find out what the narrative is.
Oh, what the Wikipedia narrative is?
Yeah, that's why I said inverted. Remember, like ages ago, like Wikipedia, inverted Wikipedia. But like, if we bring it up, like, I'm curious, because there was a controversial. English is fluent, right? 2 a.m.
Project Mohole was attempted in the early 1960s to drill through the Earth's crust to obtain samples of the. You pronounce that for me.
Okay, I'm actually going to do it. Mohorovicic. Carry on. Mohorovicic. Okay, see how that's the C with the 2 above?
Yeah.
It's ch, and the one with the single one is ch, and the rest you read like one letter for one sound. So m or h or r or v I ch I ch. So like in Slavic, there's like in English too. There's a vowel in between each consonant.
But ch and ch do sound very similar to each other.
No, it's different. Ch 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 ch.
Right.
Ch. It's a very like the one I had trouble with in English is the th, because we don't have that sound. To us, it's just t, but English have 2. You have t and you have th. Or like V. You have funny V's. Like some people will go vampire and some will go vampire, because they have the same problem. Like Asians have.
But anyway. Russians will go vampire.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Vampire. Like they'll fuck up the V. Because it's a little bit different.
Because V and like W didn't exist, did it?
Correct.
Well, it was it is double V. W. That's why. That's why it's called W in Spanish at least. Italian, Spanish. The Romance languages.
The other Latin subculture.
So there's discontinuity, usually called the Moho discontinuity, Moho boundary, or just Moho, is the boundary between the crust and the mantle of the Earth. It's defined by this distinct change in velocity of seismic waves as they pass through changing densities of rock. The Moho lies almost entirely within the lithosphere, the hard outer layer of the Earth.
Just for a second, because the lithosphere. So you know how the stratosphere, like we have the things. So there's the same things exist when you go underneath the Earth. For the Americans, okay, you're educated.
This is the lithosphere just here. What we'd.
Yeah, and then there's mantle and core, etc. The ones from the movies.
Right. Right.
Sorry.
It's the boundary between the crust and mantle in the Earth is defined by the distinct change of velocity. The Moho lies almost entirely within the lithosphere. Only between the mid-ocean ridges does it define the lithosphere, asthenosphere boundary, the depth at which the mantle becomes significantly ductile.
It starts moving, fluid.
Right. The Moho discontinuity is 5 to 10 kilometers, 3 to 6 miles below the ocean floor, and 20 to 90 kilometers, 10 to 60 miles beneath typical continental crusts, with the average of 35 kilometers, 22 miles. Named after the pioneering Croatian seismologist Andrija Mohorovičić.
Andrea, it'll be Andrea. Wait, highlight
Andrea.
it. Andrea. Because he's Andrea, yeah. Andrea Mohorovičić. It's a hard one, bro.
The Moho separates both the oceanic crust and the continental crust from the underlying mantle. The Moho discontinuity was first identified in 1909. Oh,
bro! The whole Balkans actually, because there's another one. There's another one that we also did, by the way, which is the I think the La Nina, the other effect is by it too, and there's the other one which is the ocean one. Like, because okay, the reason this happened, here's another topic for it, is because a lot of the Russians, when their elite would fuck off to Serbia, I guess, for some strange reason, and this especially got accelerated after communism came into power, because the Romanovs got all killed, and art became nonsense. So all their elite and educated people were anti-communist, so they all came to Serbia, and because of that, you got Tesla, because Russians started those great universities, and it's interesting because it's like, when you look at it as an American, like, they don't understand this. To them, it's just white culture. It's like, bro, Europeans hate each other. Like, you guys are just so dissolved from it. You call it racism. Like, a Croat and a Serb hate each other. We're both Slavs. And look at what Russians and Ukrainians are doing. And now I'm going to shit on British. Like, fucking Sunday, Friday, you know what I mean? Like
right.
No.
But dude, Russians and Ukrainians actually generally don't, like, they, well, it's different now, obviously, but before, you know, even from 2004, even after 2014, Russians and Ukrainians didn't hate each other.
No, they never did.
It's the administration that's put in this hatred onto the Russians.
Okay, so here's a funny one for you. So it's like, this is kind of a replay. It's like Croats, because this came up on Flows too. Somebody mentioned it, and they correct. I think it was the Czech, like the fucking not.
I didn't see Flows. I didn't wake up until gone 10 o'clock, and then I went live straight away, so I missed Flows.
That's fair. Just for the people who are here, and you may want to. Maybe I'm begging them to come up here if they want to talk about it, because it's like in Slavs, you have Poles, which were Catholics, and you have Croats, which are Catholics, and then the same thing is in Ukraine, which is much bigger. So right now, basically, not Catholics. Okay, it's a little bit different because it's more ideological, came into power, and they said, fuck Orthodox religious, what do you call it, institutions. Make Russian language legal. They were doing some stupid shit. And there's this great clip of Putin, like 5 or 6 years before the conflict started. So, like, do you guys realize what you've done? Like, you have no idea what you just did. And then Russia just took over.
Oh, no, but they do. Dude, they do. They know exactly what they did.
Well, yeah, because they were building those lines for defense before the war ever started. Like, how fucking stupid is that? It's like, imagine if Mexico started building bunkers, or Canada started building bunkers between America and Canada. They just started building fucking bunkers. It's like, what the fuck are you cunts doing? Like, we just cut trees in between these two places. Like, seriously?
Or imagine if you're a country that. Imagine if you're a country that's that's had an agreement for decades that a certain group, you know, called NATO wouldn't expand and certainly wouldn't come any closer to your borders. You know,
it wasn't official. You know, it wasn't a constitution. But
it was a gentleman's agreement. It was like a gentleman's agreement, wasn't it? It wasn't. It wasn't actually written and signed in blood or anything. But it was more of a gentleman's agreement. Well, we're not dealing with gentlemen. This is the hilarious thing about it. We're not dealing with gentlemen. We're dealing with scumbags.
Yeah, because it's two different tribes. It's Catholics and Orthodox. That's it. It's that simple.
if people take a 30,000 foot view of what's going on and can see into the future, and not necessarily into the future, but could see up to present day, from the past into present day, and look at what's going on and be able to like, it's communism. Where does that come from? Who was the brainchild of fucking communism? Oh, it was a Jew.
Oh, bro, don't get me into this shit. I don't know anything about it. That's the other pill I never bothered.
Who's the brainchild of terrorism? Oh, it was a Jew. Not just one, many.
It existed before then.
I think it did exist. No, it existed. It existed before it was actually classed as terrorism, right? But do you know who it was that was committing that? They were all fucking Jewish. No, dude. That's what they. And I feel completely different. Listen, I feel completely differently about Sinn Féin, and
how do you pronounce it properly? Is a Brit? Sorry, I want to learn. How do you pronounce it properly? Is it because in England, in New Zealand, they told us it was Sinn Féin.
Sinn Féin.
Okay, cool. Sorry,
but I'm English, so I don't speak Irish or Gaelic, and I might be pronouncing it wrong. But as far as I'm aware, it's Sinn Féin.
Okay.
Sinn Féin. But so with what was his name? The leader who was now a politician.
Which one? They had two for each Friday or Saturday. What the fuck was the day? But what British did was fucking sad.
Hey, Rocky's come over into the magic tree house.
Yeah,
he's even got a magic tree as his thing. Was that already like that, or did you do that just for me, Rocky? You gonna come and join?
Yeah, come up, bro.
Come and join us, mate.
This isn't my topic. I'm scared of it because I don't know. Because I have a different take too, Richie. Here's the other thing. I think I said this on yours before. It's like, I think this was the crux of it. Okay, so it's like if you look at this as an organism, you're always going to need the nervous system. And in my opinion, I don't think them as a race. It's like look at well, I can't say that. Look at China. Okay. Well, I can't even say. I don't even want to say it to anyone. Like, I just think the elite or the control system is too old and has lost contact. So it's like the problem that you see them is the same problem every other group of people has. So it's like if you just pinpoint it to this, it's like it's kind of being hypocrites because everywhere's fucked. It's just greed and absence of religion. I'm done. I don't care.
Dude, what we're dealing with is a bunch of people that haven't learned the number one lesson that everybody has to learn in life, and that is when to let go. To know when to let go, and to let go, and to let others, get on with it. They don't want to let go. They've been in power for a very long time. And they do not want to let go of it. We got. Look at. I mean, it's Parliament, business.
They're all old.
Freaking. They are all old. Why? How is it that I'm 48 years old and we've still got the same ugly mugs? I'm still looking at the same ugly mugs, leading and ruling.
One day, like this is what's interesting. Here's a different topic. It's like TOS. Okay, it's like. If some of the things that people say today, whether they're true or not, like you couldn't say before. Like if anyone brought up to him, you're fucked. Right? See, Rocky, here's an interesting one for you. If you just start speaking about that whole thing, I'm just gonna shut up because it's not my expertise. And I'm not saying with you, it's like a message for everyone because I don't go on them in panels. It's like if you're not an expert on something, just shut the fuck up. So if you don't want to carry on with this, I'm just going to keep quiet. Probably pass up. But am I wrong, though? Rocky, it's like this is a problem everywhere. It's like we can't concentrate just on like a specific group of people. Like
no, it's a type of person.
Correct. I agree with you.
It's not a group of people. It's a type. It's the type. It's the people that...
sense of accountability.
Right.
It's funny, Dostoevsky had a cool one. This is how my dad stopped me from becoming a military man or a cop, okay? Because I asked him that when I was like 15, 16, and he's a bit of old man, this for my dad. He said, and I say this often, it's like a poet is going to see beauty in a prostitute, and a police officer would see a criminal in his son. I was his son, so it's like if he was a police officer, to him, he might view me as a criminal. But if you're a poet and your daughter is a 3 or 4, you're still going to find forgiveness. Gender in there has something that I'm sure Dostoevsky would make me want to talk about, but it's kind of true.
Rocky, give me a mic check.
Yeah, Rocky.
Fucking hell. Rocky, give me a mic check, please.
Maybe he lagged out and froze. But
Rocky, I'm not bringing you up here to just fucking not say anything. If I ask you to give me a mic check, give me a mic check. Either you can't hear me, and if you can't hear me, then there's no point in being up on a panel. But if you can hear me, give me a mic check. Okay. You're going to have to go out and come back in again, mate. You're going to have to go out and come back in again. Because obviously you can't hear me or you're ignoring me. Either way, there's no point in being on the panel. So go out and come back in again. We've still got 35 people. We've still got 35 people, so that means we must have at least 15 that are still here from Flows. If you've come over from Flows...
Everyone that came from Flows stayed, by the way, because that's about the number of people he had before he raided, just so you know. Like maybe 10 left.
I had about 15 or 20 people in there.
Yeah, see, he had
already,
about maybe 30 before he hit the raid, because he was playing music, and it kind of like took a while. A lot of people left before it wasn't a full raid. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Charlie, how you doing?
Pam. Yeah. What was we were talking about? Like, yeah, it's like so this. Oh yeah, here's an interesting one for you. Okay, here's a bit of a conspiracy one that I found kind of cool. Like, this is Menoswamp related.
Dude,
like,
we're bouncing around. We are bouncing around all over the place, and we haven't stopped and touched down on anything long enough to talk about it. We started talking about well, no, it wasn't even. We ended up talking about the Moho discontinuity to find out what the fuck that was. But we were talking about Project Moho.
Oh yeah, bring it back up, because Rocky came up. And yeah.
And Rocky, if you can hear me, obviously there was an issue with your sound because you weren't responding to me in any way. So you just need to give it another go, mate.
Yeah,
give it another go.
There wasn't like a conspiracy. It's kind of interesting because it's not that often. There was a conspiracy part. I'm kind of curious about it. This is just explain the
Project Moho.
Yeah, like why? Like, let's find out why it shut down officially. Okay, that's what we're interested about. Like, why did they stop?
Let's just get a mic check from Rocky before we do that. Rocky, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes. Right. How you doing? How you doing, mate?
All right. I'm doing pretty good.
You come over from Flows?
Yeah, I was over there.
Yeah, a lot of people left before you raided. Like, I wasn't full of shit. Like, you can ask Rocky.
Hey, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, let's find out why they shut it down. That's probably what you care about. Oh yeah, here's conspiracy. Like in the like there's some people whose information is getting let. Like, this information I knew, and it's only becoming mainstream and common knowledge now. And
what, like Young?
Like, no, not Young. Like this female wrote a book called Men on Strike, And all of a sudden, it's like all over my algorithm. And I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? And next thing I know, like people who I normally cover are covering her work. And I'm like, this is so fucking weird. But there's still people like, who cares? It's a different topic.
Well, I'm often questioning how organic our paths have been, right? Like we feel like I feel like I'm the one that's been, I've been following my nose, following this path, and what each thing has led on to the next thing, right? But how many? But we look at the things come up on my suggested, and then I find out a couple of days later that it's come up on everybody else's suggested as well.
Yeah, that's what I was just referring to. Exactly what you're saying. You just said it differently. Like I can give you the specific example. Like the ladies, it's she. I don't want to butcher her name. Okay, she switched on pretty early. She did a lot of legwork. Okay, she interviewed a lot of men. So it's like if you're a feminist in chat and you want to get triggered, you can either hit the link or go read her book. And she wrote a book called Men on Strike. And it's like, if you want to, and what's funny is old Joe brought up a thing, which was like, patriotism and all this other shit. And it's like, if men are on strike, there's not going to be anyone to be patriotic. Like, if you can't fucking, like, if you let your flag touch the ground in America, you're fucked. Like, it doesn't matter who the fuck I am. Like, you guys are fucked. You can't burn your flags, okay? Like, when you burn your flags, because I mentioned 3 things. It's like, top of my head that I mentioned were money, anthem, and flag. It's like the 3 foundations for a nation. And then you have the book of laws and state religion. Like, you can have other shit, but like old school people would paint themselves, okay? Or have a fucking thing they waved or a drum beat, and that's the tribe. What did they have? They had signage that was theirs in their form of currency, which was either good faith, okay, it depends on economics, who gives a fuck, and then you had the language they spoke, which is the anthem, and the words of it, which is the culture. Anyway, I'm done. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me rant. Yeah, I'm kind of tipsy. Carry on.
Well,
yeah, why did you start? Hold on. Do you have a take? Yeah, let him fucking rest his voice.
Casper, shut up for a sec. Let Rocky speak.
Of course. That's what I was going to do.
You were bringing up the Pangea, where you think when maybe the world used to be one continent and it divided into 7, and that's a new theory with this. What I'm looking into is that might have been not as long ago as they say. They say it's like millions and billions of years ago. The Earth divided.
Oh, I think it was thousands of years ago. I don't think it was millions of years ago. I think it's absolutely possible. Yeah. In fact, it's evident, right? There's evidence that points to it. But I think that still fits into a cataclysmic scenario, right? So if there is a cyclical event that takes place where basically everything resets every 522 to 700 and whatever it is, like every few hundred years, even if it's just every 138 years, something happens and it resets, right?
Well,
this doesn't go against you, Richard. This goes against.
Hang on, Rocky's mumbling away in the background. Rocky's mumbling away in the background, and we're never going to hear him.
Trying to finish my theory. I was going to finish it anyway. There's a new. Some people are studying the satanic, Satan's little season, and we think that maybe that the tribulation already happened, and that the world was at one time one one continent divided into 7, because it talks about during the tribulation there will be a great earthquake that like never happened before, that 1/3 of the world will be flooded and another third will be melted with fire. And so we think that happened maybe 1,250 years ago during the tribulation, and that shit's over, and we're finding evidence of it. That's all I have to say.
I mean, 1,250 takes us back to what, 7?
Takes us back to 76 AD, because they added 700 years to history.
And that was the fall of Solomon. That was when the Temple of Solomon was destroyed, around 72 AD or something, wasn't it? The second temple was supposed to have been destroyed.
The second temple was destroyed in 70 AD, and they say that's why there's no third temple talked about in the Bible being built. So Zionism is just a satanic plot.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, the third temple's being built, and it's being called a ballroom.
Yeah, there's a neutral observer. It's like you can't marry a word to an object. Like temple can be anything. Temple could be social media. Okay, if you really want that. Anyway.
We have 2 temples on your head. There are our brains are in between 2 temples.
There's truth in that, like the duality, but this is just nature.
The Bible says that
the genetic.
We are the temple now. That every believer is the temple of the Holy Spirit.
You're too Christian when you approach this, Rocky.
There's no Bible verse that says a new temple is going to be rebuilt. That's Zionism.
The moment you say the word Bible, you use...
Shout out Rock Dog and Mr. Miyagi. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, jump up. I want to pass up.
And Chris as well. How you doing, buddy? Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, it's based on that false eschatology of futurism. I believe that Revelations is past history up until like chapter 20, and we're in chapter 20. We're not waiting for, otherwise there would be a book written about it that, oh, look what, and so basically 1,250 years ago, the greatest earthquake it talks about in the scriptures during the tribulation was Pangea. This accounts for why all the peoples are, you have blacks in America and Indians and Oriental type Indians, like they're from, and
we have historical records in the Japanese culture that's older than half the shit you're talking about.
Carry on. So hang on, historical and geological and historical records of DNA evidence shows that, like, Japan has got it, the Ainu, is it?
Okay. New Zealand didn't have
China's got the Uyghurs.
Yeah,
Spain had the Berbers. There's it's basically it's
natural selection.
Northern Europe or Southern European or something. I can't remember, something European, right? Northern Africa. I'm talking about the Aryan, light skin, red blonde hair, blue eyes, goes right through, all the way over to like India. Right through Asia. The original green eyes. Right, Muhammad had red hair and blue eyes.
Let's stop for 2 seconds, okay? So it's like because I'm representing science here, okay? Whatever. What I mean is, it's like if you look in New Zealand, like we didn't have cats here. Okay, when people came here, we had like birds because it's like New Zealand separated when evolution was up to a stage, and mammals never got here. Like kangaroos are an abomination. Okay?
Napoleon said history.
Napoleon. What the fuck would Napoleon
said history is determined is a
bunch of lies agreed upon, right? But Napoleon, it's debatable as to whether Napoleon was actually real or not. And the whole story of Napoleon, that's a very,
that's
it's
true.
relevant. The story of Napoleon, or the Napoleonic Wars and everything, is all so fucking relevant to what's going on now, because of the rift between the Rothschilds and the Romanovs, when they refused to join the fight against Napoleon. Napoleon was trying to buy Gaza to create a state for the Jews, but he didn't want to create a Zionist state. He wasn't creating a Zionist state for the Jews. He was creating just a state for the Jews. The Rothschilds were creating a Zionist state, and Stalin in 1934 then created a state in the Oblast, the eastern side of Russia, right up against China and all that. That is still a Jewish state for Jews. It's not Jews that live there, it's Ukrainians. Ukrainians live there. And what's Zelensky? Oh yeah, isn't he Jewish? Yeah, I think he's Jewish, isn't he?
I think he's a trans. Never mind.
No, he's not. Didn't you see? He played the piano with his penis. Of course he's not. No. Dude, he's not. He's just Jesus, I saw Keir Starmer. I can't remember who the third one was. Keir Starmer, Zelensky, and a third person. Maybe it was Blair. I'm not sure.
Talking about the
but they're all stood next to each other. Starmer is not that much taller than Zelensky, and Zelensky's only 5'6".
Yeah.
How is it? And I do, please, to anybody that is short of stature, right? Please don't be offended. Please, this isn't I don't mean it to sound like like I'm just having a go or belittling little people, as in people that are shorter than 5'8". I know JP isn't a very tall guy. He's he's only 5'7", 5'8" or something. So I've not got anything against smaller people. I just want to know how it is that all the leaders of the world are all short in stature, very tight. They're small little men.
Have you seen you're actually wrong, because statistically, after the invention of the television, the Americans' presidents all got taller. It's like, this shouldn't matter how tall somebody is. It should be their what do you call it? It's a smart there. However, you're correct. It's like, if somebody, there's some characteristics you would want in a leader, like confidence, the tall people have, or everything else. Like, you're better off, but it has its drawbacks, because somebody who's shorter is going to be more likely to be somebody who's observant. Tall people don't care. Like, you just fucking ball over people. Like, a short person is going to see everyone because you've seen everyone. You have to. Okay, so it's like, you gotta be careful. Anyway, okay, sometimes.
I mean, that's I don't agree. I don't agree that.
Boss, tall people don't make up this end of story. Okay.
Remember that song?
Shorter people are more observant than the taller people.
Yeah, they are.
I think it's all about.
No, they are.
You're allowed to be. You're a lady. Ladies are allowed to be small.
No,
I like shorter ladies.
That's why the girls tend to be more scared in general, because anyone who's taller than you is perceived as a threat. Like, I highly doubt, if you take it to an extreme, fucking Schwarzenegger is not going to give a fuck when he goes somewhere, because he's the biggest cunt there. Okay, but like, if you're a fucking Steve Urkel, like, anyone shoulder bumping you is going to knock you the fuck out. So you're going to be more observant by default. Tall people tend to try to overpower small people. There's a trope about this that I make, which is like, sometimes people will go on panels and say, you will say this in real face. It's like, who gives a fuck, bro? The only thing you got up here is language. Like, what you say. The rest is all bullshit. I'm muted. Hi, new person.
Little Wing, that's tiny. You're like, you come up to my chest or something. That's really... No, my belly button. I don't know. That's little teeny tiny 5'2". Oh, I hated being tall when I was young. When I was 14 and 6'1", that bothered me. It makes you feel like you stand out. That's why I ended up walking with a stoop all the time.
Like a giraffe.
Subconsciously trying to make myself shorter because I stood out so much. Like, there was only one other guy that was as tall as me in school.
We had one, but that's the rate that you had the problem with, not with the height itself. But anyway, carry on.
Would you walk around like an awkward baby giraffe?
No, but my mum always used to have a go at me, like, say, "What, Richard? Why are you walking like a banana?" Like, bananas walk? What? You look like a banana.
You look
Okay,
like a
then.
wonky banana.
There used to be.
How you doing, Mac? By the way, welcome.
Doing
Dude.
all right.
Hope you had a good weekend. Go on, Rocky. What are you saying?
I think I'm about to 10
There used to
o'clock.
be a song. I can't remember if it was the 70s or 80s. It was "Short people got no reason to live."
The guy who sung that song sung the Toy Story song. I don't remember his name.
I don't know.
But he sings the Toy Story song.
It's pretty cruel.
You know what's funny? This is something which is like first, I think it's 80% is genetic and 20% is variance, I think, when it comes to height. But there's this other thing when it comes to genetics, which is like everything always goes back to the median, right? But you can have shit like we're going to have now, which is like extreme cases, and that's when you get specification on large populations. That's when you get two different species. Right, so it can be an event, like a geological one, when two species get separated and they start evolving under different pressures, whatever. And interesting part for that is these monkeys in South America, and if one monkey's learned how to swim to go to the other side, they would kill this whole other population of monkeys. If that makes sense. But
I'm going to destroy everything right here. Casper, will you forgive me? It'll only take a couple seconds.
Yeah, go ahead.
The singer's name was Randy Newman. He was also known for singing "I Love L.A."
Yep, that was him.
And he did a lot of movie soundtracks.
Yes.
Right, and
I'll shut up.
South Park.
I'm loving the conversation.
No, stay up here.
Stay up, Rock. Yeah, Randy Newman has been absolutely torn to shreds by South Park, hasn't
he? Yep.
Torn to shreds, man.
Oh, do you know what? Sorry, carry on.
No, go on.
No, I'm lagging in New Zealand, so I'm doing the pause thing. Carry on.
Casper, I hate interrupting you because I usually and I like always love what you bring to the party. So I feel bad for interrupting you, Casper.
But
sorry.
if you want to have any say at all or get any word in edgeways, you have to interrupt him.
Yeah, but I noticed it. Like the thing is, here's the problem. I'll be honest. So the thing is, it's like some people abuse it. Like if you interrupt me, I'm gonna go, oh shit, I made a pause, and I'll let go. But like now I'm gonna pick on Brick, okay? Like he won't give a fuck. Or Rocky's bad for this, okay? They'll just bowl you over. Like Brick called it bulldozing. So it's like bulldozers don't let me do that. But I'm sorry, I'll carry on. Like I usually say I'm done. You know, I do them. People say stop doing it. It's like no, I have to say I'm done at the end of my things. Otherwise, shit happens, and now I'm finished. Carry on.
But what's so funny is how many times you say I'm done, but you're not. But having a deep
something else I wanted to address before we get too much further is you guys you did bring up the red hair and the hazel eyes, and there is some talk of giantism, stuff like that.
Oh, dude! Well, listen, we are all of us.
I'm a red hair, green eyed. You know, I am
6 foot
in ginger, and I'm 6'2", but I am also half Native American. That side of my family are tiny. They are tiny. The Native American side of my family are tiny compared
to the Aryan,
European side.
But the Aryan gene or whatever that is present in in the Americas, isn't it? Because there's the stories about the Hopis that went and trapped them in a cave and set fire to them.
Oh, and I love that lore. I study that lore. I love that lore. To be truthfully honest, I come from a bunch of Scots that emigrated through Canada down into America, and then they married into the Native Americans along the way.
Okay,
so that's
and
my
it's
story.
very debatable as to where the Scots came from, of course. Because the Scots may be coming from over in the Eastern European regions, and they've even found traces of them in New Zealand. Did you know that?
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
Do you want to? Here's a funny one. I got a question.
Sailing culture a lot more than people want to give them credit for. They did say a lot.
I got a question for the ginger man. Okay, I got a question for you. Okay? I'm going to shame on all of us white people. Okay, actually, I already answered my question. I think the Caucasians have the biggest overlap with the Neanderthals. Okay, so when they say like you fucking Neanderthal, like when the Americans use it as derogatory term towards African Americans, it's like funny.
White people, Caucasians have more Neanderthal DNA.
Yes.
In their system than
black
people do.
Is that what
hang on.
What Casper's saying?
Yes.
Hang on a second. Because if we're going to go by the narrative that we've been fed as to what Neanderthal man was, then we all think Neanderthal man was just a caveman, smash club, woman, right? I don't personally. Rocky, I love you, man. You can speak let me just get this out, all right? You haven't got to speak very much, so I do want to hear you, but you kind of, I've just started. I'm trying to get this out.
That wasn't me, man.
All right. Oh, well, whoever it was. I don't believe that Neanderthals are what we were told they were. One of the things about the human body, the bones, right? There are certain bones that do not stop growing, and that's the orbital, like the eyebrow, and I can't remember what else, but the eyebrow is basically the main what I'm referring to, right? So Neanderthal man might just have lived for a long time, like maybe Neanderthal man got to live 900 years. Like we're told in the Bible, Noah or whatever, Noah was 700 or something, wasn't he? So if a man were to live 700 years, what would their eyebrow look like? Because it would get more and more, it would get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Okay, I'll give you a tidbit, okay?
Getting brow.
They did a study. They
Mac, hang on, Casper. Mac, your mic, you either need to get closer to it. Yeah, I think you just need to get closer to it, maybe.
All right.
But here's a funny one for
it's you. Mac, you sound very similar to Rocky. Because you got this deep. Better. When you come in, it's like...
no, I was going to say, the guy ran across some...
Is that better?
I'll turn it up.
No,
better?
Right. It's going to have to be. That's as good as it's going to get. Have you got earphones on?
No, I don't. I have speakers.
Right. I can't take your echo cancellation off. Then that's what it is. If you've got a headset that you can put on and take it off the speakers, so that we can take off your echo cancellation, that will have a massive effect, because the echo cancellation affects the algorithm, affects your mic volume.
All right.
Yeah, you're losing treble. You're losing color in your voice.
That's strange.
Which is why it sounds same as Rocky, lost color.
So, where were we?
What was I going to say is, here's an interesting one for you to think about. They did a study, like different footprints. Okay, a guy ran, and it's like the men in the old, when he ran in the sprint, was like as fast as fucking, what's the fastest kind called? Whatever. Like he basically, the dude ran like a 9.5 100-meter dash, like random footprints from, caveman times. The guy was running like 9 seconds. And the best we can do is like 9.8. What the fuck is? I'm googling. I'm really.
I think that isn't that no? It's fast.
9.58. So he's like he was faster than the thing. He was faster than Usain Bolt. A random cunt's footprints that we found in the mud. Okay, but stop. Like
shout out to Nathan. How you doing, buddy? I came and watched a bit of your stream yesterday. I think it was. I was going to leave a comment and then I didn't, but I was there anyway. How you doing, bud? And thank you very much, Little Wing, for sharing that.
Here it is. Show me the money. Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a track. Don't be good. No, put some money in.
Please can I have £10,000 now, please?
Right, continue.
Yeah.
Well, the Phoenicians used to take over a nation by going there and breeding with the locals. Like, so I think the Scottish might be like Phoenicians. They were sea-bearing.
They're still taking over.
They would take over the culture and everything by breeding with the locals, similar to what you were talking about, the Scottish.
Right. Well, that's what the Jewish people did when they went down into Arabia and they created the House of Saud. The House of Saud was started by a Jewish guy that went around, buggered all not buggered, but basically wifed up, babied
you were
up
right
all
the
the
first
tribe.
time when you said buggered.
Wifed up and babied up all the 45 tribal leaders, and then and that's how the House of Saud was created. The House of Saud, they're not actually originally they're not Muslim, they're Jewish. Look at their noses.
Yeah. Well, that's also supposedly the 10 scattered the northern tribes of Israel supposedly hooked up with the Phoenicians and went north to the
Wait, was it 10 or 12? I thought it was 12. I'm not trying to challenge you if you know more than I do. Maybe
right, but I heard it's actually 13 because there's the secret lost tribe,
right, the 13th tribe,
the Ophiuchus. Right. Ophiuchus, and
there's 13 tribes because Daniel was split into two.
So there's 13. Right.
Yeah, but there was 10 that were scattered. There was 2 that
there was a tribe that was split.
Yeah, David.
Right, there was supposed to be 10 scattered, 1 split, and 1 lost.
Right, so the one split create. Well, yeah. So there were 12. But 1 split creating 13. So the house of David is the one that split, and then we had Queen Elizabeth II making claim, like our royal family lays claim to the house of David, right? And that's why there's this connection, or it's supposed to be part of why there's this connection between us and Israel, and why the royal family is recognized by the Jews because of that.
So the reptilians are Jewish as well.
Come on, man. Let's not.
I'm sorry, my bad.
That's the bloodline theory. There's a theory that there's 2 seeds: the seed of Cain, the seed of
Abel, the seed of Cain and the seed of Abel. Right. Satan impregnated Eve, and then she ran off to going, hey Adam, hey, why don't you stick that in here, it's really good fun, right? And then he impregnated her as well. And there's actually been research done into, is it possible for 2 men to get the same woman pregnant, and for the woman to get pregnant and technically have twins, but one be of one father and one be of another, and it is absolutely possible.
Not to sidetrack sidetrack you entirely, but dogs can have up to 4 sires.
Right.
In one litter.
And there's a penis-shaped theory that comes into here, which comes into cutting, which is like your penis is shaped to like scoop out. This is like a feminist talking point. I'm done.
And it says there, a tree is sometimes represented as a person or a group of people. So when it says to take the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, when they ate of the tree, did they hide their lips or did they cover their private parts? So where was the sin? If it was just eating an apple, they would probably cover their face, not their chin. No. If your grandma says you can't have a cookie, and you sneak a cookie out of the cookie jar, and she catches you, are you going to cover your genitals or your mouth? Oh, I got caught in the cookie jar.
So this goes back to the money argument. It's like, that's just the artist, okay? We're trying to work out like something that's tangible. So it's like if you had dominant fucking elected leaders of tribes of people who then decided to no longer to forget where they truly came from, because we all came from something, right? Like what the fuck happened? And then you took it to fucking...
the Epic of Esau is the same way.
Jesus wasn't fucking...
was a hairy man.
But what's on your cross? Does your cross have a Jesus on it? Like, bro, just shut up.
Like, it talks about Esau.
Turn the bulldozer off. He wants to play video.
Okay. Esau was also considered a hairy man, like he had the hair of a goat or something. And
right, Esau was Jacob's brother, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Esau was Jacob's brother. Jacob was the one that screwed. He was Jacob's older brother. Jacob screws him over, steals his inheritance, but it's Esau that gets demonized. How does that work?
Yeah, Esau traded it in because he didn't want it. He didn't want the thing. He traded it in for some beans. He said, "Oh, you can have it. I don't want it." And it talks about how Esau went out and fought 2 giants, came back, and he was all beat up, and so he took on 2 giants and he won. So the theory is that Esau was the offspring of I don't know, like there was 2 seeds in whoever had him anyway. There's a good video on it. It's called The Epic of Esau by Dr. I forget his name. Anyway, how he's explaining that there's still a seed war and that it's still going on today, that there are 2 seeds, the seed of the serpent and the seed of red blood. Like they call them blue bloods. It's not for no reason.
Should we make this real then? Should we put this into actual reality and say there are 2 types of people? There are 2 types of people.
Give us
there are people. No, there are people that are capable of both being either good or bad, right? And they have morals and they have limits and boundaries. They don't want to go out hurting people because they understand that they don't want to be hurt themselves. So they just want to get on with life. They just want to get on with life, live life, be happy, not do too much, not do any intentional harm, and not do too much unintentional harm, and just get through life, right? And then you've got other people that want to control those people, and they don't give a fuck about anybody but themselves. They'll do anything. There are no moral boundaries. They have no moral boundaries whatsoever. They will do anything to get to the top and be in control of everybody else. They have no empathy. They have no sympathy. They have no compassion. They are liars, pathological, compulsive liars, cheats, thieves, right? So there's 2 types of people. That's real. That's real. There are 2 types of people.
Jesus called them out. He said, "You are your father, the devil."
Right.
So,
but saying I don't think that we can specify a particular denomination or group of people, because they're in amongst, that type of person is in amongst every type of group.
Well, they say all the presidents are related from the same bloodline, and it's like they like to keep their bloodline. They think that they are the special, like the gods. They almost believe that they are. They were here before.
Rocky, do you want to shut up?
They believe Lucifer is the good guy.
You can't let go. Give me 2 seconds and I'll get out of your way. Okay, here's an interesting one for you. So there's this, what do you call it? A lot of lineages in Europe are fucked because of inbreeding when it comes to things. And I'm sure I'd love to hear Double O speak about this because I didn't dig into this. I mean, say blue blood. Like, it really hit a nerve with me. So it's like there's a price that they pay when you step outside natural order, which goes back to the original thing that I said. It's like once you forget where you came from, you're fucked. And this is true for anything. That's how you maintain tradition. It's like inbuilt shit. This is why scientists become religious at the end of their days, because it's like the beauty in all this is so elegant. It's so, a simple statement can hold true, and it's like you're fucked, So it's like, yeah, like them stepping out of that and marrying. And what's interesting with that is the reason they were doing that is because a lot of times when men would go out and make a peasant girl a queen, they'd end up consuming white oleander, if you know what I mean, right? And that's like the duality of crime. It's like the reason when I was arguing, whenever I argue with feminists, one of the points I bring up, it's like the violence itself is gendered. It's like a chick's tongue can rip you apart. Okay, she can destroy your social shit. But a man that same chick can just fucking skull minus, if you know what I mean. So it's like everything is different. There's duality in everything. And the moment you lose balance, yin and yang, you're fucked. So it's like you need autistic, like you need the tall people and you need the short people. You need the alphas and the betas and all the shit because we've evolved as such. Like wolves have this shit. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if our bitches are going to have skeletons to poop out fucking offspring that can't help itself for like 3 decades now. I mean, fucking people are now saying, really fucking developed until you're 25. It's like, really? And you guys still want to make like we're animals? But apparently you need 25 to just see if the shit's fucked or not. Anyway, I'm done. I'm sorry. Carry on.
Can I get a mic check? Does it sound better now?
Sounds good.
It's not perfect, but it's way better. You got your color back.
I heard the 12 tribes originated from Iran.
There's more than one origin then. Like if I jump in here, you guys will say you're full of shit, but it's like
I'm just saying I
agree with you. But if you want to talk about this argument called one civilization, okay, look, like a few people covered it, and it kind of takes the religious as the background, and it's kind of pro-white, I guess. I can speak without code.
I don't believe what they call
Rocky.
Israel.
I didn't say I'm done. Like, let me breathe, brother. Okay, fucking carry on with your nonsense.
Well, I don't believe where they say Israel is.
You can't even. If I ask you now to state my argument, you're gonna fail. Try it.
I stay in an argument. I'm not in an argument.
No, say what I was talking about. Yeah, so you weren't listening then. You need to be an observer.
I listen to your bullshit all the time. It's like
so. What was I going to say?
Some kind of fucking loop. You like.
Okay.
Go ahead, then.
What I was going to say
Rocky.
is like, there's these other cultures. Okay, so clearly we're talking about the Western world here. Okay, so China had its own fucking thing. Okay, it's like Japan. Like we have aborigines here. Which bloodline are they? In your worldview, are they subhuman? Now I'm being disingenuous and being a prick. I'll mute though. Carry on.
Rocky, Damon, because Damon said Rocky hardly gets any time to speak on any panel I hear him on.
Because he's never on topic.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter what we're talking about. You can guarantee that Rocky will come in and one of the first things he'll talk about is Satan's little season. Absolutely guarantee. I will put hundreds of pounds on that as a bet.
And Brick will talk about constitution, and I'll talk about birth rates. And Ricky will talk about we all have this thing, but you never let go, brother. You're fucking stuck.
It's on topic. It's on what I'm talking about is on topic.
So answer my question then. Where do Aborigines Where do fuck Aborigines? We'll pick somebody else. Where do Eskimos fit in your fucking worldview?
There was a great Pangea that happened 1,250 years ago, and it's all the world used to
tribe,
all
right?
the Earth used to be one.
Let me just interject. I think the best and less inflammatory way to state it would be, rather than state it as fact that this is what happened, say it could be that there was this event 1,250 years ago.
Yeah,
it might be, right? Not that it's anything. One thing I'm definitely coming to realize even more now is that I'm absolutely not certain about anything. And as soon as I make any claims to being certain about anything, the Matrix fucking chucks shit at me to make me look like an idiot.
I have to. This is a pill. There's a pill from Mikta. See, I'm doing what you're doing, okay? But it's true and it's relevant. It's like I'm never sure. One thing, this is how you should live your life. You should never be sure of yourself, but you should never be uncertain. Okay, so it's what I believe, but I could be mistaken. There's different ways of saying it. And I like the masculine way more, which is you take dominance of it. It's I know what I'm saying is true, but I could be full of shit. But Devil's Little Season, it's Chinese are still laughing at you, G.
But this is all, I mean, the biggest issue that we have, the only reason why things are as contentious as they are is because of the language, because of the words that we have to use, because there aren't any other words. We only have these words that we're using, right? And these terms and phrases and names and labels. And some people have come to look at certain labels in a different way. So when somebody says the word, mentions the label, it triggers them because they no longer believe what they believed before about that label. And in my case, I recognize it as a label. It's just a box that they created to put people in, right? And that's every religion, that's fucking science, that's everything. We've been just, every single one of us has been put in boxes, and we put ourselves in boxes. I created a box for myself. It's
specialization. This is just going to happen. That's part of the society. I'm sorry.
Right, and it's what they banked on.
Yeah, but
which is why the language was created the way it was.
You did the same thing, by the way, when you mocked short guys. Okay, just keep it in mind. I'm fucking tipsy. Carry on.
What would be really? I wish I could speak Russian, right, and sit in with a group of Russians or a group of Slavs. Just a different in a different group, speaking a different language. I'd like to know. I'd like to know what.
Here's a question for you, okay? Because I can ask this. This is a bilingual question. It's can you hold a concept in your head that you don't have a word for? Because here's a black pill. See, I'm doing Rocky. Here's a black pill meme, okay, that's going around now. It's it's interesting to me because I'm watching mainstream media come up with terms, I guess you can call it hypergamy, all these terms that they're naming now for things that I already have a language for. Right? And if I try to communicate with these people, I have to wait for them to discover a concept, name it, and then I can communicate with them. And it's and this is what I mean when I say people have to calibrate between cultures and shit. And it's we have to have some basic etiquette. So it's okay, there's your morality set to start with. But it's Rocky, I love you. But the moment I see you struggle with this, it's you'll go on a panel and you people are just finding out now I'm Christian. I've been part of discussions when people have said no one here is Christian. And I'm hi. You need to learn how to do this. Like, did you like fucking Richie wouldn't have known?
I knew you were Christian. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like you would have found it out, but never from how I speak or about the topics or how I approach it, right? And bitches fuck this up. They always go, "As a woman," it's like, shut the fuck up! Like you just zoned me out because I'm a man. Like you have to calibrate because when you speak to people, the only language you have is logic. And the moment you say,
I thought she would have zoned you out because you referred to her as a bitch. But go ahead.
The thing is, if you're actually talking about what I think you're talking about, it's like, here's the other thing. It's like, do I treat you as a lady or as an equal? Pick. Equal? Okay, fuck you. You're a feminist. I don't want to talk to you. I'm kidding. Right? But it's like, if you want me, like, if we're going to have a conversation, I can't treat you as a lady. Because lady is somebody who's led. Okay? Like, I don't want to lead you. You're not my cow. I'm kidding. I'm not. Right? Can we just have a conversation? Because again, it doesn't matter if you're 6'5", average like me. I'm Serbian, bro. I'm fine. Okay, I'm not fat. Richard just saw me. Was I fat?
No.
I don't look fat.
And
okay.
Can we converse about this without arguing? I'm not
no,
trying to argue
I'm a
with
Slav.
you, but I do have a question about it.
It's Slav. You're passionate, and I'm fucked.
No, I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm asking, as we look at women over the ages, weren't they basically molded to be a certain way? So when they step up and they try to break out of it, I think a lot of us are very hesitant to you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to argue. I'm just asking.
Hey, Halsey. Good to see you, Halsey.
I'm changing into a purple pill. Oh, sorry.
Okay, Casper.
I'm not being a prick. I'm being honest. Like, I don't want to, because that's the other autistic thing I've got. Okay, so I can mock autistic cunts. Okay, so it's like if you,
I was just trying to clarify.
You're purple pill. I get it, but you're purple pill. Do you know what I mean when I say that? Like you're stuck in between two worlds: the world of modernity, the blue, and the red. You're leading your wife.
I'm not stuck anywhere. I was asking you to clarify. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Can you repeat it? I misunderstood.
No, I'm not going to waste time on it now.
No, okay, so what I remember, you're talking about the females were getting trained into like becoming this, and I agree with you. That's the result of feminism. I heard you, but I thought I answered it.
But that's the worst thing though, isn't it?
Don't shoot me, dude. Like, that removes accountability from them.
No, you answered my question. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it, Casper.
Okay. I'm
Rocky,
just passionate, though.
Not Rocky, Ruck, while I remember, did you find that email, sir?
Like, dude, like, I actually like going when I talk to you.
Yes,
it's like,
I did, Richie, and I responded to it. Did you find that one? Yes,
no,
I did, sir.
Right. Okay, I haven't had
No, I did. I said, "Hi, Richie, it's me." So, yeah, I did respond to you, sir. I'm sorry, Casper. Go ahead. I don't mean to talk over you, buddy.
No, but by the way, like, if I'm talking to you like this, it's because I'm treating you like a Slav. It's like, bro, have you heard? Go look up.
No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
You and I are good, bro. You aren't offending me in any way. I hope I'm not offending you. We're good.
No, I'm fucking told for this shit, dude. But, like, I don't know. I just have a different, like, I wanted to cook the language, okay? Because it's like, if you want to do something for the people you love who are just, can still have the capacity to learn another fucking language is on a different base. So if you're German, learn Polish, okay? Like, if you're fucking Russian,
I agree with that.
Chinese.
I agree with that, and I believe that you and I are agreeing with each other just from a different angle, you know?
Right, and I just want to point out about language, right? I know that if I do ever have children, I'm going to really, really encourage and try and make sure that they are at least bilingual, right? At least speaking two languages, because then I know that when they're older and they're fluent, they will actually be fluent. They will be able to express themselves in any language. You know, in any, say they know English and Spanish and Russian, right? And they'll be able to express themselves in English or Spanish or Russian and not need to refer to one of the other languages to be able to actually fully explain what it is that they're trying to say. If I were to learn Spanish fully and be fluent now, I don't think I'd ever be able to reach a level of fluency that would allow me to be able to express myself as well as English does. Right? But if I have children, I would like for them to be able to express themselves fully in more than one language, because it's
English is fucked, by the way. You're giving it too much credit. It's too fluid.
No, English is fucked. I used to be proud of it. I thought it was the best language in the world because it's got the most descriptive words, and because I can express myself so well in English. But well, no, that's what I thought. Right, because I can express myself so well in English, I thought that obviously, English is the best, most expressive language in the world, right? But now I feel absolutely, completely differently about it.
You know, it's crazy. There's a necessity right now to have real conversations everywhere. Like, that's the cat's out of the bag on a lot of things. Like, if you talk about specific issues in society, in respect to culture, But what I mean by that is, it's like Serbs, for example, I know I could speak 100%. Like, they're not going to have this issue of having to define words. Like, it's that simple. Like, I don't know about Chinese, because I can go as a Chinese person and just take his word for it. I'm pretty sure Spanish can do it too, because I know a little bit about the language. French, I think, will have problems. And to me, it seems that more the Latin languages, the Romance languages, like, have issues actually having discussions, like actually having conversations. Because it's like one person will say one thing and the other person thinks they said something completely different. It's like, what the fuck do you mean it is? Like, we just had this shit. Like, how do you define patriotism? It's like, what the fuck are you, like, what do you mean? Like, we can define it and describe it, but I know what the fuck it is. I don't know the Oxford definition of it, but I know what it is. Like, I've seen it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What you're talking about is a state of
like, both of them.
It's an idea. We've given it this word, patriotism, right?
Well,
how would you? What is patriotism in Slavic?
Well, it's like patriotism is basically being willing to die for yours. I guess being willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for your tribe, for your people, for something that you
is there a direct translation from English to Slavic?
Patriotism. It sounds the same. Like, we've adopted, like, we have a lot of Turkish language words too that we've adopted because we were, like, fucked by them forever, which is why I look like I look, I guess. Like, I ain't white. I'm dirty white. Like, fucking he ain't white. He's fucking Irish white. It's a different kind of white. He understands what I mean.
Your fellow Slav disagrees with you.
I don't blame her. What she's talking about. Wait, I'll read it properly. Angry Casper tries to judge the blames his fault characters. I never did that, did I? He says that how Slavs are. What do you mean? I don't
know if he's ever. I don't know if he's ever attributed
I'm
his
pretty
character.
Proud. Is that white pride? Is that why it's bad? Because I'm like proud of my heritage, but I can see why some other heritage would be just as proud. Like, I can't fucking swim or throw balls. African Americans can, and I love watching NBA. But hey, fucking Jokic is fucking them all up. Like, he's apparently going to be the best player. Some fucking Slav cunt. Like, okay, here's a funny one for her. Okay, so now I'm going to strum in. This is what she's talking about. Like, the bullshit. Because Balkans is like where the Silk Road went through. Like, that's the crossroads. But it's not just Balkans, okay? It's Balkans on that side of the continent. Like, the same can be said about Israel land. You know what I mean? And, like, Turkey and shit. Like, that's where all the cultures were meeting because the land, don't jump in, Rocky, was connected. If we take tectonic plates for what they are, right? That's like why Slavs were slaves, because everyone just came in and fucking different people controlled it over time. This is history as it was written by whomever. I'm giving caveats, bro. Come on, don't shoot me.
The thing about slavery, everybody's hung up on it was one color or the other. That's only been in the last couple 100 years. I think that we've been that worried about race.
It's just an English word, like just Japanese word for this. Surely
white. There's been more white slaves and more white slavery than
Filipino were the ones that were getting fucked. Like if you're looking at China and China's history as is, like the ones that kept getting conquered and fucked over were the Filipinos. Funnily enough, they play snooker really well, which requires accuracy, and they have the whole in Thailand that region too. Like they know how to fight. That's why they developed fucking being capable of having a bamboo stick as a weapon, because the peasants weren't allowed to have swords. Like, what's she talking about, bro? Tell her to hit the link.
So this is all just reminded me of this question that House Sarnik left about, because we were talking about bloodlines before, right? We're talking about DNA and
blue eyes
and the attributes things attributed to certain DNA.
How has got nothing to do with this?
Dude, can I finish speaking, please? Sorry. What do you think of the idea that bloodlines can be polluted by bloodlines? Right. It's only the royal families, right, that were these leaders that are worried about their bloodlines being polluted. I don't think the people have ever given a shit about bloodlines, in that sense. And we all know from the Habsburgs that what happened in breeding does not end in happy times for that, for that bloodline. You end up because the impurities are actually inflated, like they grow. It's not. It doesn't keep the bloodline pure. It degrades over time, and the impurities become bigger and bigger within that bloodline, like the genetic malfunctions and whatever.
Yes.
Can I chime in with this, Richie?
I'm next.
Richie, can I chime in with this?
Yes.
I think up until 30 years ago, the majority of us didn't know the bloodlines. I think people were too busy doing other things, and the information was not as readily available as it is now. So I honestly believe that for a lot of years, we didn't know any better to look into it. We had no idea that we should be looking into this. We just accepted it because the information wasn't as readily available as it's become in the last 30 years. Is that wrong?
Exactly. Well, yeah, since the internet, really.
Can I jump in? It's half true, because I knew, because here's the thing. I'll explain, because I said in Secret Channel, get out of the way, because to me that was outside Rocky, if that makes sense, because I'm in the Orthodox. To me, this was I'm taking a religious stance. This was a Catholic /
but forgive me for interrupting, but to be fair, you have a personal familial history, so of course you're more educated on it. You're more educated on it than was available to us for a long time, I think.
Correct, but take the statement for what it is. The reason for that is it's like if everyone knows about the big camp in Germany, okay, right? But in the Slav land, I know the big camp that was just as bad as the one that was in Germany. But I also know about the Chinese one, because the Slavs, when they were teaching about the Western, to us, if we knew, it was irrelevant. But funnily enough, the shit that you know about Russia, that Russians didn't know about. Do you get what I mean? It's the same shit, just differently. You would have known how bad the Russians truly have it, but they had no point of perspective besides the Metallica. I'm done. Sorry.
MacGyver.
Yes. Does my mic still sound okay?
Yes, mate. Sounds good.
All right. What about Adam and Eve? I mean, they're inbred bloodline.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't there Cain and Abel?
Yep.
Didn't Cain kill Abel?
The concepts of feminine and masculine.
Didn't Cain get cast out from God because of what he did? And Cain was afraid to go out because he was afraid he was going to get murdered for doing what he did. How can he get murdered if it was just Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel? I don't get it.
Mm. Yeah, it's another little detail that's just kind of skipped over and swept under the carpet by anybody that that wants to cling to that narrative. If you want to cling to that narrative, the reality, no, not you, but the people that want to cling to that narrative don't want to address the fact that, technically, our entire the human race was born from inbreeding. A guy screwed a woman that was created from his rib, so the same DNA. So technically familial, so technically incest. It was an incestuous relationship, and then
had a daughter.
Their sons. Where did the girls come from? Just answer me that. They had Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel found wives. Where did they find the wives? Because they were the only ones left.
Yep.
So where were the wives? Where did the wives come from?
That's why I call it Babel.
Do you want to hear a funny one? So here's a funny concept, okay?
There's a couple theories on that.
Yeah.
After me, Rocky. Here's a funny concept for you. So it's like you would have had two cells, okay? And then two cells approach, and then they exchange genetic material, okay? But one cell is greedy, okay? Doesn't want to let go. So it keeps all that new genetic material. And the other cell is like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I just give this shit less, and it gives me more, right? And then it just spills it out. So all of a sudden, you get a subspecies of a species that collects the genetic material of the opposite end and then shits it out, and you've got a new organism. This is so crude. I hate my life, and I'm so wasted. Like, but you get what I mean? And it's like in everything which you say, it's like the yin and yang. It's like there's your two original phenotypes, I guess, the one that exchanges material and keeps it until it like becomes so big that it has to get rid of it, and the other one which just goes around poking shit and throwing shit in, okay? Because efficiency comes into play. It's like, why would you just exchange it? It's like one thing is rewarded because it finds itself and it either commits sodomy or fights it out, okay? So all of a sudden they're fighting because they both want to fuck each other, while the other one's just waiting for something to fuck it so it can grow it and shit out. But the thing that approaches it, now you have natural selection. It's like if you fuck with the female,
Gomorrah.
it's going to shit your shit out straight away, right? Because it's like you didn't treat it with respect and you didn't help it.
Rock, it's all in the pronunciation, mate. Abel was capable, not capable, but capable, and he was capable because he got capped by Cain.
You got shillelagh.
What's that?
You got hit over the head with the shillelagh.
He got hit. It was actually a jaw. It was a jawbone, I think, that he killed him with.
But you guys were talking about, it's like, if we want to go back to Rocky, stop saying this is true and devil season. It's like, if you want to talk about genetic lineages that are in power, just speak about that without the presence of religion, and I will never interrupt you again. Deal?
Is it a promise?
I'll promise. I'll never interrupt you again. But the moment it starts being about religion, I will.
It's impossible. He's basically what he's just done is asked for the impossible. It's like he can't. Because the entire framework of Rocky's perception is based in scripture.
Right.
To him, it's the center. He doesn't have a spider web. Like that's like when you ask people. Yeah, but remember, if you ask people, like, can you understand the hypothetical? Like some people can, some people can't. It's like if to him, his shit is true, and to him that's the center. He can't have two possibilities. One in which it's like, you can have a simulated reality. But is it really relevant to science? Like, you can't have that argument because Jesus.
Yeah, my worldview comes from the scriptures, and that's true. My worldview does come from the scriptures. I believe they're relevant.
So why can't you just look at the creation of God? Yeah, but you can just look at the creation of God and state of us as caregivers of this planet without bringing fucking bulldozer.
The scripture talks about in Genesis 3, talks about how God created man from the dust of the earth, and then it talks about how God created Adam two separate events. So
Right,
God created.
this is what Dana's talking about. That on the sixth day, man was created, but that wasn't Adam. And she's saying that Adam was created on the seventh day after the Sabbath, when God's rest. When he was resting, he created Adam. I've never heard that before, Dana.
There's two.
My understanding was that man was created on the sixth day, and that was Adam, and Adam was the first man. That was always my understanding. So that must be some sort of freaking Mandela effect. Maybe. If both of you are talking about that man was created and then Adam was created. Like Adam, as far as I know, and I don't know scripture that well, but basically, Adam was the first man. That was what I was taught. That's
most
what
people are taught that. But there's a theory that there's two. It talks about in two different places in the scriptures. One is earlier. And it's talking about mankind was created on one day, but Adam was God's representative for mankind, and he was put in the garden to represent God. He was going to be God's representative. That's where Cain went out, and there were already men, because men were already created. There were other already created men. Mankind, but Adam
wasn't Lilith the first lady?
Right, that's the other thing as well. There's Lilith. There's this story about Lilith, but
where did she come from?
Well, Lilith is Eve. Eve is the mother of all, or I don't know. The blood. I mean, it's confusing.
So you just said it right there. You don't know. You just said it right
exactly,
there. You don't
because
know.
I don't know everything.
You know what, gentlemen? You know what? I'm going to drop down because I am not nearly as educated as the rest of you in the Bible.
Oh my God, I'm neither am I.
All I'm going to do is ask stupid questions and piss you guys off.
How are you going to find out?
I'm just going to say shout out to Little Wing. Thank you very much, Little Wing. I love you. Right, back to the maelstrom. The trouble is, right, the language, it's the words we're using again. The words we're using are triggering people. I'm getting triggered. Everyone's getting triggered by these words. God, Adam, Jesus, the Bible, fucking Slavs, Russians. We're getting triggered because of words and ideas attached to the words. Right? And we're not getting anything done because everybody's getting triggered. I'm not talking about just on this panel. I'm talking about generally in life. We're not achieving anything or finding any cohesion. We're not finding any cohesion at all because everybody's so triggered by words that have narratives attached to them.
It's not words; it's accountability. It's the messages that they have problems with.
Anyone who believes in the Bible, anyone who believes in the Bible now, it like triggers everybody. It's like, if you believe in the Bible, you got to be the biggest fucking moron on the face of the earth.
Speaking as a Christian to an atheist or agnostic,
you can believe in any other fucking religion, and everybody will say, "Oh yeah."
No, if a Muslim started telling me about fucking jihad or his Muhammad bullshit, I'll tell him
that just sounds like. Listen, that's just victimhood. All right.
Oh yeah,
everybody hates me because I'm a Christian.
Right?
Yeah,
no, but that's all. No, I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying you are the one. All right, I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. And again, it's just because. And you said no, it's not because of trigger. It is. It's words triggering people, Casper.
Yeah.
You get triggered because words get used, and there are, but they're used. They used it. We have different understandings of the same fucking words.
If it has malice, that's the thing. And people perceive malice, or they understand the message. Like, it's not that simple. That's all I'm saying. It's like sometimes you tell somebody the truth, nothing to do with me or do anything specific, and they say I'm doing that thing. But it's like sometimes people will hear a message and then they get triggered to shit. It's like, but sometimes they're aware of it. It's like, yeah, you're correct. And all I'm saying is, it's like, it goes back to that duality. It's like your emotion and your logic. It's that simple. And it's like, if I start talking about single mothers and fatherhood here, people will tell me, shut the fuck up, you don't have kids. Or if I start talking, like I do this, the same thing. When people start telling Christians how to be Christian, I have a problem with that. It's not my hurt feelings. It's because I don't tell them how to be agnostic or atheist. And that's why we're in trouble here. Because we're living different moralities, different realities, which is what the problem you see. Just me and you have a different language for it, and we speak past each other. I get it. But, like, we can't doubt some basic shit. Like, they did drill that fucking hole, dude. I'm sorry. We can probably go there and see it. Like, there was
I just stay humble. I just stay humble. You guys are entitled to your beliefs. I'm not going to get mad because you think different than me. It's not,
That's cool. I agree with you. I don't get triggered. But it's like, what I'm trying to say is, it's like there's agnostics and atheists. Okay, there's different morality systems, and we have to calibrate. And, like, people get fucking, like, if, again, I'm saying, if nothing to do with Arabs, okay, if a Taoist came here and started talking to me about Buddha bullshit, I'll tell him, bro, I don't care about your river. Fuck off. We're talking about politics. And Richie just fucking devils little seeds, and I'm like, bro, just shut up. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah. Richie, do you mind if I revisit a topic that you guys were talking about earlier?
Yes, go for it, dude. I've still got that video there.
You'll enjoy that. You'll enjoy that.
Yeah, there's Helena Blavatsky. I really enjoyed Helena Blavatsky's work, and I think it's been because her ideology has been used, and her teachings have been used by evil people since. Mm-hmm. She's been chucked into the same bag. And Helena Blavatsky's evil. No. If anybody's actually read what Helena Blavatsky wrote, she's talking about fucking unconditional love and being good to each other and the danger of dark magic and
Richie,
and all that.
She was about the exploration. And I think a lot of people are about her exploitation instead of about her exploration.
Yeah. So you guys were talking earlier about language. What sometimes people forget or ignore, things like numbers and colors, all our senses, body language, those are all languages. Now, when people give each other hugs, the body's actually communicating with itself. When we're hearing each other, even the written work, whether you write it or you read it, those are all individual languages. What people talk about when we're speaking, like, say, Sanskrit or Russian or Mandarin and all that, that's called afterthoughts. And at that point, you're talking about sound frequencies. And each one has their own energy. Again, that's language. We're communicating within ourselves. But what we try to do is we're trying to communicate with others, but we forget there's so many other things going on at any given moment. The subconscious is picking up so much. But anyway, carry on, guys.
I'm just trying to find that your email. Do you remember what email address I used? Ruck, because I can't, and I've got.
I don't want to say it here out live.
Is it my name? Is it my full name?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's all right. Everybody knows.
Yes, sir. And I just sent you back my my union name. Is the best way for me to say it. I'm an actor. So I sent you my actor name. Because I hide. Sorry.
It's all right. I think.
Are you acting now?
In spam.
No, this is something that my agent tells me I should not do. She's like, stop doing this. People are gonna hate you when they see you and stuff because you're such a dick online.
I don't.
So
dude,
that's why I put my union name out here.
It's not Yeah, I can't see anything.
All right, I'll resend it when I sober up tomorrow. I'm too drunk to fuck around with shit like that right now. Sorry.
Hey, at least he's honest.
That's the trouble about coming on at this time. It's in America and in America and over in the southern hemisphere, in New Zealand and Australia, people have generally had a few drinks. It's only here in Europe that people are just have just woken up, so they're either hungover or
it's 5:42 a.m. for me here, which means I have been drinking for hours.
Yeah, it's only 7:48 here in Chicago.
Chicago.
Yep. So
yeah, you're
the
getting
Bible
up in the morning. I'm getting ready to go to sleep in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm doing something wrong.
So I guess when the King James Version was created, I found out it was created 6 different times. They took Gospels out. So the Gospels they took out, I did some research and read up on them. Some of those Gospels they took out were pretty good reads. Like Thomas, that was a pretty good one. I like that one. But then you got Enoch.
Hang on, because the Gospel of Thomas is not recognized as it's not canonized. It's been discounted by the church because of when it was written and everything. They're saying that it's a load of rubbish. It's supposed to, because Thomas is supposed to be Jesus' twin, isn't he? And
it made more sense with Thomas.
That Jesus had a twin and everything. When I read the Gospel, well, I didn't read it. I'll be honest, I didn't read it. I heard it on an audio tape, the secret teachings of Jesus. And it resonates and it makes way more sense, right? It makes way more sense than the other stuff. The Book of Enoch, I think, is
the other bloodline.
But Thomas is not even in the Apocrypha. It's not even in the Apocrypha. It's not even in the Apocrypha.
You got the Gospel of Mary, Judas, Thomas. There's a couple more they took out.
I think I found it, Rock. The initials would be DM, right? Oh shit, where's it gone? There it is. 6 days ago. I'll send a reply to it. Sorry, carry on. Sorry, don't let me stop.
And I think the people that did the rewriting of the Bible were the Windsor family that had their hand in on that.
The Windsor family, what?
Rewrit the King James Version Bible.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Right.
Richie, when you're watching, if you choose to watch that video, ponder the concept of order out of chaos. This is how a lot of things come out of the unknown, and then it manifests itself into the material, and then how they interlaid consciousness. So the written part comes way down the line. The human race and all that comes down. But again, it's one of those things, how does energy really work?
Like I said, I've got that, I've got it lined up here, ready to watch.
Yeah, it's just a shorter version. It's 11 minutes. I gave it for you if you wanted to watch it, but if you want to watch it here, fill your boots.
Well, we can have a little lesson, can't we? It's in context with what we're speaking about now.
Unveiling the Secrets, Helena Blavatsky.
It's a shame it's fucking AI, isn't it? It's always AI. Ugh.
Yep.
And her masterpiece. In the heart of the 19th century, a Russian mystic and author emerged, captivating the world with her esoteric knowledge and profound insights. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, known as Madame Blavatsky, dedicated her life to unveiling the hidden truths of ancient wisdom traditions, bridging the gap.
I don't think she looked like that. I don't think Helena Blavatsky was that hot, but
dedicated her life to unveiling the hidden truths of ancient wisdom traditions, bridging the gap between the East and the West. In 1888, she published her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, a monumental work that unveiled a complex and mystical understanding of human evolution and the cosmos. Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine wasn't just another book. It was a revelation, a profound text that sought to explain the mysteries of existence. It claimed to unveil the hidden history of humankind and the universe, offering a new perspective on our origins and destiny. This hidden history was passed down through millennia by enlightened beings known as Masters of Wisdom, who were said to possess extraordinary knowledge. These masters, Blavatsky claimed, guided humanity's spiritual evolution, helping us navigate the complexities of existence. Central to the Secret Doctrine is the concept of root races, a framework for understanding the stages of human development. These are not races in the modern sense, but rather stages in humanity's spiritual and physical evolution, each representing a different phase of our journey. Blavatsky proposed that humanity cycles through 7 root races, each with its own unique characteristics and evolutionary purpose, shaping our collective destiny. Her work ignited a firestorm of debate. It still does today, as scholars and enthusiasts continue to explore and challenge her ideas. Some dismissed it as fantastical, while others embraced it as profound truth, seeing in it a deeper understanding of the universe. Regardless, Blavatsky's influence on modern esoteric thought is undeniable, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to inspire and provoke thought. The grand cycle of being understanding root races. Imagine a single breath. It begins with an inhale, a gathering of energy followed by an exhale, a release. This simple act of breathing is a microcosm of a much larger universal process. This rhythm of expansion and contraction, of manifestation and withdrawal, is mirrored in the grand cycle of existence, according to Blavatsky. It is a dance of creation and dissolution, a cosmic heartbeat. Root races are the key to understand.
I think that's a key word in that cycle, the cycle of existence, right?
This cycle. They are the stages through which humanity evolves, both spiritually and physically. Each root race represents a distinct stage in humanity's spiritual and physical evolution. These stages are not just historical, but are deeply symbolic of our inner journey. They are not linear, but cyclical. This cyclical nature reflects
as within, so without, as above, so below.
The eternal return, the idea that life is a series of repeating cycles. Each race emerges from its predecessor, reaches its peak, and then gradually declines, giving rise to the next. This process is like the changing of seasons, each with its own unique characteristics and lessons. Imagine a wave rising from the ocean, cresting, and then dissolving back into the water. This is a perfect metaphor for the rise and fall of root races. This is the essence of a root race. It is a cycle of birth, growth, and dissolution, each phase essential to the whole. Each wave is unique, yet part of the same ocean of consciousness. This interconnectedness is a fundamental principle of the root races. The journey through the root races is a journey of the soul. It is a path of learning, growth, and transformation. It is a process of spiritual awakening and self-realization. Each stage brings us closer to understanding our true nature. Each race presents unique challenges and opportunities for growth. These challenges are not obstacles, but stepping stones on the path to enlightenment. The ethereal dawn, the first and second root races. In the veiled dawn of human existence, when the world was still shrouded in mystery and magic, the first 2 root races emerged, ethereal and spiritual in nature, embodying the very essence of the universe's mystical energies. These early humans were unlike us, existing primarily on the astral and etheric planes, where physical limitations were non-existent. Their forms were fluid and less dense, more akin to energy than matter, moving gracefully through the ether. The first root race, often called the Polarians, inhabited a primordial continent located at the North Pole, a place of pure, untouched beauty. Their existence was almost entirely spiritual, lacking physical bodies as we know them, living in a state of pure consciousness. Their consciousness was unified, a collective awareness rather than individual minds, experiencing life as one interconnected entity. The second root race, the Hyperboreans, inhabited a landmass in the Northern Hemisphere, including present-day Greenland, a region of mystical significance. While still largely etheric, they began to develop a more defined physical form and rudimentary sense perceptions, slowly transitioning towards material existence. Their consciousness was less unified than their predecessors, with the beginnings of individualization emerging, marking the dawn of personal identity and self-awareness. Lemuria, the cradle of humanity's third root race. As the Earth cooled and solidified, the third root race, known as the Lemurians, emerged on the lost continent of Lemuria. This vast landmass spanned much of the Pacific Ocean from present-day Australia to Easter Island. The Lemurians marked a significant shift in human evolution, transitioning from an ethereal existence.
Fucking AI has to put aliens up there. Oh God, we gotta get some fucking aliens in there, yeah, because the Lemurians were aliens.
To a more physical form. The Lemurians were giants.
Phone
with
home.
Consciousness. They possessed a third eye, granting them clairvoyant abilities and a deep connection to the spiritual realms. Their civilization was based on harmony with nature and a profound understanding of cosmic energy.
Also, all of this, it was like this, and this was this, and it was like this. Right? I'll say it again. We're living in a time now where we can't fucking be sure what happened 50 years ago, or 100 years ago, let alone 500 or 5,000 years ago. And the fact of the matter is, we will never, ever, ever be able to find the proof or the evidence or the original. You know, it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore in this material realm. It's gone. We're never going to know. So all we're ever going to be able to do is sit here and debate about stories that are told to us.
Is this AI trying to summarize Blavatsky's theory?
Yeah, in 11 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's summarizing the root races, right?
And that was Blavatsky's theory, the root races.
Well, that was part of her theory, wasn't it?
Oh,
it wasn't.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
It was part of her. Yeah, part of her theory that it explains why we are how we are now, in her mind.
During the Lemurian era, humanity experienced a key stage in its spiritual development, the separation of the sexes. This marked the beginning of individualization.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's just fucking speculation. All we can ever do is speculate.
So originally, she's saying that we were all basically by
androgynous,
and separation of man and
and the development of the ego, a necessary step in our evolutionary journey.
Right, I know. Yeah, evolutionary journey. I think it's an evolution of consciousness, but...
Section 5. The Atlantean Legacy, a glimpse into the fourth root race. As Lemuria sank beneath the waves, the fourth root race, the Atlanteans, rose to prominence. Inheriting the wisdom of their predecessors, the Atlanteans developed a technologically advanced civilization on the legendary island continent of Atlantis. Atlantis, located in the Atlantic Ocean, was a hub of knowledge and innovation. The Atlanteans mastered the forces of nature, harnessing crystals for energy and developing sophisticated technologies that surpassed even our modern achievements. However, the Atlanteans' pursuit of material power eventually led to their downfall. They became consumed by greed and lust for domination, forgetting the spiritual principles that guided their ancestors. As a result, their civilization was destroyed by a series of cataclysmic events.
I think, I don't think we need to watch it past that, because I think that says it all right there, right? Because that's what happens. That's what happens every single time, in every, as far as I can see, every cycle, right? Man gets too fucking big for his boots. Individuals, men, get too big for their boots, start thinking that they own everything, and that they should control everything, and that they are the fucking smartest people on the earth, and therefore they should control the direction of where everybody goes and be in control of everything. Mm-hmm. And then it all falls in fucking, and they end up fucking themselves. Yep. And it all collapses, right?
Yep. That ego is a bitch.
Yeah, Atlantis was, before, people used to think that Atlantis was the pre-flood civilization, before the flood.
Right.
That's why it's under Atlanta somewhere, because it got flooded or something.
Atlantis is another narrative. It's another story nice little bedtime story that we've all been given.
They're all stories.
To sit here and fucking argue about.
They're all stories. It's usually with the people that argue, they're thinking they have a position that they can hold. They're stories. Somebody could tell me their own personal experience. From my perception, yes. From my perspective, it's a story. Regardless if it's real or not, it's still a story. We use our imagination. Whether or not these things did or didn't happen, it's still a story. Because humans cannot explain how the sun and the moon came to be, let alone what is its properties. So it's a story at that point, even though I can use my senses. It will reveal people how they perceive the story when they hear the story. And then, of course, at that point, how does it serve you? Because it is an individual journey when you realize in the conscious state, are you really out there?
Well, I like the Bible story.
Yeah, you do. I hear it I hear when you tell it. It's a good story. No different if you read the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita or the Buddhist teachings. They're stories. Whether it applies to you now, all the power to you. You want to manifest it into the physical? Thumbs up. If you don't want to, no problem. Keep it in the imagination.
I have a question, Rocky. What would what would you do if you were born in Bangladesh? If you'd been born in Bangladesh?
What would I do?
Yeah, and brought up a Hindu. If you're so certain about your
I believe
story,
there are Christians in Bangladesh.
No, that's not why I asked. Not if you were born a Christian in Bangladesh. If you were born in Bangladesh and brought into a Hindu family and knew nothing but
I believe
knew about Christianity, but your parents were Hindu.
Yep.
I believe there are people like that grew up Hindu and are now Christian.
Oh, right. So you believe that it wouldn't matter. You'd still have become a Christian in the end.
I don't know.
Do you not think that that's a biased opinion?
I believe that God puts you where He knows everything, right? So He puts you where, if He knew you were going to become a Christian, He'd probably put you in a Christian nation. If He knew, because He's all knowing, right? If He knew you were going to reject Him, maybe He puts you in a Hindu nation. He's all knowing, right? So, do you believe that
do you believe that the God of the Old Testament is the same God as the New Testament?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, then, why did He need to ask Adam where he was, if He knew everything already?
He was speaking to a person in his own language. He communicated in a human type language. It's not that he didn't know, he just was getting Adam's attention. How do I know why God does things? I don't know everything. I don't know. Just because I believe in a book that I believe to be true doesn't mean I'm stupid or something. I still have my own failing to
recognize that the book was written by the hand of man, and I don't give a fuck how many priests turn around and say, "Oh, but it was inspired by God," right? What? Because you said it was, or because he said it was? I'm sorry.
Blavatsky was inspired by what was she inspired by?
They say ascended master.
I think Blavatsky was inspired by the search. I think Blavatsky was inspired by the search for truth and got lost in imagination. Right?
I'm not looking for the truth.
Well, you're discounting the possibility that your
Spirit's not real, but the ascended masters are.
Did I say any of that?
No, I said that.
You're amazing. No, but
I'm just saying. I mean, like you will listen to someone who talks about that more than you will listen to a book that I don't see. What do you
written by men who are upheld by other pedophiles? Written by men that are upheld by pedophiles. Pedophiles, dude. Pedophiles. The church. I'm talking about the fucking church. I'm talking about the leaders in the church and the church.
That's Roman paganism. The Vatican and Catholics aren't Christian.
Okay, so tell me why God would allow that. Tell me why God would allow that. Why would God just... do you know what? They're going to make it even harder for people to find me. I'm just going to let that happen. I'm just going to let that happen, man. Yeah, whatever.
Richie, can I share what I think what you're trying to imply there when you're asking Rocky that? If you realize that you've been conditioned in this part of the world and its environment, if you were born in another environment, there's a good chance you would have been conditioned to whatever's going there. So if you were Christian here, because that's your environment, there's a good chance if you were born in a Muslim country, you would have been conditioned that way. Some people can break away while they're there, but they'll be just going to another type of conditioning program, whatever word you want to use.
Hey Kay, how you doing?
I understand what you're talking about. And if I was born in another country, I don't know what.
Well, I think what you meant.
Still the same person. If I'm still the same person, I would think that I would, if I have a tendency if I found Christ in America, I would probably find it there. I know there's people that have found Christ all over the world. It's not just America. It's all cultures.
I think a better word to use than think would be hope. You hope. Because of what you believe, because of how you feel now, you hope that you would still find the true path to God, right?
Right. Yeah.
No matter where you were born, right? But it's because you are invested in the narrative, right? The reality of it is, even if you were you, right, as you think you are now, the you that you think you are has been conditioned. So, you were born. If you get born into a completely different culture, way of life, and religious beliefs, you cannot say that you would. Obviously, I think I would have still become Christian, because everything around you in that other culture would have been telling you that, no, it's just a fancy. They even believe in Jesus. I think they don't discount, Hindus don't discount the story of Christ. They just disagree with who he was. Right? So if you're born into a family and all of the indoctrination and the programming and the teachings all teach you something completely different that goes against everything that's said in the book, in the Bible, chances are you'd be Hindu.
Well, I know that the scriptures teach that if you want to know who God is, he will tell you who he is.
Okay, but if you were born in Bangladesh, you probably wouldn't come across the scriptures.
Well, maybe they... how do I know who's saved in Bangladesh? Maybe there's a... Maybe
how do you know they're
know
saved?
Christ. How do you know they're not?
How do you
maybe
know?
They are.
How do you know
maybe
that just because somebody doesn't or hasn't heard the story, how do you know that means that they're fucked now? Or you didn't hear the story.
You're putting that in my mouth.
Well, I'm just playing your game. You like doing that as well. I think I've asked you this before. Like, if somebody, because you said that no, the people that haven't heard, the people that don't know the story, when they die, then they're kind of kept in. They're going to be kept in this special little room until after Satan's little season, or during Satan's little, whenever it is, where they'll be reborn again, or given the choice, given the opportunity. They'll be told the story and given the opportunity to accept the truth again, right?
No, maybe they never had the truth, and it does say in the scriptures, in Judgment Day, when everyone is resurrected, it does say that all need to confess Christ as Lord. So So maybe they're giving us a chance that they didn't have before. Who knows? Maybe everyone will be saved. If God says it's his will that all be saved, can he do it? I think he can. So I don't know if anybody's going to be lost eventually. It does say in Revelation 21, I think that eventually everyone will confess that Christ is who he said he was. And I think that's the...
Rock, take it easy, man. Sleep well.
Have a good day or night.
Hope you're not too hungover when you wake up. I was going to say something that's gone out of my head now.
Well, Richie, what happens sometimes is people can entertain more than one or two different views. So somebody that, let's say, consumes the written work and for the Christian teachings or the Quran or Bhagavad Gita, but not be attached to any of them, then you've chosen to be the observer. But for some folks, if they don't realize it, hence the Buddhism teachings of you become attached to things. So people have views and they'll say, well, I believe in the Christian way. Okay, that's nice. You hear them out. Person that's not attached will hear them out, but they're not worrying about whether or not they agree or disagree with them. Let them be. Live and let live, the old saying goes. If a person wants to talk about the biblical story, whether the Revelation version, the Genesis, those are probably the ones that are handfully something to actually chew into if you want to. Outside of that, you can't really tell me where heaven and hell is unless you want to play with the idea of why do we say hello here? And what is it then? It's like, when people talk about good and evil, I just translate the word energetically to spiritual material, mind over matter. Where is the mind? But again, I'm just playing with words. But for a lot of folks, they think or feel, that gives it away, they think or they feel. Are they picking it up with their gut? Are they being intuitive about it? Even that, I'm still playing with words. If something's meant to be inspired, go ahead, Richie.
No, I was just going to agree. It's like I've been saying the whole time. It's words. And words create feelings, and they have narratives attached to them and meanings attached to them. But sometimes, people can have different meanings for the same word. The same word doesn't mean the same thing to everybody, right?
Yeah.
So words like God and our Father, or terms or phrases, not just words, but terms and phrases, right? They all they're either labels or they're straight out of a box with a label on it, right? So I think doesn't anybody think about this? When was the Bible compiled? When was the canon canonized? 386 or whatever it was. Temple of Nice, the Nicaea, fucking Constantine, all that, right? After it was 350. Say, just for sake of argument, let's just say it was 350, right? 350 years after the supposed birth of Christ, right? Which was 2,000 years ago. But according to the Bible, we've been around for about 6,000 years. So it it took God, the all-powerful, all-knowing, fucking God, it took God 4,000 years. 4,000 fucking years. If you think about how much has happened in the last 200 years, how much did you think is going to happen in 4,000? Took God 4,000 years to be able to inspire people enough to be able to fucking write a Bible that can be canonized and be called the Word of God.
Well, you can go even further than that, Richie, because that usually when people get stuck, where how do you consume information? So in this case, regardless if the Bible is just a combination, a whole bunch of stories, how are you supposed to consume it? Because if people learn, you read it from left to right, right to left, you read it in a scroll form, you read it in a book form. What language should you be reading it? See, and that's why people don't realize, for a lot of folks, they've been conditioned to only read it a certain way and then put all the subdirectories to it.
Yeah,
Well,
a lot of mistranslation.
yes. It's like when you do auto writing, you write with your right hand or left hand, you'll get a different outcome. But people lean more towards one to another. Now, I get the cult-like behavior, but it doesn't limit itself just to religion. People could turn around and say, okay, what about the Constitution? Once again, how do you consume it? Most people forget that. Your parents don't teach you how to breathe, let alone how to digest your food. So therefore, there's something else that's doing all of that. So if you go inwards and say, okay, wait a second here. How does it serve me to read the Bible? Well, how are you going to read it today, Dom? Where's the sun and the moon? Now, that person might say, but I don't have that inner dialogue. So then you'll see how other people say, well, we're kind of lost and we're going to chase each other, which is fine. Like, we're not here to judge each other, but if you are, then who's going to judge you?
Mysterious. English has only existed in its current form for the last 250 years or something. The 1700s. This has been since the 1700s that English has been in its current form. So, and it's a living language, so it's grown and changed, and you know, there's all these. I was watching a video yesterday about all the old sayings that we used to have in England. English sayings, you know, stone the crows and spend a penny. When you go for the toilet, when you go to have a pee, right? We say, I'm going to go and spend a penny. I'm going to go and spend a penny, right? Where does anybody think that came from? Why do we say, I'm going to go and... You are the dumb fuck, Ruck. Not Ruck, Rock.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to spend a nickel.
Right. Spend a penny. Where does that come from? It's because the toilets in the UK used to spend it cost a penny to go in the toilet. To use the amenities, it would cost a penny. So that's why we go and spend a penny. But look how long that's stuck for. Mm-hmm. It's still used now, right?
True. And English is a meaningful language with 4 other languages to it. And if you follow all the empires, they use that type of energy.
Listen, Ruck, I just want to say, mate, you are Rock. Oh, fucking hell. Not Ruck. Rocky. There's something... You're like a child, mate. You're like a fucking child. Rage quitting, because why? Why do you rage quit? Because you're not very mature, my friend.
For some people, Richie, opposed to sharing points, they're trying to prove points. And then the question would be, is who you're trying to prove it to?
You shouldn't have to try to prove nothing.
You would hope so, Mac, but I know I get caught up in that sometimes. I just try to nip it a little bit more before I actually try to do it. And then there's times, maybe we talk past each other, it's okay, as long as it makes sense to you individually. But for some folks, it's like, well, I don't feel confident enough. I said, hence why they have cult-like behavior. Like, who's the true person when you're talking somebody that's in religion? Who's really religious, let alone who's valuing being in the state? Again, that's right. Herd mentality, which is fine, as long as a person's honest with themselves. You could tell the people that are dishonest with themselves. They use the word truth a lot.
Just go to a church. You see a lot of hypocrites there.
Well, there's hypocrites everywhere, but yeah, I'm with you.
I'm just saying.
Let's talk about the difference between truth and true. What's true and truth? They're two different things.
I'm with you. Yeah, true is like a wheel. So if a person that talks like a crook and acts like a crook, he's being true. Regardless if a person says, but I don't agree with that kind of behavior, but he's still being true.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if a crook talks like a crook and acts like a crook, he's being true to himself because he's a crook. Right. But it's like straight and true, right?
I'm with you on
that. When something is accurate, it's straight, it's true. It's it's a term that's used in construction. It's a term that's used in navigation. So, truth, well, that can be anybody can have it, can't they? I have my truth. Yep. What's true to me? Because it's been proven to be true to me. But I'm having a subjective experience.
Well, some folks, whether they know it or not, they talk in vain. They'll say things like, God bless you. Oh, so you're speaking on behalf of some entity now, are you? opposed to may God bless you. But then the question would be, you would have to ask the other person, do you value the concept of God?
But do you know what I just heard when you said that? I heard Magog, as in Magog.
Yeah. Okay,
Magog bless you. And bless you. Let's split bless up. Be less. Be less. May God be less you.
Good catch. Right. And yes, the B part's the most important part, the B, because we are human beings first and foremost. But unfortunately for a lot of folks, they lose themselves. Literally, they lose the self. They get confused in their own program because they've never actually had that ability to say, listen, can you challenge yourself? It's funny how people challenge other people. I said, how does that serve you to challenge somebody else? It's a question.
Aren't we much better off challenging ourselves?
Sure you are. Know thyself, question thyself, entertain the self. Whatever you want to do, just make sure it's the self after. None of this self-aware. No, aware of the self. What is the self? For me, it's the program. The ego, that's the body. That's why when people talk about an ego death, an ego transformation, yeah, your body is aging as we speak. It's its own consciousness. And some people have the ability, they can communicate with it. Other people, here's little signs. Okay, I'm not going to eat today. Why? Because my body's trying to tell me something. Really? And then that's where the gut brain comes in. The gut's always trying to communicate with us. But the upper brain, the scholarly brain that most people use, I ignore those things. Okay, you figure that out. And then they wonder why. They look kind of like distraught. Oh, I'm a diabetes, or I had a mild heart attack. Well, you had a lot of signals, but most people think it's outside. No, it's inside. Be your own physician kind of ideal. People are going to use the scripture type. Angels, do they actually even have a gender? If they're going to use the written work, if those are stories, how do they serve you? Christians will say, Dominic, I'm an honest person. I say, but don't you cheat the tax system? Yeah, well, that's different, Dom. There you go.
I would say that the story, the story serves Rocky because it gives him his foundation, right? He's looking for foundation, and he's found it there, and he doesn't want to fucking mess with that foundation. Because if he does, it's going to put the rest of his life in question. It's going to put his entire fucking existence in question. He's going to have to question himself. If he's going to go and shake at those foundations to make sure that they're still true, right? I shook the foundations to see if they were still true and if they'd hold ground, right? And they didn't. They fell to pieces as soon as I fucking shook them.
Yeah,
and I think anybody else that like honestly researches, thoroughly, honestly researches, and doesn't shy away from information because the church told him it was bad, and said, well, hang on a second, I'm just, I need to question this, because the truth does not fear scrutiny.
Mm-hmm. You're going to stay true to yourself. Again, if a person values what it serves, how it serves, the question would be, are you explaining to other people so you can bounce it off of them? Or are you trying to convince yourself as you're trying to manipulate others? Now, it's challenging to manipulate others if they haven't already manipulated themselves. So that's why when people say, well, Dominic, I'm innocent, I'm like, yeah, that's funny. Innocent of what? No different. You're saying you're guilty. Guilty of what? Some man-made rule? Again, if a person's truly being honest with themselves, they don't say words out loud like, I understand, or I'm trying to understand me. I said, that's not your responsibility to understand me. The word gives it away. But if you truly understood the word, why would you have to say it out loud? That's why when people say, Dom, I know the truth. If you understood the concept of the energy of truth, why the fuck are you saying it out loud? It's a question. That's for them to ponder. They don't have to answer me, because then we'd be in that loop again. Well, Dom, but you don't understand. There you go. You've revealed yourself. I don't understand. Is it my job to be responsible for you? No. So if you're responsible for yourself, guess who's accountable for you? Your mother's not accountable for you. Your dad's not accountable for you. They're not living inside of you. You can have that illusion thinking, she's my wife. Really? She's your wife? Are you sure? Who gave us the concept of wife?
That's about partnership, isn't it? It's like the trouble is people thinking, what marriage is this now. Marriage is about love and happily ever after and all the bullshit narratives that we've been fed by Hollywood. But you go back 200 years and marriage was much more business orientated, about family. Even in England, right? They're business relationships. Marriages are between two families, a business relationship between two families.
Yeah, contracts merging.
That's why the dowry existed. That's why a woman had a dowry, right? To make her more appealing to yeah, I mean excuse me. Dowry and bride price, right? Almost paying, like here. if you take my daughter, look at what she's got. You'll this will be a good investment. Look at what we're able to provide as a dowry for the daughter.
Yeah, it'll be no different saying here, take some of my female goats or some of my female chickens. I know people might look at the connotation like it's cruel when we say we're somewhat like cattle. I'm pretty sure if we had the cattle species start speaking to us in our language that we can understand, or we can understand their language, they would say, yeah, welcome to the club. It's anyway.
The cows come up and say, yeah, listen, moo, you lot are all going on about this, we've got a whole different story for you. Did you not know that God is actually a fucking bison?
Cows would turn around and say, okay, so let me understand that. You raise us, you treat us somewhat with kindness, and then you kill us, okay, and then you eat us. Do you do that to your own human race? Yeah, we call it McDonald's.
Yeah, that's been coming out recently, but we've dropped down to 3. There's obviously a far too high a level of conversation for most people. We've dropped down to 24 in the chat as well. Way too high a level of conversation for a lot of people out there, but that's coming out. That's been coming up in my suggested recently as well. They're talking about Soylent Green, and this guy ate into a Wendy's and fucking found a part of a human tooth in there and
a finger.
I just thought, what, dude? Are you sure it wasn't your tooth? Like,
but how would human remains taste?
All I know is, right, that was in 2017, 18. It was either 2017 or 18. I bit into a Big Mac and it tasted different. And then I tasted a quarter pounder of cheese, and I could taste the same flavour in the quarter pounder of cheese I could in the Big Mac. And I'd recently heard about this whole, I'd heard that fucking Jewish rabbi going on about how, hey, what do you think? We put, they own all of the abattoirs. Where do you think the babies go? Implying basically that, yeah, they were actually, there were humans being put into the meat, and everybody that was eating fast food, you're all cannibals. We're all cannibals. Eating anybody that eats fast food, we're eating people. And I didn't touch McDonald's or Burger King since then, or fast food in general, really. But no, that's a lie, because I had a kebab last night.
Well, here's one, Richie. Back in the day,
I think that kebab's more likely to be dog or cat meat than human.
Could be, but it's still flesh of some sort. So back in the days when they, even probably today, when they had slavery, and all of a sudden, like, people think, well, there's a grocery store. No, if one of your slaves end up dying, what do you think they did with the body? Ponder it. I'm not saying that's what it is, but you got to think about it. People say, yeah, okay, well, they wouldn't feed that slaves and all that. Really? You honestly think otherwise? Why, you think they're going to go down the street there and say, listen,
yeah, because of the types of people that we're talking about, the type of individuals that we're talking about, I would absolutely not put it past them. If a slave, like say 2,000 years ago, if a slave died, they wanted to feed meat to the slaves. Then where do you think the meat would come from?
Sad as it may sound, but people just can't wrap their head around it because they think for some reason they got a grasp of human behavior. You pay somebody enough money and distance themselves from it. Next thing you know, they're giving us soy. They're giving us all kinds of foods that really aren't healthy for the vessel. And then that's just what we consume. Think about all the technology that we've presented to ourselves. What Wi-Fi does, lining your house with electricity or radio frequencies, that's bombarding the vessel. Now, who we truly are probably aren't really being affected by it, but the vessel is. And people have even done studies on this kind of stuff. But for the masses, it's like, no, that's too close to home. I'd rather stay in my naivety. Oh, so you choose to be naive. Okay, good enough. At least they know where they stand.
That actually is when naivete transforms to ignorance.
Yes.
If you're choosing to stay naive, then you are choosing to be ignorant.
Hence, consciously ignorant. We can't use niscient anymore. Well, there's no way I could have known. You know, people that usually say, I don't know, usually the type of people, when you catch them hard enough, they'll realize, well, wait a second, no, your pride is in the way. Because if you truly didn't know, then why the fuck are you keep talking then?
That which is, how you doing? Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of it, but it's like Nestle apparently use it. Anyone that uses it, there's a particular flavor enhancer that is supposed to have come from aborted fetal cells. So does that make, right, because it's been taken from samples were taken and then this thing was created as a result of it, do they need parts of aborted fetal cells in every single batch, or is that just that was a do they synthesize it? If they synthesized it since then, right? And does that still make you, in a sense, cannibalistic? If you're eating something that's been designed from human fetal cells. What's worse, that or a torso being chucked into a big meat grinder and included with all the offal and crap that they chuck in there from the beef or whatever it is they're putting in the burger or the mince. Is it the same?
Or a tormented animal. A tormented animal, you're going to be rewarded whatever the blood does to the flesh. There is decency ways of, putting something down, and honoring the spirit that's inside of that creature, whether it's a human or an animal, even a tree. But unfortunately, a lot of people are not a lot of people, some people, and I'm being very polite, some people just aren't going to be aware of that kind of stuff. We're beings in many forms. Now, people might not grasp that. It's okay. Again, where's air? Where's thoughts? How are those two objects in the sky? What are they? Are they images? Are they material? Anybody actually gone up there and confirmed that? And then would we have to trust the person that's come back down? These are questions one can actually go inwards with in thoughts. Don't have to speak it.
When we know without any shadow of any doubt at all, we know that if what somebody's going to say conflicts with the existing established narrative, then it will not be accepted. They will be ridiculed and belittled and basically ground into dust if they speak anything against the narrative. So let's say people really do go up into space and they go up there and they say, well, I couldn't actually see the curve of the Earth. It still looked pretty flat. Do you think they're going to let them say that?
Well, they
Do you
can.
think they're going to let them say? Yeah, they can say it, but if
But
they
again,
keep
this
breathing.
this is when you put a boundary on you and say to yourself, I'm not concerned if people agree or disagree with me. You're sharing information for your benefit. The gift that never gets received is always your gift. This is why when people get caught up and say, wait a second, I've said I've agreed. I said, there's your trigger. Because once you put value to it, and in that case, that you're looking for somebody, to endorse you, nobody's going to see it through my views. Hence the eye of the beholder, Plato's cave. So therefore, why would I need somebody to agree or disagree? If anything else, they're revealing their cards to me. And I'm like, but I'm not interested in it. Because if I was, I could fucking easily manipulate that individual without them even being aware. Because they're not even hearing themselves speak. Because if they're truly listening from within, they'll realize, See, remember, Richie, I'm being the fool by talking by it right now. But I enjoy doing it because I like to learn new things. I like to see people's behaviors. It's only reaffirming my own behavior. I know I can be very clever, and I choose to be clever. I don't do it out of ignorance. Now, people might turn around and say, well, why would you do that? Now you're asking me a philosophy question. Why?
Well, it could be, I mean, it could be just, it's a facet of your ego to, to want to speak and say things. Like with me, I know that every time I speak, every time words come out of my mouth, it's a part of my, it's my ego that's doing that, because my spirit knows that my real true self knows that it's pointless saying anything anyway. It doesn't, because we don't, it would sit quietly, basically. It's just sit quietly and listen rather than actually voice an opinion, because it knows that it's just an opinion. That's all I've got is opinions. I don't have any proof of anything. Not anything that anybody else would accept as proof. I've got things that have happened that have proven certain things to me, but they still didn't tell the story or prove the any story. It didn't give me anything really that I can use, because the things that happened get automatically slotted into these brackets, because I don't have the right words to be able to describe what happened. So I can only use words that they're already charged. Those words are already charged, ready to set people off, ready to trigger responses from other people's egos that think that they know. No, I know. I've done the research, man. I've read the books.
But behind words is one's intent. So for us to be of service to humanity, no different, other people are of service to humanity by saying, I'm going to be a commander chief and I'm going to order people with my intent to kill another human being. That's being a service to humanity. It's not favorable, but it is still a service. So when people actually have their intent in line, then when they're sharing, whether 1 point or 1,000 points, at least it's been shared. Now, whether or not, that's why I put LOL. I'm not putting for laugh out loud. It's learn out loud. That's for my benefit. But can other people benefit from it? Sure they can, if they choose to. That's why I make it a point to tell people, what I share out loud, that's for my benefit. If you choose to accept it or tolerate it, whatever, that's on you. That's not on me. I'm not responsible for you. But unfortunately, most people think, yeah, but you are. I said, are you? Am I? Am I truly? Am I the one that's monitoring your breath right now? No. Am I the one that's monitoring your liquids right now? Well, not really. I said, now I know. I'm realizing I'm talking to a child, which I'm okay with, because most people get caught up in their trigger. That's a childlike behavior between the age of 7 and 14. Now, I just happen to talk the way I do. Now, other people could say, well, Dom, could you talk a little bit slower? Would you like me to also babysit you? I'm here. I'm not talking to the masses. Rich,
Can you hold my hand?
I could hold you. I'll probably give you like the traditional arm, the Vikings and all that. We could do that actually, Matt. But I'm talking to you guys. Now, other people that come on and they act like trolls or whatever, I said, I'm not talking to you. You have no interest in me. If anything else, go hang out with your own.
Well, it's like the atheist that says, prove to me God exists, or prove to me this, or whatever. People have their... We're all coming from our corner where we've got we've worked it out. However, we've worked it out in our minds, in our mind's eye, the way we think about things, the ideologies that we either agree with or disagree with, whatever. Every single one of us is coming from a unique perspective, right? Totally unique perspective. Because, like I keep saying, Dom, I can never be you. I can imagine what it's like to be you. I could walk a mile in your shoes, but that I'd still be me walking in your shoes, which might be uncomfortable. I don't know what size feet you are. But I can never walk a mile in your shoes as you, because you are you. There is no other you. You're the only you. Your consciousness is individual, right? It's an individual consciousness separate to mine. I cannot. Maybe we can merge. Maybe our consciousness can merge. Maybe we can go and do some fucking ayahuasca and merge consciousness and whatever. But I pretty much guarantee that we won't actually be able to appear in the same trip and still communicate with each other and say, like, take ayahuasca, go into the trip and be like, Dom, shit, hey, we're here, man. Fuck, look at this is crazy. And you'll be, yeah, man, no worries. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how DMT or trips work.
If it did.
You all go and trip together, but you don't have the same fucking trip. Nobody. You might have similar things going on, but nobody is actually in the same, in the presence of the same people when they in the spirit realm or LSD or DMT, whatever.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, but as long as we're in the material. So for me, respect, this is my interpretation, respect for me is when a person hears another person out. Agreeing or disagreeing, that's just the ego talking. Now, I don't really like using it too much, but I would hope other people are always listening from within. Because sometimes when I'm communicating with people, I'm trying to bypass that ongoing software called yourself. I'm preferably wanting to talk to the ego, not the ego, my apologies, to the gut. So in this case, when we're communicating with each other, we're not there to judge each other. But people do judge each other. Dom, I agree with you. Disagree with you. Go ahead.
I still that triggers me.
That's fine.
I get a little bit triggered when you say talk to the gut, because I still have this. I'd say it's the heart, and not the pumping thing. It's the heart. The idea of the where the soul lives, right? Mm-hmm. In the heart, in the where the
your conscience.
Well,
that's a software at that point. For me, the soul is this data. For me, I'm not here to tell other people how they want to perceive the language or how they interpret those words. But for me, soul is this data.
Right. So yeah, because Special K, like we said, go with our gut. Your gut feeling, the intuition is in the gut. For me, intuition has always been in the heart. It's never been in my gut. My gut has been associated too much with my brain and IBS and anxiety, and that
I agree.
That all comes from my brain. That's me thinking and overthinking things, and at the end of the day, who am I and what do I know? I don't know shit. So all this thinking has caused anxiety that has affected my gut. And when I know something, I know it in my heart. I know something's true in my heart. I don't need to think about it.
Well, thinking is upper brain thing, by the way. The gut is when you hear intelligent, intuition, insightful. It works its way up through the neurons, through the blood, to the heart.
Shit, my gut just tells me when I'm hungry.
See the heart, because it's been proven by science that the heart is the one. It's the heart that actually reacts. It's milliseconds faster than. But in situations with intuition and sixth sense type stuff, they did tests on people. It was that their heart reacted a fraction of a second before their brains did.
Yes, and that's when
the heart knows, right?
That's when you bring it to the upper, sorry, Richie, you bring it to the upper brain, and then you have to put it in words like science. But intuitive is something, it's not written, let alone spoken. The gut actually receives information from what's called the mind. That's energy. That's why you have to be in that, feminine energy. That's the teachable energy. The masculine energy is just the programmable energy. But they submerge like a sine wave. This is why when you hear people using words like thinking, they're telling you where we're coming from. Thinking is a upper brain. That's where scholars and scribes come from. That's why when you hear women talk, go ahead.
Just going to respond to Special K talking about that. I see what you're saying, right? But I'm in control of my emotions, and I understand my emotions. So, yeah. Yeah, the heart is where the emotions are.
Yeah. We were playing with words, true or truth. Here's another one.
Emotions, emotions what makes you a human. That's what makes you human.
That's the human part. Animals have emotions too. Yes, very much so. But now we can play with words here. Control opposed to manipulate or observe. Do you truly control it?
They have. We can argue or debate that they have emotions. We can say
I'm not debating. I'm not debating with you, Richie. I'm asking you to ponder it.
I know. But I'm just saying that, like, some people will say that the animals don't have emotions, but I personally looked into the eyes of my dog Alfie when he was laid on my chest, and all I saw there when he was looking at me was love, like that he loved
unconditional.
Yeah, that's one emotion. That's one emotion. But you can also squeeze their arm, and then they'll bark. They're telling you have emotions. You do that with a cow, and you take away their calves from them. You'll see the cow, the way they respond. That's emotion. That's engraved in the body.
You see these YouTube videos of other animals helping other animals out and stuff.
That's emotion. And some of them are favorable, some of them aren't favorable. Again, people want to just talk about like love, unconditional. You breathe it in every day. That's what love is. What people call love is obligation and duty. And they're misusing the word energetically.
Well, that's because we've only got one word for love, like I mentioned before. We've only got one word for love, and it encapsulates every single type of love that there might be. You might have to put it, platonic love, familial love, romantic love, immaterial love, like I love my car.
But is it
emotionally
unconditional?
attached?
But is
emotionally
it unconditional?
attached, right? And then there's unconditional love, right? But then.
No. I'm asking those things that you described. Are they unconditional?
In Japan, they'll define that it's specific when you say it, whether it's unconditional love or if it's the love of a thing or the love of a person, and what sort of person that is. If it's a family member or if it's a romantic partner, right? They have different words for love, depending on what that love is. So love, and most of
it's done in vain. All those things that you describe is conditional. Air, breath of life, is offered to all living beings. It does not distinguish the difference. That's unconditional. Most people that are talking about unconditional, they're saying the word loving your child. No. If you're actually loving another man's child and your child will observe it, he's in the energy of love. There's your love. But what most people do is they warp it. They never go in and double check it with the energy behind it. It's like numbers. Most people use numbers to play with, but they don't actually grasp the energy behind numbers. Symbology. We all have energy. That rules over everything. It's called the essence, by the way. Again, I'm using more words to try to describe the undescribable. But when people start saying what love is, well, then start challenging it. Go inwards. Something will say, no, that's not love, Dom. That's obligation and duty. You'll do that for anybody. You go to work, I do it unconditionally, really. There's another vain word. But again, if you truly say about it, doesn't fire need air? Sure it does. But again, do we see it? It's like when somebody said, Dom, I had a near-death experience. Well, that's nice. So you had a near transformation, did you? Did you see the light? Did you see thoughts? Well, not really. Now, I'm being the idiot right now, Richie. But what I'm sharing, if a person goes inwards to say, why didn't I ever have that thought? Because people are too busy talking. Like me, I have diarrhea of the mouth right now. Sorry, go ahead, Rich.
I think the issue, when people have an issue with with you, Dom, and what you say. It's because I don't know if this is the right word. It's you come across condescending.
Mm-hmm. But that means
very condescending.
That means they must have had something inside of them. You can only bring out what's already inside of you. Now, you might not go pro. You know, it's like when people talk about narcissist, psychopath, and sociopath. What about the masses? What kind of path are they on?
He plays the devil's advocate.
Sure. No, actually, I'm not even the devil, but I do play the advocate. And I like to be the adversary. And I'm the kind of person, in some areas, I don't play by the rules. Now, they might not like it. I said, I don't give a shit about your likes and dislikes. Now, at that point, now, this is me talking when I talk to my buddies privately. I'm just sharing a little bit here because I realize I like to play games. At the end of the day, I'm taking home my toys. Those are your toys. These are my toys. If you think for some reason, I'm not saying this out loud, if you got triggered, the question is that's already inside of you. Why haven't you dealt with it yet? Now, people are having a problem with me. What are they really saying about themselves?
Yep.
Not like as though I'm here to. I'm the kind of guy who will tell people I don't give a shit about you. Why? Because I'm not the one that's living in your body.
Well,
you're the one that's living in your body. I'll be polite. Usually, that's just a way of saying I'll tip you to the
when
wrong.
people judge you, they're just judging on their own inadequacies.
There you go. You got it, Mac.
You know.
Got it. But again, most people don't realize they want things that sounds nice. Which is fine. Even when people are trying to rip into each other, it sounds nice, doesn't it? You're trying to prove a point. That's nice. I got fucking 1,000 points. How does it serve you if I shared you 1,000 points? Well, it doesn't. So who are you trying to convince here? I'm doing that myself. I already know I'm projecting. It's like when somebody says to me, Dominic, you know I'm going to pay you for a job. I said, now I have to bring up my spidey senses. In my world, that's yeah. I was going to say,
see you later, honey. Thanks for being here. Don't be a stranger. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
I was going to say, Rich, when I go to do jobs and the person has to tell me, you know, I'm going to pay, I'm like, now I got to be curious now. What do you mean? I said, in my world, that's a fucking given. You know, I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt. They actually have some sort of a thick skin. But if they don't, then what are we doing here then? It's like when people debate. If you're going to fucking debate, make sure the prize is well worth it. Loser doesn't talk for a couple of months. Outside of that, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get approval rating. Look at me, I want to debate. Look, you see all those people there that don't got a fucking clue who I am. They're applauding me. There you go. You pay them enough money, you'll see how quickly they'll turn the way they vote. Casting a vote for what end? Anyway, sorry.
Whose voice sounds angry? Okay.
Probably mine, but it's okay because I like to play. Because most people don't really tap into their EQ. So for me, getting a little bit this way or whatever, it's just revealing other people. Oh, so you actually have pocket aces. Well, that's nice. I got a guy waiting in the parking lot. He'll clean up after you. I'm being a goof when I'm saying this, by the way, guys.
Yeah. Go on.
I think that there are individuals that I'm happy to be condescending with, like Queen Stephen, for example, is a prime example of somebody that should be treated with condescension, if that's a word. But yeah, I don't, because I'm still, my ego, it's my ego that sits there and goes and says, yeah, the way you're saying that is really fucking condescending, man. And because I'm able to detach from that trigger and say, no, that's my ego that's doing that. That doesn't lessen the importance of what you're saying or make it any. It doesn't make it less true or anything. Just because it's being said in a condescending way, doesn't mean there isn't value in what's being said, right? So I'm able to detach and just listen to what you're saying. But there are individuals, there are people that can't or don't or don't want to or can't.
That's true, Richard. I could be condescending. I could be talking down. I could be talking past people. If a person's there for the message, they'll receive it if that's important to them. The ones that aren't there and they're just looking for like bonuses or please, go watch a movie, go watch a TV series. That's fine. To me, I know I can be in those play those roles. And there's other times I'll just keep quiet. Okay, interesting. I could probably weigh in on a lot of conversation, but interesting. This is me. Now, do I know everything? No. And even what I do know, I hope I can at least put some discernment to it. But it's not a one-fit-all. This goes back to pharmaceutical. Usually most people that take pharmaceutical stuff, it's done on people that are healthy. People that are going to take on this kind of information, I would like to think they're in a healthy place. Because if they're not, this is not going to serve them. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I was talking about pharmaceuticals. I've actually had to resort to pharmaceuticals over the last couple of days. I had to resort to pharmaceuticals because it's just been, because I haven't, as much as I want to ride it out, and I'll ride it out by not going to the doctor and just taking some paracetamol to lower my temperature, because it is effective at lowering temperatures and lessening symptoms. Doesn't really help with congestion, but sometimes there's a need for pharmaceuticals, man.
Do you like taking oregano oil, or having I think it's called an iggy pot, I think it's called, where you can clean out your nose? The oregano oil at least will kill some bacteria, or at least maintain your health.
Yeah, I can't get it here.
Okay.
Unless I order it online. I guess I could order it online, but I can't. We can only get. I have oregano in my pasta, but I can't get oil because there's other application, other reasons. Like oregano oil is really good for lots of things, man. I made it weird now. When? How? And I bloody love cheesecake too. What's your favourite type of cheesecake?
Strawberry cheesecake.
I'm not picky. It's a cheesecake. I'm all over it.
My wife likes the lemon meringue cheesecake.
Is that cheesecake if it's got meringue?
Yep.
I've never heard of a lemon meringue cheesecake.
On top. Yep.
I mean, Americans put fucking marshmallows on sweet potatoes, so
it's egg. It's egg white.
Well, yeah.
That makes the meringue.
But where does the meringue sit? On top of the cheesecake?
It sits on top of the lemon gel.
Well, that just sounds like a.
It's like cheesecake, lemon pudding, and then the meringue on top.
That sounds like a complicated lemon meringue pie.
Yeah.
I've never had lemon meringue. I've never, and I wonder if the cheesecake is the same in England as it is in America, because cheesecake.
Well, we got the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. Cheesecake in Spain and Portugal is slightly different texture to cheesecake in the UK. Cheesecake in the UK is really thick, and
yep,
and yeah, it's like, God, well, you can't liken it to anything. Cheesecake's like cheesecake, but my favourite cheesecake is kiwi. Kiwi cheesecake, man. Fucking amazing. It's better than strawberry, better than blackberry, Black Forest Gatto, lemon cheesecake is always good.
I grew up with Sara Lee cheesecake.
I don't even know what that means. All I know is that you live in America, dude, and you've got the fucking worst food on this planet. As far as chemicals and factory-made fucking bullshit, like
Yeah.
The cheese and stuff. People,
No,
American cheese, man.
There should be some laws passed, but I don't know why they're not doing it.
Well, it's too much money.
Yep.
It's an entire fucking industry. They're not gonna.
Well, it's big pharma has a lot to do with it.
Yeah. Kraft.
Yep.
I haven't had Kraft cheesecake.
Cracked macaroni and cheese, which is garbage now.
Macaroni and cheese, right, should just be macaroni and cheese. Like real cheese. Like cheddar. English macaroni and cheese is really good. Maybe I'm not a fan of bechamel, but people use bechamel in their macaroni and cheese. But just as long as it's got oodles of cheese and you can't really taste the bechamel. Well, bechamel doesn't really have a flavour anyway, does it? It's just...
Well, Kraft is what? Macaroni elbows, and then you got this little packet full of cheese powder. It's not even cheese.
No. That's it.
I like
that Kraft are the ones that provide the food, film sets and stuff, aren't they?
Yeah.
That they have the Kraft.
I like a twice
Kraft
baked
table.
cheesecake, or excuse me, macaroni and cheese twice baked.
I've never had provolone cheesecake. No, I don't think I have.
Provolone.
It's junk food. You're all over it. What is junk food at the end of the day? I mean, there's junk food, and then there's food that isn't necessarily good to eat all the time.
Well, junk food is you're hungry within an hour. If it's good food, you're not hungry for at least 4 hours because it sticks in your gut.
Yeah.
True. For me, unfortunately, I make quite a few things a meal. And unless I fast, even though it's a yo-yo thing that I do, I usually just mess up my whole, am I hungry? Am I just eating for emotional? So eventually anything even that's healthy, I might end up making it be somewhat unhealthy. I call it junk food at that point.
For the last 4.5 years now, I've eaten, it's just eat what I can when I can. And if that's junk food, if that's a fucking kebab or a, microwaved meatballs with pasta, that's what it is. It's like beggars can't be choosers, man. You just gotta eat if you're hungry. When I get to that point where I'm not fucking hungry, I've got to have to eat something. It'd just be whatever is available to eat. If that's a packet of crisps, because I can't afford to be picky. Can't afford to be picky and choosy.
Well,
like
here, the cheap food's the bad food to eat.
Yeah,
in the
absolutely.
United States.
Yeah, it's always been that way, though. It's always been that way. Everywhere is the junk food is cheaper. It's nice and cheap and quick and easy, and yeah, it's
And the most of the people here in Chicago that eat the poor food are the ones that are fat.
right because and that's not because
They don't look
it's
poor.
meat. No, but what they're eating is all cooked in seed oils and and is genetically modified and isn't even food. Some of it it's just chemicals.
Skin
created in the
rashes.
plant.
They don't know what's wrong with them.
Special K's in Chicago. Chicago.
Guys, I understand health in the sense that I know fermenting foods,
Same.
kombucha. What else is there? portion control. I understand it. Doesn't mean I personally practice it because I have a lot of habitual habits, but I'm honest about it, where other people will say, yeah, I would like to have fermenting food. I said, but do you understand what it can and cannot do for your probiotics and all that stuff? These are nice conversations.
That's something that Callum knows all about. Like, he makes kombucha and he creates those, it's something about letting the top go moldy, and that moldy, crusty top, you take that off, and that's what's got all the goodness, and then ferment that in fucking pineapple or something, and then he drinks that. Right, that's his magic potion. But yeah, that's all for the gut biome.
Good thing to teach people, and hopefully at a younger age, so they don't form other types of habit. Like for us, a lot of it, well, not all of us, but for me anyway, the convenience of things. Grocery stores are even convenience, and even that. Okay, what foods are in there that are truly healthy? The meat, when was it picked? I mean, when was it slaughtered? How was it slaughtered? The apples or the oranges, the fruits, whatever. When were they picked? How were they logistically transported to a city?
I would say that a grocery store doesn't sell meat and shouldn't sell meat, right? A grocery store, groceries are. I always think of groceries as vegetables and fruit and vegetables and stuff like. But we have the grocery stores here are different to the supermarkets. And I think that in America and in Canada and in England think of supermarkets, groceries as supermarkets as groceries, but they're not. They're supermarkets and hypermarkets, and they're like that video that I made the other day about all those English people complaining about their food going mouldy, and it or being rubbery and not really real, like pre-sliced, pre-packaged in plastic slices of watermelon. Oh, they're really rubbery and it's not like real watermelon. Well, if you want real watermelon, here's a thought: why don't you buy real watermelon? Just buy a whole fucking watermelon, then it's depending on where you bought. I wouldn't buy it from a fucking supermarket, right? Because even in a supermarket, it's been sat there in a warehouse for God knows how long. It's travelled across continents to get there. So,
True, Richard. That's where...
Just this whole idea that I just remember back in the 80s, there wasn't as much fruit available as there is now.
Well, a lot of grocery stores are supermarket. A lot of the, obviously, people that do know this, a lot of the food that they have to throw away is because of the logistics. That's the biggest issue. How do you manage a bigger community, even with other things like hydro and all that, but with food, how do you ship a whole bunch of food that has an expiry date, even if it is healthy food? But a lot of them, they have to pre-pick it. By the time it gets there, has a shelf life, and then away it goes.
Well, we should all woke up when they came up with the seedless watermelon, because you can't take the seeds and make any other watermelon. You know what I'm saying?
Seedless watermelons, seedless grapes, seedless bananas. All bananas now are seedless.
Yep.
If you look at what bananas used to be like back in the 60s and 70s,
black seeds.
They're completely different to now. Like they're completely different.
But the thing, Mac and Rich, once you break a society, you kind of own them now. So in this particular case, how would you get a whole bunch of people? Like, I know people want to get onto the GMO and all that, but if most people are going to grocery stores, I'm one of them, obviously. How do you change your habit? Because you can't expect your master to change their habit. And if they do, it's for some other reason why they're doing it. So in this case, do most people really want to become farmers and hunters again? It's an honest question that one can ask oneself. And it's not for 1 or 2 days, not for a week.
But the reason people don't want to be, right? Hang on a second. Just getting my phone up so I can use it for the messages. The reason people don't want to do that is because I haven't got time to go hunting. I haven't got a lot of people don't want to go and kill animals. right? So, but they'll still want to eat the meat. They don't, but I think that happens in that probably happens happened in tribes. Where there were individuals that didn't really want to go out and hunt and kill the animals, but they were happy to eat the meat. I would be happy to hunt for my tribe, right? To go out and gather food and hunt and kill meat, kill an animal. That's the only time I would kill a deer would be if I had a community that would make use of the meat and all everything. Not just the meat, obviously the pelt and everything, but if it was just me and my family, I'm not going to kill a deer. I'll kill rabbits and birds and and fucking mice and rats and whatever, just smaller animals. But I don't have an issue with hunting. I would love for my life to consist of spending the day doing the things that need to be done to live.
To survive, yeah.
To survive. Well, not survive. No, not to survive. Fuck survive. Who wants to just survive? I want to live and thrive. Right. And I'll do everything that needs to be done. And I'd be quite happy for my job to be in the morning to go out and feed the chickens and the goats and, do any maintenance on the property and then go out in the afternoon or go out early in the morning or, or late at night, whatever, go out hunting. Probably if it's just for the family, it'll be fishing and stuff. I've got no issue with fishing, catching fish. And for my life to be surrounded and around my life, wherever it is that I'm living, rather than going off and working at doing a job and earning money to go down the supermarket and buy the things that I need, be quite happy to put the work needed into being self-sufficient. I would love that, right? Self-sufficiency is not going to be something that we'll be able to just be self-sufficient like that. Oh, suddenly be self-sufficient. That's not going to happen. We'll need to. There needs to be a transition, right? So, me and my small family live on our small holding, but we don't have cows, and we don't have. We have goats and chickens, and so we get our eggs from and our chickens. That's food. The goats will provide milk and also meat once they're past their sell-by date or whatever, as far as producing is concerned. And just spend my day taking care of the property that I live on, right? And get things like butter and there's all these other things that you'd need the rest of the world for, like timber and tools and I'd still want to use electric, but I'd do everything that I could to harness as much of that energy myself as I could, rather than having to plug into the grid.
Well, there's people that choose to teach and keep it alive, where they'll teach people what type of animals to hunt in what season, how to use a gun or bow, how to graze your animals so they won't get certain types of disease. Those things are out there, but for a lot of people, we've been taught to react. So it serves me no purpose to learn that if I'm not going to do anything. I say, yeah, but you'd be passing it on to the next generation. This is why when somebody finds out they have a gift, yeah, I can hunt, and I'm strong enough to know how to release the spirit out of that animal and honor it, and then the rest of the community can benefit it. Well, other people in the community are doing something else. Most people become so self-absorbed, but they don't realize we become so dependent in civilization that we're not even close to being interdependent anymore. But that's something we can learn in an age of information. You know, I have buddies, they're hunters, and they've educated me because I like to ask a lot of questions. Not necessarily because I want to do it, but sometimes to be the apprentice is to ask questions so that the teacher can reinforce it. That's what I learned as an electrician. You know, I would encourage my apprentice, ask me all kinds of questions. Why? Because it reinforces what I'm teaching. For them, they might be able to apply it, but they should actually understand the foundation of it first. You know, why are you there? How does it serve? Well, Dom, I'm here to earn money. That's a given. So why are you really here? And what are your skills? You know, I used to teach guys, say, listen, are you good at sports? Yeah. Do I pass the ball where you're at or you need to be? Now, that's just me doing it in my craft. But you can use that in other areas. Now, again, that might sound like I'm being tough or whatever. In some cases, you got to be tough. And you got to find out the children that can handle being tough and the other ones that are a little bit more sensitive. So, but again, are we really wanting to learn how to be farmers and hunters? Or are we going to wait for a desperate need time and say, okay, well, the economy is finally blowing up?
Nobody wants to now because everybody's sights are set on the wrong things, right? And we're
materialistic.
I think maybe you know, in the UK, I know that there are individuals that are cottoned on to what's going on, and they, you know, they're growing their own vegetables, they're buying their own plots of land to grow their own food. But it's one thing to grow your own food and another thing to be a farmer. Farming is not something that's been encouraged at all, you know. Like farmers, and the young farmers, like lads my age that grew up on farms, it's been made so difficult now to be a farmer. Who the fuck wants to be a farmer now with all the regulations?
There's no money in it.
Completely in control of it, right? When we have a nice little reset, and the powers that currently are no longer are, and things start to get decentralized as a result, then farming will be much more important, and there will be a lot more interest in it.
But farming is important. Unfortunately, the masses have given into the ideal. They want somebody else to govern over them, which is fine. But I question, why do they complain then? Usually people that complain aren't truly informed. They've made a choice. If not, thank your forefathers. Now, there might have been other people that manipulated them. I'm saying, yeah, they might have manipulated you, but you've accepted it. It's like a rich person saying, yeah, I don't agree with slavery, but you do benefit from your forefathers having slaves, right? So you got to take some accountability now.
Well, no, hang on a second. We're all basing this idea of slavery. We're saying, oh, it's a terrible thing, and all slaves hated to be slaves and whatever. There were actually conditions in America where the slaves earned their freedom, and they weren't technically slaves. They were still treated well. They were still, you know, they had all their needs taken care of. But it was just the work that they were doing was the menial work, and their payment for that menial work was they were sustained. They were fed, clothed, given accommodation, given beds. Now, yeah, there were people that took advantage of that and treated them like shit and whatever. And not everybody wants to be a slave. But some people, like I said the other day, some people are no better than. Like they are capable of no more than just being what everybody else might consider to be a slave. Why is slavery wrong? If there's, you know, it's not the slavery that's wrong. It's the perception of the word and the way that it was controlled by certain individuals are the same fucking individuals that are controlling us all now.
Okay, so let's change the word.
Mindset. It's the same mindset of the individual that owns the slave. Right? If I had people that worked for me doing the menial shit that other people might say, oh, they're your slave, right? But if I'm treating them like family and treating them really well, you know, They don't need a lot of money, so they're not being paid a lot of money, but they're being taken care of. All of their food, health, clothing, and everything, that's all taken care of, and they work my farm or whatever, right? What's wrong with that?
It's not about wrong.
If they're being treated okay, and they're happy doing what they're doing, what's wrong with that?
But you were talking earlier, Richie, about if you were a hunter, and you know in your tribe that you like to, you're good at killing animals. It's about knowing your place. So let me change the word: servitude, servant. Okay, because even with the mastery and because people back in the days, even today, you're my lord, you're my ruler. Okay, it's like you're my boss. I respect you because you have to do a whole bunch of stuff. But usually people that complain say, well, the boss makes all kinds of money. They could, but there's a good chance they have to work a lot of hours. So people that are masters probably have to do a lot of things that other people that wouldn't want to do that. But what they end up doing is they start picking and choosing. I want the advantages of what a rich person has, but I don't want to do the work. So then you're not really respecting your position, not theirs. You don't know this is. Go ahead.
That's when they don't recognize the fact that just because somebody isn't doing physical things, physical activity, going out there and hoeing the field and swinging a hammer and carrying sacks around everywhere, because they're just sat in an office and they're talking to people and they're writing things down, then they're not really working as hard. But what's going on in the person's head, what's going on in their the responsibilities of that individual that's right there at the top. They're at the end of the day, they are responsible for everybody underneath them, and if something goes wrong, it's gonna screw everything up. That's all on their head at the end of the day. So they have to try and manage the situation to ensure that the system that's being run is efficient and productive, right?
Richie, I'll give you an example. I used to have young guys working with me, and we'd be going to a job site. It was a residential job site, and we do commercial. And a couple of them would complain as we're driving up there, I really don't like residential, I like commercial. I actually would pull the van over to the side. I said, guys, I need you to have your head straight. I need your attitude right now. Why? We're going to do residential. Now, if you don't want to do this, by the end of the day, when we go back to the shop, pitch your story to the boss why you want to do commercial. Because it's the attitude a person has to be when you're there. Now, people that might complain about the governments, I said, do you understand all the roles that the government has to do? Now, they might say, yeah, but they do a lot of evil things. I said, yeah, that might be a given. But what's your role in all of this? By the way, Mac, everything's materialistic. We eat foods. We need shelter. That's all materialistic, by the way. But I get where you're going with it. It's about consumptions of overstuff. But hey, it'd be very difficult to convince people to say, listen, I don't want to buy another iPhone. But I want an iPhone to last forever. I said, well, then make your own fucking iPhone. See, a lot of people have not grown up yet. And what they do is they complain. Now, they might have picked up that energy from their community, from their family.
I don't think any of us have grown up yet.
I'm with you. You hear the way I talk, right?
None of us have grown up yet and none of us have been given the tools that we need to actually be truly grown up and adult about things.
Yeah.
That's the worst, and the worst thing about it is the people that are supposed to be the most mature, the leaders, right? The elders, they're all like fucking children.
They could be.
You go into the House of Commons. Bunch of children. It's like you might as well be in a fucking class full of 14-year-old boys.
Richie, would you be wise enough to realize I don't want to babysit people that are pretending to be wise? And again, it's one of those things is like, okay, so let's say none of us are adults, but let's say somebody does. It's okay. I'm either going to get a popcorn. I'm going to say, listen, there's a unicorn among us. How would we know the difference? We've been conditioned to think that our leaders are these people that are government. No, our rulers, they put them there. I would respect a guy that's the mafia in my community. Okay, what are the rules? Well, if you respect my rules and you pay your dues every month, women aren't going to be affected. They're not going to be mistreated. Children are going to be safe in my community. Okay, I'm with that game. But for most people, what they want their cake and eat it. I said, no problem. But are you even making your own cake? Probably not. So what we end up doing more times than not, and I think it's staged by the media for us to complain. YouTube is a breeding ground for that kind of shit. You see people arguing with each other. I said, okay, so have you grown another limb? Have you changed the world system? Especially when they realize a lot of people that are running the world system, we never hear about them. And I'm guessing when I'm saying that, by the way. But I still got to look at it and say, okay, well, what, you think the mayor's running the system? No. You think the politicians running? I don't give a damn if you're a prime minister, a chancellor, a president. You're a puppet. Find the strings. And at that point, to what? That's somewhat revolutionary or maybe tough love to oneself, if we're going to use the word love. But how many people are truly going to do that to themselves? You might have done it, Richie. Mac sounds like he's mature in that way. But push comes to shove. Most of us have bought into the system. Forget about selling out. Those are the people that just hold out for a little bit more.
Yeah, well, there's going to be that time where we're going to have to make that decision, sell out or go with the flow.
I'm with you, Mac. It's a matter of being honest with oneself. Okay, so
that's exactly what it is.
If somebody gave me $1 million, okay, what would you do? I might ask questions.
I was muted.
Sorry, go ahead.
It could be like, for instance, the choice where you're going to say, well, you need to have this chip in your hand. If you don't, well, you'll be taken care of. And some people think that that's definitely the mark of the beast, and they don't want it in their hand, so they'll be dealt with in another way.
As we're walking with a cell phone in our hand.
Yes. Yeah. Well, guys, right, I got to get taken off. I got to go to a doctor's appointment.
Oh, shit. All right, mate. Well, best of, I hope everything's okay. Whatever
It's snowing thick out here right now, and the roads are going to be all fucked up, so I got to take off a little early.
Drive safe.
Drive safe, man. Yeah.
All right. Y'all take care.
Take care.
See you later,
Take care,
Special
dude.
K.
I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
All right. Take care.
All right, man. Yeah, what I'd said, but I didn't realise I was muted, is that nothing would please me more than to be able to buy into the system. But unfortunately, the system is a disgustingly corrupted system. So I can't buy into it. It's not. I'm not going to buy into that because it is so unbelievably, disgustingly corrupted by ego, right? By individuals and their little fucking egos, or big egos, I guess. But
yeah, you become
man.
But you become the virus to the system, and I'm saying that as a positive thing. You become a virus, and that system will wean out you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why you know, as long as you're okay. It's like when people go on a journey. You know, we're going to do this journey. Get your head straight. What do you mean? We're going to be outcasted. Now, for me, I waver back and forth. I like to play this game or whatever because I really haven't really shared my position on this. To me, it's funny, but I really haven't shared my position. Say, Dami, are you for or against the elites? It's of no concern to me. But for other people, they have. I said, then be prepared for your reward, not punishment, reward. And at that point, people could say, yeah, but I didn't anticipate. Be careful for what you wish for. Be careful for what you bitch and complain about. So for you, you probably are a virus right now in the system, Richie.
Absolutely, I'd agree with that. When I embarked on the journey, I already felt completely outcast by the system. So, you know, and everything that happened, the system was never there to help me. And that was absolutely obvious and apparent, right? Even before I fucking woke up and became consciously aware and spiritually aware, right? It was happening way before. It's a bit like it almost seems like for most, since I said no, I'm not doing that, right? Back when I was 6, 7 years old, when I said in my own mind, I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not going to be part of that. I want to do this. Right? Ever since then, it hasn't worked in my favour. It's never worked in my favour. I didn't realise quite, the I didn't fully appreciate all of the ramifications of sticking your head above the parapet and saying, "Oi, Emperor's got no clothes."
You're that child asking questions. Meanwhile, all the other sheeples are like, "You can't say that. You can't say that."
Right. But I've always been the kid that said, "Why can't? But why can't we say that?" Like,
you could be carrying over things from previous lives. So for you, there's a good chance, Richie, that the lords and the overlords are saying, he's in the system, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with the circumstances around you. Because it's easy, not easy, but do you get to the person, or do you get to the people around that person?
Right.
And that's what happens a lot of times. You just got to push the media. Say, listen, I'll use this as an example. Black Lives Matter. Next thing you know, they'll orchestrate all of that, and then they're just tapping into people that really are ignorant and don't realize, were you the one that was punished in previous lifespans of slavery, even if it was about black or white? Because even that reinforces, we're going to get them into more flesh and blood stuff.
I mean, the romantic part of me that wants to be, that is seeking meaning in everything and wants to be part of the bigger story, has already contemplated the idea that my soul, because since I was in my mid-teens, I've had individuals, spiritualists and all kinds, and older people saying, "Oh, he's such an old soul. He's an old soul." And I went to Spiritualist Church, and they said, "Yeah, I'm an old soul, and I've got 2 guardian angels watching over me," and blah, 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 right? And my own imagination has said, "Yep, that makes sense to me. Why I feel the way I do, because I've been the soul that I'm carrying has been incarnated many times." And has been seeing the same thing every time, right? And now has just had enough. But I don't know what I did. I had a regression. I did a past life regression with somebody. Went back to 3 different lives. But the trouble is that one of those lives I was in. The Vatican, right? Working in the Vatican. According to my life regression, one of my previous lives, I was a minion working in the Vatican, but at a level where I was, I saw what was going on, and I could see. But when I spoke, when she asked me questions, I answered her in English. And that doesn't make any fucking sense, surely I would have answered in Latin. And that it would have had a lot more weight, or carried a lot more water for me if I'd replied or responded in Latin and not in English. And that was she rationalized that by saying, well, it was your soul speaking to you in the language that you understand now, right? It understood Latin back then, and now it understands English, so it spoke to you in English, not in Latin.
That's a different energy. Again, Richie, when I hear people talk about being I'm a healer, or I'm healing. I said, so what were you in a previous lifespan? A warrior? See, people forget, if we have lords and overlords here, who are the adversary, are the people that are fighting the system. That'll be like me going to your house and saying, I don't agree with your house and all that. Well, Dom, you're in my house. You're a problem now. You're a virus. And this is why, it's like when people say, oh, this is some sort of matrix, a trap or whatever. I say, okay, well, why did you come here? Oh, I got sucked in. From where? Are you a spiritual? This is where when Blavatsky's sharing, take it as a grain of salt, but could we have evolved? It's like in biblical story, like what was the Garden of Eden? Why did the serpent say, if we're going to look at the story, did God say so? Was Adam, whoever he was he speaking God? Was he speaking to the Lord? Who are these characters? But we can take it into the physical realm today. We do have lords, monarchies, we have nobles, we have bosses, we have governments, we have all these different webs, Again, how does it serve? For one person, it's too big to think how it serves for the bigger picture. Sorry, Richie.
I just think that I still absolutely insist that the entire narrative about the monarchy and their right to rule and everything is like, if these people are, well, let's just call them parasites, right? They're living parasitically off the rest of us, never doing a real day's work in their lives, and basing it all on these fanciful fucking narratives that they were, that they have honor and what's the word? I'm in mind blanks. Just for simple fucking words. I think it's because I've been streaming for 5 hours. Sorry.
You probably heard the term true works. There's the physical work. And for a lot of whether we're realizing or not, power is actually, it's not, even though it's not true power, but the power that most of these people hold over you is to convince you to work for money, to acknowledge me as monarchy. That's power. When you can manipulate somebody, and more times than not, most people can manipulate each other. Think about the Muslim culture. They manipulate women to wear something over their face. How easy was it during the 2019 and 2021 for most people to wear a mask? Why? Because they've already wear many masks. I'm working for corporations. There's your mask. I'm wearing a tie. There's your mask. I'm wearing high heels. There's your mask. Again, these are all different personas. And at that point, go ahead, Richie.
Well, we're talking about people who have no awareness of the idea of persona or a mask, right? They've not heard of.
I'm talking to you, Richie, and I know Kay knows about that.
Was it Plato? Plato that talked about a persona, right? And at the end of the day, what was Plato? He was a fucking Jew.
He probably was, but you still can take the message and go inwards and say, how does it serve me from what I heard? Who cares about who Plato is or isn't, let alone Jesus or Muhammad? Again, I'm talking to you, Richie, and you're recording this, and the ones that have an ear will lend an ear to it. For the masses, they've already told you where they stand. And it's clearly, they like entertainment. I like entertainment too, but I'm not going to promote, oh, this movie's better than this movie, or a nationalist, my country's better than somebody else. Well, have you been to all the other different countries?
Well, because it's a subjective opinion. You can only have a subjective opinion on that. Like I fucking love Star Wars, the ones from 77 onwards, right? But I have disdain for the ones made in the last 20 years. But other people absolutely bloody love Star Wars. And actually now I look at the entire story as it is, and I get over it, this Jar Jar Binks and all of that, right? And you actually look at the lore, then it makes more sense.
Well, it's like music.
And can see where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's like music. I like all kinds of genres of music. I don't have a preference,
Well, you might do it at a certain time, like
that moment. Yeah.
Right now, in the moment, you would prefer to in the moment, I might prefer to listen to some bluegrass or some fucking drum and bass or maybe some blues, or I'm the same. I love music. I don't care really. There's music. There's all kinds of music that can sound really good and be really evocative. Really stir emotion and have an effect, a physical effect on your body. Like that's why I like the idea, and I sort of warm to the idea that I've definitely, my soul has been here for a long time, and for a lot of that time it was spent where the music would be more like in the Middle East, right? So when I listen to Middle Eastern music, I love it. Like, and I listen to the ancient stuff, the Sumerian stuff, the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh by Peter Pringle. Just, it moves me. There's this, it's like an echo, from a past life. It's like, it's familiar. It's familiar to me, and yet the first time I heard it, it was incredibly familiar to me, and yet I don't think I'd ever heard it before, right? So it was almost like, maybe that was my soul. Maybe my soul remembers that music.
Well, I'll give you an example of a more moving forward conversation. I could talk to my buddies and say, listen, I enjoy Euro music, dance music. I enjoy like rap music. I enjoy like, say, new wave music. And then say one of my buddies intercede, well, Dom, I don't like that. I said, more productive conversation is, we're talking about enjoyment right now. What do you enjoy? Now, if we want to change gears and say, listen, let's talk about all the things I don't enjoy, you're probably not going to hear me talk at that point, but they can share. This is why people, they feel, a lot of folks don't realize how much their conversation is combative. Like, I don't enjoy this. Well, that's nice. So I was talking about me and I was sharing something. Now, if you want to add to it by saying, okay, well, Dom's using the word enjoy. So what do I enjoy? Dom, I really don't enjoy music. Okay, I don't need to hear that. That's noise to me. So what do you enjoy? I enjoy sports. Okay, go right ahead. And I will engage in a what do you like about sports?
Or I prefer,
that's another word too.
Actually, I prefer silence. I prefer to sit in silence and in my own thoughts, because I find that music actually confuses my mind, and I don't feel that I can think clearly when music's playing. So I prefer not to listen to music. I'm not that. I've just muted myself. I'm not that person. I love music. Music helps me to work. It helps me to think. It helps me to feel better. I don't listen to music that I don't enjoy.
At that point, it's a moot point. That's why when I hear people, and I say, listen, if there's things that you don't like, if you don't have anything positive to say, especially if we're leaning towards a conversation, it's a positive conversation, then mute yourself. Learn to boundary yourself. Like, I enjoy Baroque music. If I want to study something, I know the frequency behind Baroque music helps me focus. But that's me, because I put some study to it.
That's the harpsichord, isn't it? There's harpsichord in Baroque.
You would probably know more about that. See, for me, I will hear people talk about it, and then I will apply it, and then confirm for me it does serve exactly the way that person had said it does. But you're saying harpsichord, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because you have an ear. Richie, I don't. In that sense, by breaking down all the different musical instruments.
How you doing, Cage? Welcome back, buddy.
Carter, don't forget
back
Carter.
to the welcome.
Yeah, so Baroque is Bach. It's not necessarily harpsichord. It's Bach, Vivaldi, Corelli. Yeah. So actually, that is what. Yeah, I enjoy Baroque as well. It's a period, isn't it?
I just remember when I used to study for certain things, and I always struggle, and then something came to my attention about Baroque music serves a certain way, and I tried it. I went to the library, I got a whole bunch of different Baroque music, and I started playing it, and I found myself focusing more.
Yep. Yeah, it's good music for study, because it doesn't.
Part of my ignorance for what is that kind of music? I'm not even.
Baroque.
Yeah, what is
classic? Well, I mean, most people would just know it as classical. It's classical music, so Vivaldi, Four Seasons, Bach.
Bach and all them. Okay.
Yeah. We got some
Mozart and all that kind of Beethoven. Is that considered just classical? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that term. Okay.
It's It's a particular the Baroque period. It's a period of like 100 years or something. I'm not sure, but and it's those composers that fit into that period. They'd be called Baroque.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you for clarifying. You ever seen? I think I mentioned it before. You ever seen John Cage like 4'3'3"? It's taught in like it's taught in musical theory.
Yeah, you spoke about this before.
Yeah, and the entire thing is just complete silence. It's fucking bizarre. Yeah, the entire thing, the whole song is nothing. It's just silence. But I guess like in a way, silence in music is very powerful, right? Because like if there wasn't, then it's like the thing that doesn't really exist in between all the notes and everything.
That's the more boring side.
You're gonna make my plans grow too quick.
That's the more boring side of Baroque.
I wonder the acoustic what it would have been, Richie, in like castles, playing that.
I mean,
not my plants. I go the plants. Yeah, play that to the plants, man. Sorry.
This is more my.
Yeah, they might enjoy it in close because I'm going to assume maybe it's closer to the to chi, harmonizing of nature.
You told about the dirt bike, whatever the fuck. I had to go. You know what I did? I did a spot check and I went to every fucking screw and connection. It took a long time, and there's loose screws in that shit. Good thing I went and fucking did a 1-over on it. I paused there. I'm like, there's loose screws in that fucking shit.
Yeah, always check. Even when you ride it for a while, just check all those points to make sure the screws are tight.
Bro, like literally, like some of them are not even like barely even in there. I'm like, what the fuck? These guys want to kill me? Here, I'll show you.
Thanks, Richie, for that.
That's all right. I'm just gonna. I just want to see what this Tommaso Albinani. Adagio, because I know Adagio. That's Vivaldi, isn't it? Is it
Vivaldi? See this fucking
Adagio,
thing?
Yeah, Vivaldi's Adagio for strings.
Yeah, this fucker. If I didn't go, you know what? Like I seen some video. I forget who played it, but like the guy was talking. Oh, Snafu. Snafu played some, and the guy was like, "You better check every fucking screw." And I went and checked, and like so many of them were so fucking loose, it was retarded. These guys are really trying to. It's not done. What are you, Dracula?
Yeah, this is very.
It really taps into the emotions.
It's like a lament, isn't it? It's like a. There's sadness in the. It's beautiful, but it's sad.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's why back in those days, and then of course then you mix it within certain kinds of foods that you're eating or drinking. I guess the vibration for that music, yeah, it would be very yeah, that's why Baroque music was. It was a sad time. Of course, it was promoted by the wealthy. You know,
who was it sad for? That's the thing. It might have been a sad time, but who was it sad for?
For the wealthy.
I maintain that it's no different today than it was 1,500 years ago or 2,000 years ago. It's the same people pulling the same tricks, shitting on the people beneath them, and all of us, and keeping us divided and maintained, right? And I don't think we've got any smarter. If anything, we've got dumber. But because of the advancement of technology and everything,
the mask is
it's become, because at the end of the day, who is it that's created all of these things for these people? Well, it's us. You know, it's the people. The people have put the work in to establish these things, right?
Well, there's that gut feeling where, again, I'm using the word gut, where people, when they've obtained things or manipulated society, they're eventually going to be sad. No different when people that were slaves, and then they used to play blues music. You could hear in the way they sung it, in the words that they sung, there was a distraught there.
Motherfucker couldn't help me.
Or country song, or country music. Yeah, yeah. But when people they feel it, it's almost like you're envisioning what they went through.
People say a man is made out of mud.
See, there's that voice of yours right there. That's deep, Richie. You brought something from a previous lives, like you probably really cared for humanity to a certain point, or you've experienced a lot of things is like, that's just fucking wrong or sad.
The way I feel now is the reason I have this inner fury when I see what's going on, and I look at these so-called fucking leaders and these people, these individuals that are controlling and responsible for all this heinous, horrible, horrific shit that's going on, where they're the only ones that are benefiting from it, and we're all getting just ground into the fucking dirt. I'm sick of everyone getting treated like this, man. This isn't about. It's not about me. I don't, because I'm just one of you. I'm in the same. I'm in the same fucking pit, and I don't want to be one of them. Because if I was one of them, I'd want to go around doing the best I could to fucking destroy them, right? To shift the status quo. Because the status quo has been established for too long. Way too fucking long.
But that's how we get pulled in. This is the concept. Once you think there's a wrong, then we think two wrongs make a right. They'll get whatever their reward is, whatever that may be. And we might have even lived among them before, Rich. We could have been the ones that actually orchestrated all of this, and we realized, fuck, what a shithead I was. I'm making an assumption, obviously, when I'm saying that.
But didn't I say I've already played the thought game?
Yeah.
What if the soul that I'm carrying is, what if the Bible story is true? Let's just for sake of argument, the Bible story was true. The story at Lucifer, all of that's all true, and now the soul of Lucifer, I'm carrying it. And it's Lucifer has been reborn as me, and what a perfect, beautiful, poetic justice, right?
It is poetic.
To be made to experience the fruits of your labor.
A lot of bling bling. People make the assumption it'll be like hell. Well, we say the word hello. Maybe it comes with all these little beautiful things.
I don't say it. I don't use that word for that exact reason. I don't use that word anymore. I just say greetings, good day.
Yeah. So see, there you go. So we know, and you practice it, we can change words around. And when we change words, regardless if we put meaning to it, there's energy behind it. And in knowing that, we're shifting our own energy. This is why when the people talk about transformation, transmutation, they think it's more or less a physical thing. It will reside in the physical. You'll see it acted out. But more times than not, it's the thoughts that we receive. hence the word Kabbalah.
The thoughts that we receive, that we think that we thought ourselves.
Yeah, that's the game that we play with each other, and then that's why when you hear people say you should question things are thoughts. I get the physical part, but things are thoughts, and we should be able to question it. If you met a demon, what would you do? It would have to have the heads up, knowing that I'm going to ask a whole bunch of questions. Same with an angel. Now people say, but I don't believe in that. But you're missing the point. The point is, if I met anything that was different that I'm not used to, I know me enough. I'll ask questions. Now, if it's going to kill me, I guess I'm not going to be able to ask any questions then.
Right. I mean, that makes me think of, what's his name? The dickhead. I used to have a lot of respect for him until I heard him say this, because it just showed his level of ignorance. And I considered him to be an extremely intelligent guy. Not Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry. Stephen Fry said, if I was to sit in front of God, I'd ask him a question. I'd say, well, what about this? And what about that? No, right? Basically saying God isn't real because, and if he is, then why is he allowing this to happen? Right? Why is he allowing for child slavery and, SA and ritual satanic SA and all of that? Why God is omnipotent and all powerful. Why didn't he just stop it from happening and wipe those people out? He used to do it back in the Old Testament times, right? He used to just smite people, because hundreds of thousands, entire civilizations, smite them because they didn't believe in him. Why is he allowing what's going on now? Because now nobody, it seems like hardly anybody believes in God. Not that God, right? There's a lot, obviously. Still, there's 3 billion or whatever it is. But those are all statistics. Do we trust statistics? Do we trust that? Do you truly? Who actually trusts? Who believes that there are 8 billion or 8.5 billion people on this earth?
I guess, Richie, if I told you a story and I said there was a guy named Jesus, the only thing you could do is apply a belief system to him. But if I told you something was written in his name, you can at least take what was written in his name and then apply knowing to it. See, when people talk about beliefs, it sounds like this character Fry. I'm thinking about Martin Fry from the band ABC, but it sounds like this character here, he's being clever. That's why smart people become clever, never wise. Because question would be more times than not about God, why do humans do that? Well, you've been in a human form. I'm pretty sure if you understand your own behavior, you'd realize why some people would kill each other, let alone animals. That's a clever question. Now, the question I would be asking, so can you explain to me how the sun and the moon came to be? Okay, there's a good question, Dom. How do the mountains come to be? How do you hold the bodies of water? See, a lot of times humans only deal with little human things, but then they ignore the plants that they're destroying, let alone the animals. If God truly did exist, which I'm going to speculate because humans haven't created the sun and the moon, so I can use any other word, aliens, reptilians, God, whatever, to describe something that I've never seen before. But at the same time, if God did exist, it's not just about why haven't you interfered with humans? Well, he hasn't interfered for the animals and the trees. At that point, then that's usually a person that's self-absorbed.
Well, no, but he gave us dominion over, in that story. He gave us dominion over the plants, the fauna and fauna, right? So
to be cruel to it.
Yeah, exactly. Why? That's why. If that was the case, then that it was in order for us to be custodians of, to be caretakers of, not to dominate over. Right?
Because once you start dominating the plants, you're going to dominate each other.
Right, and that's ego that seeks to dominate. Right? Only ego seeks to dominate. The trouble is because we're always dealing with this unseen aspect of ourselves, right? But there's different aspects to that. There's the ego, right, which is an unseen thing. It's a thought. It's thoughts, right? It's ideas and opinions that and behavior and stuff is attached to ego, but that little egoic voice in the mind that tells me that I am the best and I am the greatest and I should I deserve this. I'm entitled to this, you know? That's a thought. They're thoughts in the mind. They're not actual things until you make them, until you turn that and interpret them into action and take action, right? And then something happens. But until that point, it's a thought which is unseen.
Mm-hmm. Now, whether or not that's being manipulated, sorry, Richie, whether or not that's being manipulated somewhere else, we still have to take accountability. Like I usually, when I have certain conversations, I'm going to go on the premise gods are indifferent to us. And that's an advantage if I'm going to speculate that way, which I don't mind speculating. But at the same time, what we can obtain here is our human behavior. Regardless if we're a puppet on the string, it's like me commanding somebody else to harm another human being. That person ultimately, if we're going backwards, has to take accountability first before he starts pointing fingers to me. This is why when you use the verbal language, you can command people to do a whole bunch of stuff, but where do they get conditioned first? See, people never challenge that. So why am I following a thought process that's done in the afterthoughts? How does it serve me? Now, if people were honest with themselves, yeah, Dom, I get financial gain from it. At least you know where you stand. So you're not a hypocrite. What about this other character? Well, Dom, I follow Christ and all that. I said, no, you follow commerce. But hey, you're dishonest. Get the fuck out of here. So now, then we can start categorizing these things. If we're going to truly categorize things, know where people stand. And only way we can do that is if people start becoming honest with themselves. Even though I'm full of shit, but I'm okay with it. For a lot of folks, they don't even dare not say that. Because for them, it's like, oh, wait a second, Dom. The reason why I say full of shit is because if you're planting a seed, you still need some sort of fertilizer.
The trouble is, most people they think they know where they stand, right? But so many people are stood on rocky ground, on unstable, on unstable ground. They might know where they stand, but it's an opinion based on misinformation or disinformation. Like where do you stand on Ukraine? You got people that stand with Ukraine, fucking go on Ukraine, fuck Russia, bro.
But that's an external thing. Information's inwards. Now, most people are being implanted with all these media coverage. How does it serve if there's a possibility in another place that we call Ukrainian, there's war? Meanwhile, when there's war in your own community, how does it serve you at that point?
Right. The point is that somebody thinks they know where they stand, and yet they've got no idea what it is that they're standing on. Right? Because they're only going by what they've heard. What they've been told, what they've subscribed to,
so they
the narrative, the narrative that they've subscribed to. So according to the narrative that they subscribe to, they stand with Ukraine or they stand with Israel.
Yeah, right? They picked a side. But it's revealing that they have rights and wrongs. Misleading is done from within. The tree of life is talking about understanding and discernment. Most people are caught up in knowledge, which is fine. Knowledge is just one step over the belief system, which is a stumbling block. I can know of something, doesn't mean I have discernment, let alone do I understand my position on it. How does it serve you? But I get what you're saying, Richie, when you say stand. But for most people, people stand on things that are aimless for them.
Well, most people stand on somebody else's fucking perception or opinion.
Thank you.
They adopt other people's opinions based on perceptions, and they don't actually have any solid foundation to that belief that they hold. They don't have any solid foundation to that other than what they've been told.
Now, to tie that up into what people would call in the physical part, most people would not adopt another person's bloodline, but yet they'll mislead or misguide themselves about their own bloodline. So hence, where do you stand? So if you're not going to adopt somebody else's because you know yourself quite well, but most people just don't know themselves. Even though they might say, look, I'm hitting that arrow. I say, you would have been better off doing it in the dark because you're aiming at the wrong target. Now, that's me just talking out loud like a total moron. But if a person really looks inwards and said, fuck, why have I never had that thought before? There you go. You've been misled the whole time. Now, I'm using the word mislead because a lot of us, we do mislead each other. The language validates that. How do I know this is the right language to speak with? I don't.
You do in the situation because we all speak English. So if you're talking about the language being English, right? There's different forms of language, isn't there? But we're with English speaking people, so it is the right language to speak with because it's the only language that will be understood.
In a meaningful conversation, it is the right language. But if it's a comprehension language, if it's a comprehension conversation you want to have, it's not the right language. Same if I want to have a healing language, it's Sanskrit. So again, if we're going to have meaningful languages, what that creates confusement, English is the language to use. Because I could say the word cool, what am I really trying to imply? Is it cool outside? Do I have a cool jacket? Right, wrong, there, there. Again, different languages have different tonalities. It's like a note, Richie. You know that there's certain notes you play in certain together. It's like doing chemistry. You play a certain note, follow up with another type of note. You'll know when a note's been played out of place. Notes are also in chakras.
Leafy's live from Rome. What are you on about, Leafy? Go on, Leafy. What are you on about, mate? You're in Rome, but you can't hear a thing. As hush here, I will show you. What? Speaking of English, comprehend, right? That's a word. Why is school called comprehensive? There he is. There he is. Dude, it looks like it.
Ian, I'm saying hi from Rome. I'm outside outside the Trevi Fountain. I thought I'd like to share this with you all. I can't hear a word to say now, but it's really busy. So I'm just going to spin my camera around for you now.
Nice. Nice, man. Let me put it on. He can't hear me. Put it into bloody landscape.
Another look now.
Oh. Put my camera on so you can see me. What's up?
Really busy here. I don't know if you could see that. Was it any good?
Yes, mate. We can see it. We can see it.
Right,
we can hear you.
I can't hear you very well. It's very busy here, as you can see. So I thought I'd share that with you, and I'll catch up with you soon. Adios,
right,
guys.
Thanks for sharing, dude. Much love. Nice. Very nice. Sorry about that.
No, I've been in Rome many times.
I have not.
Yes, enjoyable.
Well, actually, that's not true. I've been to Rome a few times. I was on missions, obviously working for the Brotherhood in the Assassin's Creed. It all starts off in Italy, so you know. I think I've assassinated a pope or something in Rome.
Sweet.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Sweet, I love it.
I definitely. I know I went after one of the Medicis. But yeah, that's it's a beautiful place, man. I'm
Very
surprised.
antique.
But actually, I'm not surprised because the Vatican's based there. If the Vatican wasn't based there, I'm sure they would have bombed it by now because it's full of so much architecture that completely destroys the narrative that they're trying to feed us. But because you can't date stone, you know, how handy for them, eh? How handy for them that you can't date stone.
You could probably date architect. You could probably date architect. You know, when certain tools were basically made. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the whole, Bronze Age, Iron Age thing, right? But they're talking about stonework taking place in Bronze Age times and before, where we didn't, as far as history tells us, we didn't have tools made with material hard enough to be able to carve stone, particularly stuff like granite, like the granite carvings that are done. And we did that with bronze, did we? We carved that with bronze, because funny, if you put bronze against granite, it doesn't do much. It just bends. Certainly doesn't take, it doesn't shave chunks off. If you get a bronze chisel and try and carve granite with a bronze chisel, good luck. Good luck with that.
I'm pretty sure there's a good chance they took advantage of the sun's ray. People still do it now. They can use magnifying glasses, strong ones anyway, and they can use the sun's ray to heat up a pool, crack certain things. Again, it's what is the sun? Is it heat? Is it a crystal of some sort? Is it a ray? Can we tap into it? Hence laser technology.
I think the point that we've never been able to get we've never been able to get close enough to it to observe it. It says it all. It says enough. We've never been able to get close enough to it to be able to actually truly observe it. To take we can make assumptions based on equations, based on formulas. We've scanned it, and we can say that there are these gases going on in there. It's burning gas, right? According to the narrative, it's a great big fucking ball of burning gas.
It could be.
That's perpetually burning, and one day it's going to burn out. But how do we actually know?
We don't.
Richie.
We don't.
We don't. And here we are in 2025. What difference has it made? What actual real difference has it made? Other than we know what we need to know. The sun's there during the day, and it makes things light so that we're able to go out, and it makes plants grow, and there's heat behind it, right? And it can give you a nice suntan.
The heat actually might come from underneath, actually, or the magnets at the plate that we're in. Could be
right. Yeah. That I've heard an argument that the sun isn't hot, that it's cold, that it's cold fusion going on inside, and inside the sun isn't really hot. It's actually really fucking cold.
Well, they do use terms like as above, so below. They're not talking about the Earth. The Earth is the middle plate. So again, we can, maybe not me and you, but people have harness what's called the sun, and it can come in form of what devices can we use here, and then other people use it as a sign. Okay, so I'm going to plant a certain seed where the sun and the moon are located. So those are signs at that point. But we can also say that other people have used it to harness it, from this point, from down here, not from up there.
I think that it's it's obvious that because electricity, without electricity, there is no life. Right? There's a little tiny electrical charge going through absolutely every fucking living thing. And without that electricity, without that communication, even in plants, there's an electromagnetic signature in plants, right? So we might be dealing with electricity at levels that we can't really fully appreciate or contemplate, because we only know what we know, right? Tesla was playing around with electricity in the early 1900s, late 19th, early 20th century. Tesla was playing around with that free electricity and everything, showing how. And there's been experiments done since that prove that electricity doesn't have to be made; it just needs to be harnessed.
When they talk about Tesla,
the sun and the moon, when they both have magnetic output, right? They both give off magnetic fields. The moon being the most obvious one. With it, apparently it's supposed to be the moon that causes the tides, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rising and falling of the oceans as it goes round. I don't think that. I'm not sure how connected the two are, but it's male and female, right? Positive and negative.
You have to have a sine wave. Yep.
It's part of duality.
It's actually singularity. The sine wave that you're talking about, or in this case yin and yang, they're attached together. What Tesla came across was alternating current opposed to direct currents, but there's all encompassing currents. This is why electricity is a byproduct of nuclear energy. So at this point, what people call electricity, it's the spark. But what's the essence behind it? I get it. It was never free energy. It was energy that was, you can tap into plants, into trees. That energy exists everywhere. What is it? Is it a multi-thing, the breath of life? Is it thoughts? Or is it all encompassing? Like us. How do we get generated?
I can't define it. All I know is if I go and sit in the dirt at the bottom of a tree, after 15 minutes, I feel absolute peace, calm, and serenity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm with you on that, Richie. But again, we can use words that have been given to us or a language to try to describe it. It's like I'm going to speculate outside of the box with all the tools that have been given to me inside of the box. It's usually funny when somebody says, well, Dom, I can see outside the box. I'm like, okay, I'm going to talk about a whole bunch of details. And they say, well, Dom, I don't see that. So then you're just saying it out loud in vain that you see outside the box, which is fine. And I'm using the word box. I could say a circle, a pie, a pear, whatever word.
Container, basically, it's just a containment, isn't it? It's
could be
within a containment, within these parameters. There are parameters. Once you have a box or a circle or anything that has an enclosed space within it, right, that separates the outside from the inside, then yeah, it's a container.
Yeah, like I know for myself, being in this container, which is my body, it has limitations. I can only go to a certain depths of the ocean without man-made devices. But the suit itself can only go so far. And same if I want to go elevating up to a mountain. How ironic, once you start going to a certain altitude, you have to take only so much per steps or whatever. And it's the same thing when you go in the depths of the ocean, because our body has to readjust. And not to say everybody has that ability to be a deep sea diver, let alone hike in Mount Everest. But those are the limitations that the vessel has. Regardless if I want to acknowledge that I'm the vessel or I'm not the vessel. That's where people can say, look, at least Dom, he's telling me where he stands. There you go. You figured it out. It's not a complicated thing.
You're not the vessel. You're just traveling within it. Or maybe with it. You're traveling with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can steward it if you want. Preferably healthy. If you don't be surprised when you reach a certain age and I'm a diabetic. Okay, it shouldn't be a surprise to me. I have lung cancer. It shouldn't surprise me. It's usually when people they sound surprised, like, oh, I can't believe my health is decayed. I said, well, your body's been aging. It's probably been telling you don't exercise a lot. Okay, I get we stimulate our minds. Me anyway. Where a lot of people in the old days would say, listen, no, I do a balance. I physically do things, I mentally do things, and I'm even caught up emotionally. This is the manipulation that's occurred to us. In the age that we're in now, a lot of us are in that age of Aquarius. Everything's up in the air. Literally, I want to take in all kinds of information, which is okay, as long as you're the kind of person that can categorize that or not become attached to it.
Right, be able to categorize it and be able to discern what's more likely, or what's we might not be able to fully discern fact from fiction, but trouble is, I think in order to discern, you need critical thought, but then there needs to be this added element that I say comes from outside, that's intuitive, right? There's an intuitive aspect to discernment.
Again, the gut receiving from the mind. Words like Kabbalah. You do critical deduction, what you're not just what you are. Because then if you're what you are, then you should have many subdirectories to confirm what you are, opposed to saying, well, I'm not the body. Well, Dom, but I think I am the body. Well, then for you, the onus is on you. So who's running it when you go to sleep? We say words like my body. It's like I'm the body. Most people say it's my body. I'm having thoughts. My thought, or am I having thoughts? And then, of course, if you have, though your thoughts, then you should be able to explain where do they reside.
I think that the element of that, though, is the natural need to simplify, right? Because, like I said, we were talking about my mind. Is it my mind? Whose mind is it? Do I own it? Is it my mind? Well, it's in what I am having the thoughts in what I perceive to be my own mind's eye. That you don't have access to that. You can't stand inside my mind's eye and tell me what's within my own mind's eye. Right? There will be a lot of people that claim that they can, but I will still contest that. No, you fucking can't. You might be able to get images or whatever, or a sense of, but you cannot see what's going on in my mind's eye, because it's my own subjective experience, and it's and it's based on my own subjective experience. My own mind's eye is based on my own subjective experience. So I wouldn't expect anybody else to even fucking understand,
Hence the word understand.
They were not me. Right?
That's right.
No one else is me. I'm the only me, and I can't be you. I can empathize. I can imagine. I can pretend. I can visualize. I can do all those things. But at the end of the day, it's only ever from one perspective, and that's mine. My perspective being me, the vessel that sat here, autonomous. And sentient.
And that could be a bonus, Richie, because if somebody says, Dom, I can read your mind, I'm like, okay, so how does that serve you? Why? Because if you go deep enough in, are you going to read all my stories? Well, not really. I said, then who's taking care of your kingdom if you're in my kingdom? Again, that's me speculating. It's always fun when people say, Dom, I can read your mind. I'm like, okay, you're in the mind. Sure, go right ahead, read it. But you're not reading mine.
I'll say okay, something brilliant. Can you make any sense of it? Please explain it to me.
Then you have to get into your senses. Yeah, right. There you go. And how would that serve them? It'll be like somebody saying, well, Dominic, I experienced what? You experienced me cutting my hand? You had something that looked similar to you, but you didn't experience me cutting my hand. And again, we're using, some people use the word common sense or common language, but even that, do you understand the energy behind the language? Well, not really, Dom. I said, so then what game are you playing with yourself? Because I'm hearing you. And it is, and of course, people don't, we had this little thing about fucking the word game. Life is a game. If people look up the definition, they'll realize what it actually implies. But anyway, that's here or there. It is a game for me. And for a lot of people, are they concerned about the outcome of the game? Right or wrong? Go ahead.
Do you want to hear just a quick, funny little anecdote based on life being a game?
Please.
When I was, my mum used to work for a lady called Mary Danby, who invented games for Waddingtons and all of the big game designers. She was a games inventor. She invented games for this, for the large corporate games companies like Waddington's. And my sister, my mum used to work for her as her personal assistant. My sister, for a school project, creates a game, and she calls it the Game of Life. And my mum showed it to Mary. Mary fucking loved it and sold it to Waddington's. I think it was Waddington's. And
sweet.
So the game of life, believe it or not, there's a version of the Game of Life that my sister invented at school. She got paid for it as well. She got commission for it. But she got really screwed over, man, considering how well the game did. She only got 10 grand. Mary bought the game off her, but it wasn't commissioned, sorry. Mary bought the game off her for 10 grand and then sold it to Waddington's.
A lot of people get screwed, you know that, Rich, even in the music industry, a lot of people get screwed. Like I say, a lot of people get screwed, no matter what.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people know that they're going to get, like my sister didn't, obviously. But like, say me, I'll write a song, or let's see what one of the 3 songs that I've written, right, that I still think are really fucking good songs and could go somewhere. Somebody comes along and says, I'll buy those songs off you. Right. 10 grand each. I'd know, and then the songs go on and fucking get number 1 and millions are made, and I've only made 30 grand out of it.
Well, it's hit and miss.
But I have to have known that entering into that, it's a gamble, isn't it? You take the gamble. You say, well, it could be a number 1. No, fuck it. I only want commission. I just want royalties. Don't worry about paying. Pay me a small fee and I'll get some royalties from it. Versus a big fat lump sum in one go. That's all down to circumstances, isn't it? Right now, I might accept 30 grand for those 3 songs, right? If money wasn't such an issue at the moment, then maybe I'd hold out for royalties. But
and then they would work around copyrights or whatever. But again, these are the industries that are already in place, whether it's products or music in this case, where they'll say, listen, we have the infrastructure. We have thousands of songs coming into us on a regular basis, and 900 of them at a regular basis are flops. So we're going to make up the difference by saying, we'll give you 10,000. We're taking a chance. And if it actually does well, that's a win for them.
Yeah.
But if it flops, they eat up that 10,000.
It's a win for you.
It can be if you do the right thing.
Well, if I accept 30 grand for 3 songs and all 3 songs just don't do anything and they end up essentially losing money, no, I haven't lost anything.
You've gained.
I've won. I've gained. I'm 30 grand up.
And those other people, if they do sell one of your songs and it makes $1 million, they make up for all the other $30,000 that they've been given to a whole bunch of other people.
Right.
It's demand and all that, and but you also do need the structure and the finances, regardless if they're printing it or not, to put it up to hedge it. That's that's part of the business, and for people to understand it, it doesn't matter. It could be the toy industry. They're taking always a chance on that kind of stuff. They might be manipulating the market too while they're doing it. Like if I have it in place that I own a lot of radio places, I can play your song everywhere. But I have to pay those places to play your songs. It's always fun when I hear people say, "Yeah, I'm going to have an independent label." Yeah, but you still have to buy all the other merchandise. You got to buy the record player or the CDs. You got to go into a studio.
You have to fork the money. You have to fork the money up front, right? And so you are taking the gamble. So yeah.
But at that point, at least you have your own studio now. If you spend all that money for yourself, it's okay. That record didn't do well, but maybe the next one or the next song will do well. But I've spent the money for myself. Now I have the studio. Where other people say, Dom, I don't even have that money. That's why you're going to pay for studio time.
Oh, man. I have my own studio.
You probably love it.
I've said for a long time, if you put me in a proper studio with access to instruments and equipment and everything, and also access to other musicians, skilled musicians, God knows, I could create some bloody. I know I could create some, or help create some amazing music, because what I've been able to do just with a phone and a guitar, I've produced like I wish my iPhone 10 wasn't broken, because that's where all my stuff is. All my music is all the stuff that I wrote like in 2020, 2018, 2019. All that stuff I wrote was all done on the iPhone, in GarageBand. So I've got God knows how many songs on that phone that I've written, like entire pieces of music, composed music with violins and complete string sections, piano, percussion, drums, guitar, vocals, everything, right? All done on the phone with limited tools. Like, my creativity was limited only by the tools that I had to express that creativity, right? So if the tools were, if I had more tools or better tools, then it kind of figures that I'd be able to create better stuff. There's also the aspect of when I sit and play a shitty guitar versus sitting and playing a really, really good guitar. The way it sounds when you play it, the way it sounds when I play it, affects how much enjoyment I get out of playing it, which then affects how good I am, right? The more enjoyment I'm getting, it's like a feedback loop with the instrument and with the audience. If you play into an audience, there's this feedback loop that takes place where you perform, and then they all go crazy, and then that makes you feel fucking amazing, and it gives you more confidence, and you push yourself further, right? And you find you do things that you didn't know you could do. You achieve things that you had no idea that you could do it. You had no idea that you could achieve it, but in that moment, everything was, right, and you could. You pushed yourself, and you could. I've done things on the guitar and stuff that I've listened, and vocally, I've heard stuff back, and I've gone, no way, fucking hell, what's that mean? Was that me? It doesn't sound. It sounds too good to be me. But it was me in the moment, at the time, right? So if I had a really good studio, I just think that really good things would happen.
Oh, for sure. You'd be like that. That would be your candy in a candy store moment for you. It sounds like.
Yeah.
And then when you're with other people around you, your energy, this is where people talk about being in the flow. If you're with other people that have the same kind of interests or similar interests in the craft that you're doing, and then of course, you know how people play, snake charmers, for example. A lot of times we're our own snake charmers. We're playing music and our kundalini's rising. I have to use the word kundalini, obviously, to put it in there. But, and then you're in harmony with it. So.
I stay away from charming my snake. Well, there's no woman in my world. I'd rather.
Yeah, but obviously you can direct that energy, that sexual energy or that energy towards something else. I get it. That's habitual. We like that part of it. But we can direct it in other ways.
It's funny because music, I get like there's an African, like here in In Portugal and in Spain, all you hear all the time, all they fucking play, all the Spanish and the Portuguese, all they play is this. Right? It's I forget what the genre is, but it's this beat, and it's a purely sexual music. It's the dancing that takes place and everything. Is it Kazumba? Yeah, Kazumba, I think it is. And it's purely sexual, right? And that pisses me off. It pisses me the fuck off, because that's not what I listen to music for. I'm not wanting to constantly simulate fucking women,
Well, there's a lot to be said about drum beat opposed to synthesized music, or people that do the trombone or the flute. So yeah, the heavy beat from a drum, it does something to us, whether sexually or in some other areas.
Well, it's about rhythm.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean to be a drum. It's about rhythm. And I just, wow, it pisses me off so much, because seeing little kids, doing it, dancing to it, and fucking twerking and all that it's the way that everybody has been sexualized, and sex has become such a casual everyday thing now, right? There's nothing special in it now. Now it's just fucking,
Well, the fact that we have birth control and all that, there's no more, not more, it's been less of accountability. Back in the day where, if you did it, the gods or whatever you want to call it, now you've impregnated them, now you have to be accountable for it. So what ends up happening, we've encouraged more sexual energy because we're denying the reproduction of it. See, a lot of folks, I get it, you can do it for entertainment purpose, you could do it for sexual, like I want to desire or whatever. But for a lot of times, it was for reproduction purpose. And if we're damning that, blocking it by having birth control day after or whatever, and unfortunately it affects the women's body when they do the birth control pill, eventually you're putting out in the energy there that sexuality now has to be even that much more. So again, this is part of the side effects of depopulation that certain groups are doing. Because they like I said, they've broken society, and now they figured, how do we get rid of them now? What do you mean? It's like a team. Do you get rid of the team or you get rid of the coach? And for them, they think, well, we're not going to get rid of the coach. We'll get rid of the team. So depopulation is in full swing, whether it's promoting same sex and all that. That's about depopulation. But, because really, they're the ones that are feeding us. Most of us, not all of us, but most of us. They're the ones that are bringing in the technology, and we're using it. Unless we're going to walk away from that, or the system blows up. I don't think the system per se is going to blow up. They'll just direct it in a different direction. Welcome back, Nicholas.
Back to the welcome.
I mean, I said it the other day. The technology, it's not the technology that's inherently evil, right? It's because it can be used either way.
It's a sword. It's like a word.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be evil. It doesn't have to be used for bad things. Like take the internet for example. Look, this technology that we're using right now to come together in a.
Is a gun evil?
In a room.
Depends how you use the word evil. Depends how you use the word evil. I use the word.
Is a gun malicious? What about malicious?
No, a gun's a tool, but is a gun, in my interpretation, material? Yes. Again, it's the connotation people put behind the word evil. It's not bad or good.
There's a bunch of metal elements all put together in a form that could. Yeah.
It's a tool.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's a tool, and just like a hammer is a tool, and a hammer can be used to smash somebody's skull in and remove them from the.
Or it could build your home.
Or it could build your home.
It's your intent and your attitude towards it. Yep.
No, it's the individual. It's either a person is malicious or benevolent, depending on what action they want to commit, and that's free will. Everybody can go and do whatever the fuck they want with whatever they do.
Well,
it's like a vehicle. A vehicle, you can smash people with a fuck. You can run somebody over. Or you can like.
I don't think it's a question of being benevolent or malicious, because not like some people. You don't just if you're not. You don't have to. Be benevolent.
You don't have to have intent
evil.
to. Okay.
You don't have to be benevolent to not be evil and not be bad, right?
What does that even mean? Explain that to me, please.
What benevolence?
Well, I know what benevolence is, but like I don't get what you're saying. Like you don't have to be benevolent to be evil, or.
No, you don't have to be benevolent to be to not be evil. Right? If you're or malicious. You don't.
Well, isn't that somebody with malevolent intent is malicious? Somebody who has good intents is benevolent. I don't know.
But what if somebody has no intent? They're just indifferent.
Well, that is a form of being malice or malicious. If you have no intent and you're just going, who cares, right? Like that's.
But isn't that just a perceptual thing? It's in the eye of the beholder. If you think that the person's malicious by their non-involvement or their indifference, it's up to you. You decide if they're malicious or not. But they might not agree.
If it causes harm, if their indifference causes harm to another sentient being, then yeah, it's malicious.
But this is like the question that was posed on Monday with Sasquatch. About the fucking train track thing.
Oh yeah, remember that one? That was a good conversation.
And at the end of the day, like Sass said, I didn't set the situation up. I didn't set the situation up. I'm being dumped in the middle of it and told to make a decision, but I didn't set that situation up.
But you can't answer the question. But you can answer that question. What was your patterns prior to being put in that situation? You got to base it on patterns. If you've shown in past that you would not harm another person, that's a no-brainer question. See, people put themselves in magical situations, but they forget you're not just being born and put in that situation. It's like somebody saying to me, Dominic, if I put you at a card table and all of a sudden you have pocket aces and you have a chance to win $1 million, I have to know the story. Is it one of those tables where I can just leave it at the time I want? Because I know me. So that situation that Sasquatch was, answer, it's a very simple question to respond to. What was your patterns prior to being put in that situation? If not, then you're being a hypocrite.
We're not splitting the fucking atom over here making hydrogen bombs. So it's pretty basic.
It is. It is. If people are being honest with themselves. If you always harmed another human being, then you should be okay when they do it to you. Well, no, Dom, I don't agree with that.
They'll cry about it later.
But people will. You know that, Nicholas. They will, because they're showing in that moment, and not maybe now, but maybe later on in a different moment, you're a hypocrite. What do you mean? You're not being
I call
true
it
to
a green
yourself.
light. You just green light yourself for anything that's going to come back to you.
That's a good term, yeah. But again, people want to be this like mysterious person by saying, well, that situation. No, you have patterns. If somebody gave me $1 million, I said, well, Dom, people give you $1,000, what would you do? Thank you. So why would it be any different for $1 million? Now, if I asked the question, why would you give me $1,000? It would be the same response if I got $1 million. Other people turn around and will say, Dom, I wouldn't do that. I said, the question wasn't asked to you. But hey, since you want to talk, go right ahead. What would you do if somebody offered you $1,000? I wouldn't take it. So then, therefore, can I assume then if somebody offered you $1 million, would it be any difference? Oh no, but that's $1 million. There you go. Always different now, right? Isn't it? There you go.
Well, you need to know. I mean, anybody with any brains would want to know the conditions under which the £1,000 was coming.
Thank you, Richie. But most people don't. Most people don't. How many people vote and not really understanding how the system really works? How many people work with fiat currency and really understand how it kind of works? They don't. This is why most people, whether they know or not, I do it too, still react. They're not looking for clarity, because clarity would mean, wait a second here, I'm buying clothes from a store. That could be done by a cheap labor, regardless if it's a child labor, cheap labor. Would you work for cheap labor? Well, not really, but you'll buy somebody else's product that's from cheap labors. And then they'll blame, oh, well, that's the corporation's fault. No. Where's your accountability? Forget about blaming anybody. Where's your accountability? And that only occurs when you start becoming responsible.
That one's easily passed off. Well, listen, me not buying those trainers isn't going to save anyone, and everybody else is buying them. So it's not going to make much more difference if I just buy a pair as well.
True.
Right?
But you're not going to complain about it.
But that's the whole fucking point, though.
But let's play that scenario out, and everybody wins. The free the slaves win. All of the factories get shut down, and there is no more slave labor for those individuals. Now, how are they going to get fed?
There you go, Richard. You got it. It's like when people say, let's end wars. You know how much millions and trillions of dollars are made by that? That's like, let's stop making widgets. Well, yeah, but how would you employ all those people? And then people say, well, maybe we'll do depopulation. Are you going to put up your hand first? Probably not.
This is where this new fucking communist, socialist, whatever it is, this new idea of everyone being stakeholders in the so there was an English MP talking about it the other day, talking about people being stakeholders in their company. So you go and work for a factory, you are a stakeholder in that factory as a common on the floor skivvy packing boxes. You're a stakeholder in that business, right? And so you get to share in the profits of that business, and you have a more invested interest in that business doing well, right? I think that's a good idea, but the trouble is, it's part of this system or this idea that is not okay. It's not good, like the idea of communism. I can see where it's coming from, and I think I can see why so many people say, oh yeah, well, look at all these communist countries and it's terrible, and it's just because it hasn't been done correctly, right? Well, it will never be able to be done correctly, because there will always be individuals that seek to climb to the top of that ladder, sit on the top and control what everybody else is doing. They might start off at the bottom thinking, they're part of the system, that they want to get to the top. They don't want to be at the bottom.
With the million, the whole million for 1,000 kind of thing, so it's like a gradient, right? Okay, you want to accept 1,000, but if you add a few zeros, maybe well, what about this? What about we add your life could be bought too, literally, because people will do anything for this fucking fake money fiat nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, if I had $1 million, that means that I could have everybody listening here probably killed.
Mm-hmm. I guess Richie. Sorry,
I've got to ask you, Cage, why do you always take it to this? Like fucking
not me,
killing
somebody
and shooting.
Somebody could.
No, but that's where you always take the conversation. You always take it somewhere like that.
I don't think I always do, but I'm saying
no, you do.
Life is because people put their time and energy into something that could be printed out by who knows who. You know what I mean? It's retarded.
Right, because the value. It's where they put the value, right? They think that the money is valuable, but it's not the money that's valuable. It's the
life is valuable.
Right. Where is real value? Right. If value, actually, the most valuable thing on earth should be food and water. Food, water, shelter, and energy should be the four most valuable things on earth.
First thing is air.
And yet, yes, we've got. Well, air is kind of abundant. They can't really stop air. Right. They can't control. They can.
You just spray shit around.
Well, they are. They're doing it. They're trying to control the air now, but there's still. There's a heck of a lot of it. It's in absolute abundance, and it's accessible to everyone unless you lock someone in a fucking airtight container. You know, where anybody that's walking outside is air's freely available. So
is water though.
But you know that there's actually
from the fucking sky, and most of there's more.
I wouldn't trust any of that anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But I'm saying,
sky.
but look, I know it's a lot of it's salt water in these oceans, but I'm saying most of the Earth is made out of fucking water. Okay, yeah, there's ways around that.
Right,
so you could distill it and fucking get rid of the salt.
Salt water. That's no. I've said for ages since I first distilled water, and consider the fact that I was living near the sea, and hey, I could just distill the seawater, couldn't I? And get
you can.
fresh water out of it, right? Okay, why can't we just do that on a fucking industrial level? With great big vats of seawater, boil them down into real, create real H2O for people.
You can easily do that.
But you do it, Richie. The thing is, corporations, unfortunately, when people start grouping up outside of 100 in a community, it becomes something where it's for their own personal interests, and they take advantage of others. Sorry, Nicholas, you were saying earlier, air and a breath of life is the same thing. It's abundance. What we have is when we're in these vessels, these temples, whatever word you want to use, it has its limitations. So it does need things that are a medium, like water, liquids of some sort, food. But life exists with or without you. Once you get popped out of that suit, no different look at an animal, life still exists. So it's kind of erroneous to think it's my life. You're in it. You use it. You breathe it. Now, you can call it air. You can call it oxygen. You can call it whatever you want. But it's something that you can't see. And it only takes a quick example of hold your breath for a couple of minutes. We'll see what's more important. You don't have to go 30 days without eating. You don't have to go 3 or 4 days without drinking water. You'll find out in a short period of time what you really need for your essence. So now at that point, do we value that or do we just ignore those things?
Maybe everything is in abundance and everything's there, but how do you create a market? How do you create a market and it's through scarcity? Like most of the food that's produced is thrown in a fucking garbage.
Right, which is what's inherently wrong with capitalism.
Yes, bingo. Richie's, yep. Because it feeds off of communism. Even though communism, in theory, out of all the isms, in theory, would work, but the reason why it doesn't work because of human factors or other factors.
Exactly. That's why it will never work because of the human factor. But there's, we'll implement AI. Right, it's gonna, but that'd be great if AI is what they said it was. That would be.
Have you heard about Bill S-206? I think I brought it up last time or another time. But they're doing this like it's communism on the guise of socialism in Canada. It's being passed through Senate right now. So they're proposing, which was probably
communism, socialism, and diplomacy.
So Bill S-206, almost done, Rich.
Democracy, right? Socialism, communism, and democracy, all the three interlinked, right? One leads inevitably to the next.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's a path. It's a path, and also you got to chuck in fascism, because at the end of the day, democracy just becomes fascism.
All right, so what they're doing over here, I'm going to try to say Bill S. 206 is a universe or a livable basic income or whatever they want to call it, or something like that. So,
universal basic income.
No, it's not. They're calling it something different. They're calling it like a living whatever.
Yeah, but that's all it is. At the end of the day, it's just another fucking pretty name for universal basic income.
No, it is.
Which is just another name for.
In Canada, for example, I'm not joking. This has been happening since like forever. What they do is they test certain things out here and then spread it across the entire world later.
Yeah, they do test in place everywhere. So now behind AI, no different behind religion, no different behind myths, is humans. Whether or not they're the ones that created it or they try to maintain it. So AI will be performed by humans. And again, it's like communism. The reason why it doesn't work because of human behavior. So it doesn't matter what it is. You would need another species, and we would have to assume that they would be kind to us. Because if not, then they would say, we can only give you the energy that you guys are. And you humans have shown you had those nice moments. You like to play music. You like to dance. But then why do you spend all that time to build all those military stuff? Why are you abusing your kids? Why are you neglecting your kids? Why do you have law systems in your countries? Again, that's human behaviors. Go ahead.
Yeah, but let's deep that though. How many people work for weapons factories?
A lot.
Right. Well, how many people here are working for a weapons factory?
And if they're not working anymore directly, indirectly, they're building machines that built those things. So in a way,
but it's like it's the idea that, you know, oh, it's just Ukraine versus Russia and fucking England versus Germany, these whole countries versus each other. That's not what's going on. What's going on is a battle for resources that is being steered by the elites, by the fucking bankers and these people that have consider themselves to be the cut above the rest, right? And these family bloodlines that have been in control for so long that they think that they're entitled to that control because, well, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my great-great-great-grandfather, you know, fucking, they think that there's an entitlement there. They're entitled and they're obliged even to be the rulers and to be
it's globalist too, Richie,
responsible.
No, it is.
So they don't have borders, right? They pretend they put on this fucking show, but on the, you know, it's like people, for example, even on YouTube, or pretend to have like an argument, you know. But
the only thing we can do,
and it's called collusion. That's the word for
but
it.
the only thing we can do, Nicholas, and even Richie, is just share the information, because really, even public eye question, you know, we do it publicly where they're doing a lot of things privately, and then it pokes its head out a generation or two down the road. But then again, regardless if they're like shapeshifters, we still have to realize, like a virus only works if we've made ourselves not immune to it, and then it'll just ping pong around us. So unless a person starts becoming informed for themselves, how does the system work around where I'm doing? Then and only then you can turn around and say, okay, now let's manifest it into the physical. Because the elites, whoever they may or not be, go ahead, Richie.
Sorry, it's because you use the word shapeshifter, and I think that, like I said, it's a word, it's a label, it's a thing, right? But actually, people shouldn't think of it as a thing and think of it as a concept, an idea. A shapeshifter doesn't have to be something that actually morphs physically into something else. Mm-hmm. A shapeshifter is anyone that's pretending to be something else.
Yeah, there's our personas. I'm with you, Richie. Regardless if literally somebody can actually do that. But the thing is, a lot of us have our own personas, and how many people would say, well, I don't agree with war. I said, no, you've already shown that you agree with war. What do you mean? You work for a company directly or indirectly that is about war. Stock market. Oh, yeah, well, it's just a stock market. No, they hedge a lot of military stuff there. Now, that's
Lockheed Martin. You can go on and over.
That's it. That's only to have a conversation to the people that say, Dominic, I'm against it. Well, now you're going to have to really test yourself. The ones that say, listen, Dominic, I just don't care about those things, or I'm indifferent. It doesn't matter where I work. Okay, so you're not interested in these kind of conversations. Please remove yourself. Why? Because it's not going to serve you. You know, this is why when people get all, you know, and then they have these trolls. The trolls can only exist if the people that are actually having these conversations are wavering back and forth. If not, it's like, no, you have no interest. Get out of here. You know, it's like YouTube right now. A lot of us are working on YouTube. We're giving public information to a database system that feeds back into the elites, whoever they pay, and they pay a lot of people a lot of money to gather this information. So it's one of our own working for them. And then they're going to take that information. They're going to say, how can we use it to manipulate the market? Oh, okay, but they're harming humans. Oh, that's just a side effect. And that's where we're at right now. If not, we've been here for a long time, and it's shifting again. You know, they've been talking about it. Okay, we're going to do a reset. Okay, well, how many people get a new program in their computer and then they have to reset they have to reboot their computer? It's the same ideal.
Don't know. If that's how it started, it's morphed into something else. So that's not what it's about anymore. What's going on right now with technocracy, that is fascism. Technocracy is fascism. All the corporations, all the governments working hand in glove with each other to bring about this new age of AI and all that. That is fascism right there. Just the idea of the fasces being tied together, and tied together they're stronger, right? That was supposed to be the idea for us. It's a great idea, but it can be misused. It can be implemented, with malicious intent. It would be a good idea for all of us to fucking unite and find cohesion. That would be a form of fascism. The trouble is, it's turned into this word. It's turned into this word that's associated with a certain group of people from a certain time. Mm-hmm. The narrative of which is extremely questionable once you dig deep into it.
Well, I know when the Nazis supposed to promote, even though it came from America initially, where they're talking about being the superior race. I'm going to say this tongue-in-cheek. I would have been okay if they had said shit like, we're going to be the only race. That's good. Make your own fucking people slaves then.
That's the story we've been told.
I know, again, more stories. But the ideal that, is there people among us that think that they're better than us? Yes. That's a given. Now, whether or not it's a big group of them, that's a different story. But we do have to acknowledge, people still acknowledge monarchies, governments. So in a way, that's what we're doing. It's like when people put value to a doctor. Oh, okay, he's a doctor. Yeah, but does he do chemistry? Well, no. So he wouldn't really understand about what's in the pharmaceutical medicine? Probably not. But he still does promote it, does he not? Sure he does. So he's doing that out of ignorance. Again, this is where people start getting caught up in their degrees. Look at me, I'm a president. That's nice. I'm a king. That's nice. So what are you going to do with that?
This, I'll tell you what, right? In my current situation, if I were to have access to universal basic income, that would be a benefit for me. At the moment, I wouldn't like it, but, at the end of the day, it would be a benefit to me. If suddenly everybody got €2,000 a month, you don't even have to work for it.
Yes, but it'll be UBI, Universal Basic Income, on a digital system with a credit system attached to it and an expiry date on it. It's not just about Universal Basic Income.
Yeah, and also I'm pretty certain that I wouldn't be able to get it. I wouldn't qualify for it somehow. I fall through the cracks somewhere. Can absolutely bloody guarantee it.
Could be,
and maybe because I'm of that mind, that's why. That's how I feel it will be. So that's how it will be, because that's how I know it's going to be like that. Well, in that case, that's how it's going to be, isn't it?
But if it's a digital system, you no longer have currency. So if you decided to go to a grocery store, they say you're not on the books. We don't know who you are, so we can't serve you. This is how they get people into the system, where you won't be able to buy or trade anymore. And the only reason why it works is because we've, whether naively or not, have occurred it. It started with GPS, started with Wi-Fi, started with cell phones. You can talk about pagers. You can talk about whatever you want. We're the frog in the water. So once they decide to say, listen, you got 3 weeks to spend that $300. If not, it starts devaluing as we speak. Yeah, but it's my money. It was never your money. You gave up your energy a long time ago for that piece of paper. And they know that, Richie. That's the reality of that. And when I say reality, I'm talking about the physical world that we're talking about. It's just people just never put two and two, let alone four and four together. And then they turn around and say, well, I'm fighting the system. You don't got a clue how the system works. What do you mean? The fact that you're arguing with the system that took maybe generational to get to this point, it's already in place. Just they're going to test it in different places. And there's people in other parts of the world that are, and even these parts of the world, that they're going to look homeless just because they can't buy and trade anymore. No longer it'll be money is king, because they got pissed off when we play with cash and we don't give their cut back to them. Remember, we're using their airlines, their trains, we're using their post office, we're using their internet. It's not like as though we're all participating in creating all of this. We're making it, we're plugging and playing, we're paying for its usages.
I just noticed something, or just thought about something. I'm not sure if I've seen any Australians in today yet.
No, they're getting bombarded probably with other things.
Well, their law changed today, didn't it?
How so? Please share if you don't mind, Rich.
Eh?
Please share. It's the first I heard of it.
Yeah, a new law came into place. Nobody under 16 can join social media, so that now everybody has to jump through hoops to get their access to social media.
Wow.
So I don't know how quickly it's going to roll out, but I haven't noticed any Australians in here today. It's a bit late now. It's 5 o'clock in the evening, so there will be.
Mm-hmm.
They might be waking up. Some of them might be waking up, but most of them are asleep. I've got a couple of Aussies. Actually, no, Chris was... Oh, no, Chris is in New Zealand.
Well, if they do the 15-minute city, let's go with the 15-minute city. Technically, in ages past, 15-minute city would have been small communities where you're not going to really walk too far away from where you were born and where you're going to die. So there's a good chance with the 15-minute cities or whatever, we're probably not going to be able to have access beyond certain frequencies. So my Wi-Fi can only go so far. And then there's blocks. That's all the possibilities. I'm doing a little fantasy here.
There's limits to Wi-Fi anyway, aren't there? There's distant, your Wi-Fi can only transmit so far anyway. But the fiber optic cables connecting the city to the interweb. That's where they can they can restrict the information going into that city.
Sure.
Yeah, obviously, Wi-Fi is just a local thing anyway. It's not. The rest, it's all done by cables. Isn't it?
Well, I know for myself as an example, when I fly my drones, there might be 15, 16 different GPS pinging on that drone. So they can literally control it at any moment if they want.
Well, unless you got a DJI, and then when you got a DJI, they control it. When you're flying in certain zones, you can't fly in certain zones.
That's what mine are. Mine are all DJI. So for me, it's funny when, there's people that have been programmers, and when you see these beautiful, they got about 1,000 drones flying together, making all kinds of signals. Well, that's their way of learning military-wise. It's like when people used to say, send a whole bunch of drones to Ukrainian. I'm like, most of the drones are made from China and Russia, right?
Yeah, you haven't got any hand-me-downs, have you? With your DJIs?
Yes, I do. I do.
My drone busted a long time ago.
What did you have?
Oh, just a Parrot Bebop. Bebop 2. That's all I could afford.
Yeah, I remember having it.
And I couldn't, because you can't buy drones online here. Like you have to buy it. Yeah, you can't buy drones online. No one will ship a drone here. The only drone I could find was this Parrot Bebop. You could get, at the time when I bought it, you could get the Parrot Bebop 2 with the fly more, with two batteries and extra this and that, and with the goggles and everything. You could get it for 260 quid online. But all I could find here was the Parrot Bebop 2. They'd already discontinued it when I at the time they discontinued it, and it was €400 just for the drone. No controller, no anything. Just the drone. You could fly it with your phone. That was the great thing about it. You could download and you could fly it using your phone. So you didn't actually need a controller to be able to fly it. But to be able to do any decent flying, you needed a controller. So I had to spend it worked out with import charges and everything, another 400. I ended up paying €800 for a Bebop 2 with a spare battery and goggles.
Like, I know I've had the Bebops, the Parrots, and the Unix. I find them more or less selfie drones because they're not the best hovering drones. Like, they hover, but you can't send them like 500 meters. And it's like, okay, I'm taking a chance with the receiver now.
Right. I mean, they've got a good... mine was disconnecting all the time. And also there was the Wi-Fi signal that they used could be interfered with. That's the great thing about DJI is that they've got that different... system, so you can't. there's not as much interference as there. You can fly around and not be interfered with by the Wi-Fi as much.
But then, like you were saying earlier,
like 2 kilometers away as well.
But you were saying earlier, but then you have all those GPS. Like I know if you fly near, a lot of times if you're going to fly right near an airport, you're going to have permission. But if you're flying away from it and you get close, it'll give you a warning. After that, they'll make a drop. And next thing you're like, well, how did my drone drop? It wasn't your battery. It's because they gave you warning. That means they control it.
Dude, there's no fly zones. Just on the fucking beach here, I was trying to fly, and I couldn't work out why I couldn't get higher than like 10 meters or something.
Oh, they had the geo.
They had a geofence. They had a geofence on that was.
So you got to break it. So you have to break it just to get it.
So yeah, man, I've wanted DJI, especially their digital, the new digital FPV that they've got for them. Like, wow, it's just amazing. There's so much stuff that I want to film, that I want to film around here. The Parrot wasn't good enough. It absolutely wasn't good enough. It only had a 1080p camera on it, and didn't have it wasn't a gimbal. It was digital stabilization. So not really epic quality. Good, really good fun. I got some awesome shots, got some amazing shots, but just not a touch on DJI.
That's too bad, Richard. As a gift, I would probably send you a DJI Neo. Those are cute. I got one for my wife. It's even though they have a follow me feature on all the other drones, that one there you just can hold it and it's durable. You push a button, it'll do rocket or whatever, and it'll just fly away and do its thing. Even if it crashes, the thing doesn't break.
No, it's because it's got the protective. The propellers are encased within those. It can bounce off walls and all sorts, kind of, and it's only small, so it doesn't have the weight to really damage it. Even if if it's traveling at speed, it might crack a plastic or something. But yeah, they're much more durable, and they're good FPV as well, aren't they? They're good for FPV.
If you get the goggles. I like watching guys that do FPVs, but I get a headache because they're doing tricks. I'm like, that's just too much for me.
I like the tricks, but I like the I really like the epic cinematic stuff, where it's not so much about tricks, but like fly up to the top of Tady and then come flying down the side of it, and down into the valley and all of that stuff. That's the sort of flying that I'd be doing. I'm not a tricks guy. That was the thing about the Bebop 2 though, the Parrot Bebop 2. It had a tricks feature on it.
Yes.
You could get it to flip.
Well, what I meant I should have said it when I say it wasn't really tricks as much as you're behind a goggle and you're going fast. I like having a camera drone where I can go up there, and I got quite a few DJI, so I can go up high and then literally get to see it from a bird's eye view and then just scan it. You know what I mean? Like have a panoramic view of all the different like rivers and all that kind of stuff. I'm not really interested in videotaping people. I like going over top of forests, over rivers, and all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, me too. That's what I liked about the Bebop. I mean, I didn't take it over 100 meters.
Then you would like DJIs then, because you can go further.
Yeah. I mean, 100 meters up high, like
100
I forget how. Yeah, 100 meters up in the air. I wouldn't go higher than that because I lived near the airport, and
they probably wouldn't even let you go there because they're dissenting. But the thing is, with the DJI, I don't remember if the Parrot actually had it. The DJI in the remote would literally show you in the corner what the weather is up there. Like they'll show you the wings if it's left or too far to the left, too far to the right. And of course, it also had the return to home feature, which I love because you can lose signal, it'll come back home.
Yeah. The Parrot had that as well. That was cool. But do you know what? Like where I'd spent basically €800. When I flew that thing, and I had the goggles for it, because I like when I play racing games, I like to be in the cockpit I like that view. I don't like the third person view, right? I like the cockpit right down there, right down as close to the tires as possible, right? If I can sit right on the front of the bonnet, that's where I like to, that's where I'm most effective in the driving games, and I think it's the same with the with the drone. But when I was flying, especially when I was up there with the goggles, there was a constant rumbling anxiety, like, this is 800 euros, man. This is a lot of money flying up here right now.
Been there, been there. I bought a whole bunch of toy drones when my wife bought the Air 2 and the Mini 2. And I told you that because she really loves camera and she does a lot of things for YouTube. And I said, and she wanted me to learn how to fly the drone. I said, Jude, I just can't get over the idea of how expensive it is. I'm kind of glad I bought all the cheaper drones, but I found that I was spending too much time in the garage fixing the damn things. Because, they had cheaper components on it. I never really truly enjoyed flying the thing like to do video. And once I started flying the other drones, I'm like, oh, I was using a Honda, but meanwhile I had a Mercedes. Because the DJIs, like I said, mine are Mini 2s and Air 2s, but they're not like the 4. A buddy of mine, his brother, just got into the franchise business of cleaning windows with drones. High rises with drones. And I think he paid $25,000 for his drone.
Jesus.
Yeah, and then it's a whole process. Pat was telling me, his brother, you have to know what type of purifier for the type of water you got to use. It's a hose attached to it. It's like, the guys that use the drones to do spraying farms.
I didn't know that they were doing that, but it does make sense immediately when you say it, because,
Oh, they're beautiful drones, Richie. You should see this. They're big, and then they fill them up, and they have 2 remotes on them. One guy's driving the remote, the other one's controlling, where to spray and all that. And it's a good feature. I know some people will be naysayers. I say, well, that's the same thing like having a mechanical device. Now they just do it with drones. Now, can drones be misused for military purpose? Sure, they can.
And that's where the distrust comes in. That's why all countries now are clamping down massively on their fucking drone laws. That there's even laws about flying drones. Like, it cracks me up. Like that, one of the reasons I didn't fly above 100 meters was because in the law it says you cannot fly above 100 meters. So I just respected the law in that sense, because it's not worth the fucking €5,000 fine. But yeah, damn, I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to say something.
About civilian drones. I had a phone call. Right.
I've been looking at, I mean, I don't know how much of it's real and how much of it's AI nowadays, but like there's a game called Mind's Eye, right? And they've got drones in that. They're fucking awesome. But there's actually drones like the drones in Mind's Eye apparently available now. Like you can buy a drone that is capable of taking passengers, and you are capable of flying. It's possible to get a drone now that you can fly around in yourself,
What do you mean, like a little helicopter? I've seen them. They're super light.
I don't know how, like, that's the thing. I don't know how real they are.
Oh, they're real. But like when I got a drone, one time I bought a drone. I got it from freaking Best Buy. And as soon as I got it, luckily I was able to return it, because their excuse in Canada was because somebody flew a drone too close to an airport in the UK, by like Heathrow Airport or something. All of a sudden they're banning them, and now you have to register and have like a piloting license if it weighs over like 246 grams or something like that. Like 250, I don't know what it is, something like that, 48. So I was able to return it, luckily.
There you go.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of restrictions and a lot of things. Even you, Nicholas, we were talking about that yesterday with the electric bike that you bought. Same with I have scooters. There is restrictions. Yeah, that's the one there, Richie. Yeah. If it's real.
Wow, what was one of them?
Oh, those are definitely real. They're the Jetsons, though.
That is real, man.
Oh, that's real. That's like low level tech.
But are they going to sell it to the average consumer?
I fucking
if
want
you have
one.
money, if you pay.
I fucking want one.
But,
And
okay,
what-
I would absolutely fly those fuckers.
but that's the thing.
Yeah, no,
they're so light. Like I've seen one where it's like it's some blonde lady who like tests out supercars, and she shows this drone off, and she's like able to pick it up very easily. What happens when a gust of wind or some shit hits you if it's that light to fucking?
Oh, they'll cut through all of that, Nicholas. But the thing is, it would be restrictions. So you would have to get some sort of license of some sort to drive those.
You don't need a pilot's license, but you do need constant communication with air
scary,
traffic
though?
control. You have to be able to speak to air traffic control. You have to ask for permission to take off and land and everything. There's that guy that created a drone, like a hoverboard thing, and he was flying around his city. He got done by the police for it, and was arguing. Yeah, but you can't do me for that because
No, but
they said it's you just got to get permission. You've got to check in with air traffic control and get permission to take off and fly.
No,
That's
but
all
the
it
altitude,
is, right?
Richie, the altitude has okay, first of all, that's not true. There's a lot of people that they smuggle drugs and do all this shit. What they do is they fly under a specific altitude, and it's not picked up on radar.
Okay, that may be true, Nicholas, and I'm
The
with
air-
you.
the air
but
traffic control
he's
thing-
talking about something for the average user. Now, insurance might be included in all of that, or they might say, what area are you going to be flying those? Because a lot of times there's restrictions even on regular drones if you're flying over top of people.
It's probably a bylaw then, depending on.
Yeah, it would be.
You have to have liability insurance.
Yeah,
If you're
imagine
doing
that.
anything in public, it's like if you're going to be a professional drone pilot, right? You have to get a drone pilot's license, and
You need to
and
you need
have
permission.
liability insurance to be able to fly a drone over public places.
Oh, you do. That's what I'm saying. Like over here, they banned them from like 240 to 249 grams or something. So anything over like 250 grams or whatever the hell it is, you literally need a license.
That was the great thing about the Parrot, the Barrett Bebop 2, and DJI in general, like the Mini and the Mat. They're under the
Spark,
the weight.
the Mini,
They're under that
yeah.
weight limit, so you can fly them without a license.
Well, but that's the thing. Okay, in Canada, anything under 249, you don't need to. You don't even need to register, let alone get a pilot. But this the thing is, there is only certain areas that you can even fly those drones. A lot of times, what we do it.
There's a bunch
illegal.
of restricted zones. Like if you look at where I'm at in Toronto, or we're dominant, we're both in Toronto. You go on their little DJI map. Most of it's like it's either like green, yellow, or fucking red, and most of it's all red and yellow, like pretty much everywhere now. But there's ways to upload a new software and you take all limitations off it.
The year before I got my drone, this is another little anecdote for you. The year before I got my drone, I was telling everybody that I really wanted to get a drone, and the reason was because I wanted to fly up to the into the mountains, up to where I wasn't going to be able to climb, and have a little look around up there, because I figured there were some caves up there that maybe, who knows what's in those caves, because it's clearly you can't get there. You can't. Maybe you'd be able to climb up there, but nobody's doing it. Nobody's done it. So what's in those caves? And I spent the next year trying, getting the money together to get this drone. And by the time I got the drone, they changed all the fucking law. They changed all the laws about flying drones, and said it was going to be by the time I got my drone, it was illegal to fly my drone where I said I wanted to fly it. And then it turns out that 9 months or something after I said this is what I want to do, the government sent a drone up there, found some caves, and in the caves found 1,000 Wancha mummies.
Yeah, but they probably got all the paperwork. Again, it's one of those things. You could fly it there, but there's a good chance you're going to get a fine.
Oh, if you get caught flying your drone,
there you go.
I saw it happen in Tady. If you fly up around in Tady, if you get caught, it's a €5,000 fine.
Yeah.
And now they've made all of the National Reserve part of Tenerife. You're not allowed to fly drones there. Well, I wonder why that would be. I mean, I did say that I've on a quad. I did a quad day where I had a quad, went out on this great big fucking exploration around the park, and we drove past a monolithic wall, right? A megalithic wall. Each block might have been fucking 200 tons each, perfectly placed next to each other, perfectly like they were cut stones, all placed perfectly, and it was just this. It was going round in a curve, but it was kind of buried, half buried. And I thought, well, what else is there that we can find if we fly a drone around and just have a little look and see what else there is that they're not telling the tourists about? Why didn't they point out that fucking megalithic wall? Because it doesn't fit their narrative. They want everybody to believe that the Wanchers were dumbass fucking cavemen that were so backwards they didn't even have weapons. That's why they were easily genocided by the Spanish when they arrived here. And it doesn't fit that narrative at all. It fits closer the other narrative that they weren't dumb fucking cavemen. They were the survivors of of an ancient race that was intelligent. They were responsible for, and also that they were giants, like 7 to 9 foot, 7 to 9 foot tall.
You ever seen? You love this show. It's called Ancient Apocalypse. It's a Graham Hancock show.
I absolutely will not watch it if it's Graham Hancock. That guy can go and eat a fucking bag of dicks. He is the most intellectually dishonest.
Well, he's part of the program, but there is some good information in it.
He's a rag doll, mate. He's a puppet prick. He has intelligence that is no higher than the room temperature at the moment.
Hell no.
He's nothing. He's not what anybody said. He's not what anybody thinks he is at all.
All right.
He's there to parrot a story, to parrot a fucking bullshit narrative. The guy is absolutely disingenuous.
Can I show you my friend? Can I show you my friend off access? He literally 3D prints drones and shit. You should see the type of shit this guy's like a professional fucking drone guy. And I could bring him up on you. I mean, seriously, he's awesome. He's from over here in Canada.
Well,
dude,
in all seriousness,
it's fucking crazy. I'm like, go click it. Go look. You just put it in the background if you want.
We're not going to do it now, mate. It's coming up. I've just looked at the time. It's 24 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 46 minutes. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I need to get some food because I'm feeling a bit nauseous because I'm hungry. So
later, Richie. Later, Nicholas. Both of you guys have a good day. Okay.
And you, Dom, have a great day. And I didn't mean to take you out then. I meant to take out that thing.
I'm out anyway. Ciao, guys.
See you later, man. And yeah, Nick, thanks for jumping up, mate. I'll be back again tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you for having me. But yeah, if you want, go take a look at that. He's like a drone dude. He's like on here. He's like, I don't know if you're interested in that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll go and take a look later. I need to wrap this one up. Sute, good to see you, buddy, and Morgan as well. Good to see you too. We've still got 11 people left in here, man. We had 40 people here earlier. Guru, if you're still here, shout out to you.
Oh, it's growing. You got 40 in there earlier. Wow.
Yeah, we were Flow raided, so I had about 20 people come over from Flows. I had about 20 people when he raided me. Don't know if you're still here. Love you, thank you. Damon,
much love.
MacGyver, and everybody else. Leafy's not listening anymore. He's enjoying himself in Rome on the Palazzo. But much love, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you can.
When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze, Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity.
If you keep saying it, Stuart, it's not going to make it any more
We
true.
all know the phrase,
We
mate.
all know the phrase. It's just an idiom.
You're an idiot.
No, an idiom, not an idiot.
Hey, here I am in chat. Says when a woman pulls a knife on you, give her a jar of mayonnaise and her instincts will kick in.
You don't shoot your wad on something and then that's it. You're spent and you're through. And then what next? Everything's an 11. You're not doing anybody any good. It's sad when you can't even tell.
Okay, that is it. Stop it. You cannot blow up my head with your mind. Then I'll settle for an aneurysm.
She just said her name used to be Kyle. I respect it, just wasn't ready to meet the extra fork on the first date.
Just got to third base, turns out it was bigger than mine.
You can't say that.
You said.
Please can I have £100,000 for that, please?
I wish I could just come out when they're all doing that, then I come out and do something different, give some energy and then just sneak off again like that.
Shut it down!